Hello, everyone, and good afternoon, and welcome to the Esports World Cup South American Qualifiers. My name is Seek and Strike, and I am here with well, maybe I'm the odd one out, really. I'm here with Quixotics. Zach, so good to be here with you a little bit last minute. Ricky will be back here shortly, but we're going to be kicking things off here today. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. It's always nice to actually get to interact with the other casters. You might see us all, like people watching, see all the casters work the same event, but actually we're always like in and out of this different channel, so we rarely get to talk. So pretty excited. Like I said, Ricky will be back later, but yeah, I cast with him all the time. You know, I'm looking forward to this one.
It's true. It's true. You know, they keep us in different pens at events. You know, they don't really like to let the talent cross. They say it's like bad for our morale or something like that. I'm not really sure. I never really get it. But you know what does keep me in a good mood here, Zach? It's going to be all this fantastic Dota that we have ahead of us for today, as we have a busy day. This is almost a full region as we take a look at our bracket, where we have 7 teams. Bye is not a team. That's actually not a team there, Zach. That is just a first
team
round
name.
That's true. That is true. Very confusing, though, and I'm sure it would break a lot of automated integrations. But for Heroic, they 2-0'd them already. They did it yesterday. They did it in their sleep. They're already in that quarterfinals round as one of the, I believe, probably the only team out of all of these with any EPT points.
I think that actually Edge might have some, because Edge recently, in the last couple months, was beating Heroic in some of these qualifiers. I don't remember which exact ones they went or if they made it far enough to get the points, but in the most recent qualifier, Heroic did end up beating them. So that one's real close, but we got some other strong teams here as well. They'll have to go through this upper bracket to, we'll see who ends up making it at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And you are right about that, actually. Edge is the 22nd and last team here, as they have 60 EPT points, just shy of the 3,800 they would have needed to upset Aurora for EWC. But it's okay. They still have a chance here, don't they, right? They will play... well, not today. Actually, yes, they will be playing today, won't they? But first, we're going to be starting with Starbacks versus Team Den, and then we get that Edge match here at 4 p.m. local time versus... Who's that? That is... Veritas
Friends. It was Brothers. I think they switched. One player has switched on that since the last qualifier they did, and I don't know if that changed the bonds they feel, but
Spicy.
I think it's now technically Friends, but maybe their logo didn't shift.
You know what they say, you know, blood is thicker than water. We'll see if the water's good enough here for them in that second match. And then we return with that upper bracket and the winner of Starbacks versus Team Den, as they will face off versus Heroic at 8 p.m. for that upper bracket slot here already. So we will be getting, you know, some good Dota here today, I think, overall. Zach, you were kind of flexing on me before we started that you know the teams, you know everything about these guys. You just casted for them here at TI. What's a little bit of the preview? What's the secret sauce these teams are bringing here?
Well, this region's always a lot of fun, and I feel like they prioritize some early fighting a bit more than other regions, and lane counters, things like that. So we often get slightly different drafts compared to other regions, which I believe in the recent qualifiers we were casting, there were some games like 2-3 kills average per minute. So hopefully we get something like that. That's always a blast to have. And one of the teams we're going to be starting with today, Team Den, you were telling me when we were chatting before this, you were like, I know better than these pro teams. CK position 4 is super good. Everyone should be doing it. Team Den is on that same page. They actually played Chaos Knight 4 a couple times, so they're believers.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, the hero's super fun. I think I was telling Zach before we started, he was like, actually, no, I don't believe you. What's your MMR? I don't believe you. Open Dota right now and screenshot it. It was a little intense, honestly, you know, but yeah, no, I mean, the CK4 is super fun. I hope we get to see it from them. And that's not really too much of a surprise, I would say, considering the roster on this team. With Wu Dota or MJZ, he's always been a little bit more of the creative one. Years ago, my goodness, I'm going to sound like such a little boomer here. But when we had the Thunder Predator, as they were known by back then, overperform a bit at the Kiev Major. Remember, I think they almost beat EG. They should have beat EG, but they threw the game so hard.
But a close one.
That was the region that was kind of like bringing a lot of the really toxic 4s and 5s and 3s. At the time, I think it was Panda with the position 5 Viper. Thank goodness we don't see that anymore. But, you know, Wu, he's in that, he runs in the same circles as Panda in terms of like kind of forging the meta a little bit more in this SA region. given the changes we've had to Pro Dota concerning like the accessibility of that data at the pub level in the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, it makes me really excited to see what they're going to be cooking, how they react from the TI quals, and what they look to bring here in our very first match.
Yeah, that's what I'm very excited for, because this region being strong, you never know which teams are going to take it over each other, and every time you play together, you do improve. So maybe they, didn't quite win the last qualifiers, but that doesn't mean you can't figure out what was going wrong and, solve that for this one, which will be equally exciting to be able to qualify. This tournament, EWC, is always so hype. So all these teams would love to get to that grand finals and qualify, get to make it to such a huge stage.
Yeah, exactly, and be the representatives of South America, and in fact, this year the only representatives. We are the second to last region to close out our qualifiers here for EWC. Everything else is set except for that one Eastern European slot. So there comes a lot of pride there. I can say that, having done a major in the region. A lot of these players, they are kind of basically celebrities back in their hometowns. There was a little bit of a LAN culture, of the LAN cafe, the PC van culture. That's changed, of course, globally since 2020, but it was still very prevalent in terms of like how that really affected it. So I would say, like, in this region, I never really like to go and play up like the national pride stuff, but this is a Peruvian team as Starbacks. OG Latam, also a Peruvian team, and they tend to be very proud of that. I remember the Thunder Awaken versus EG when they had the Latam roster. That match at the Lima Major, during the draft, the crowd was singing the national anthem. It's like a vibe. So this is still a region that has a lot of heart for Dota. These players, they have a lot of raw talent. Yes, there's always a little bit of drama in between these quals. Sometimes the brothers become friends, but you just can't deny that, one, it's an entertaining region to watch, and two, there's just so much heart and love for Dota in this region.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes the games really exciting. Yeah, it's so funny. I see the Redditor social media posts complaining about top level, like, this is boring, this team's not interesting. It's like they're playing peak Dota, making no mistakes, winning cleanly. That's like the dream as a pro player. The people, this is boring, it's not fun, it's a stop. That's peak gameplay. But what people really want, they want it close, they want it exciting, they want the heart and the soul, like you said, and that's exactly what this region brings. And sometimes, I do feel like this region's growing. Like you said, it's not just Peru, but the whole region has still a lot of players. And Heroic was the first team from SA to win an international tournament. I think that was just last year.
Yeah, Wallachia, wasn't it?
Yeah. So the talent is growing. These teams definitely, there's swaps around and all that, but to me, that actually spreads the knowledge. You play at the international levels, like, here's what I learned, you go join another team, you share it. That slowly grows the region. So it actually is really exciting to me. Like, you go back a couple years, people are like, oh, they'll never win an international tournament. They've done it. Now it's like, oh, they're still not going to beat the other regions. It's like, maybe not this year.
Yeah,
next year, the year after that, it could happen.
For sure. Sorry, I was just thinking, you got me overwhelmed thinking about two things that I've noticed. First off, building off your point, back in the days, the first Kiev major, not the Anna major, but the very first Kiev major, where it was Pain, right? Pain X, I think it was just Pain at the time, with a Brazilian roster, really kind of upsetting. Who did they beat? Secret? I feel like they beat someone and everyone's like, this shouldn't have happened. They should redo the match in case it was a fluke, Like, it was that kind of a reaction, basically, from the community. For a while, I will admit, we had a big lack of Brazilian talent. And that changed with the TI for Singapore. What was that, 22? Particularly with like Analog and then King Jungles, who was always around, really making that rise. I forget the roster they were on. But Analog hoping to get back to, I think, his like second, maybe third big tournament here, EWC. It's exciting. And Costa Beal back as well on Veritas Friends. Not a brother maybe, but still a friend.
They're building the bond. It'll develop to the brothers if they qualify, I'm sure.
It's again, we'll get there, but not for today, right? And that's enough maybe about the entire region. We were a little bit worried there, folks. We're not, I know the casters, we control the start of the draft. finally, we're going to go ahead and start it. We are now getting underway with our very first match here, Team Den versus S-Starbacks. Any prediction here, Zach, before we throw that draft on stream?
The last time I saw Team Den play, when the draft works, it makes sense. Maybe that sounds obvious, but if it wasn't clean and if they started to fall behind, it did feel like they got a little lost and didn't know how to coordinate.
Radiant remain banned.
Yes, indeed. Apologies, I was just a little bit distracted at how many are cryptics. Sorry, make that Z Quixotics is I heard there for a moment. Blew me away here. But we'll see. It's time to see if they can get that draft right where they need it, if they can play around a strategy. A lot of times in some of these scrappier qualifiers, I don't want to say it's only down to draft, but it can be a key difference maker when, speaking plainly, there are other mistakes being made around the map.
Yeah, I will say S-Starbacks, I didn't get to catch them play recently, but definitely some of these players have been around for a while, so kind of excited to see what they're going to be bringing today. I do think Team Den probably slightly favored, but I'm going to open with the Bat Rider. Was NA playing Bat Rider? I know you were watching more NA games lately.
Oh, yeah.
And Bat Rider's been very popular here.
Oh, yeah. Even after the B letter patch nerfed him a little bit, he is still really good. He's not as broken as he used to be, granted, and he did end up... It's this hero that you can open up your draft with, right? Because he does give you that flex potential. Yes, you can play him mid. Yes, you can take him off. Most of the times we ended up seeing him as, I want to say, position 4. And still, generally speaking, playing a lot of the fights around that lasso, right? He's always going to be able to give you that lockdown. He's this kind of hero with the repositioning where it's like, yes, we're in a tough game, but we have a lasso. We can burst someone, we can get back in, we can fight our way back through it. That, however, may be a little bit more difficult, Zach, right? I mean, this Naga Siren, she is kind of the stop switch here in a lot of these fights. Circuit breaker, that's the word I was looking for.
The song is, it's back, right? Naga Siren was pretty meta for a while. They tried to nerf her into the ground, and then it's like, okay, well, that was a little too hard, some small buffs. It does seem like she's starting to come back. Not a lot of the South American teams were actually playing her, which surprised me. But Team Den actually was one of the few teams that was doing it, and I think she'll offer everything that she's known for, especially versus the Bat Rider, which one pick, so we don't know how much team fight's going to come out from S-Starbacks, but like you said, you like to try to find someone with lasso, and that Naga song is going to come out right away. And even in the laning stage, Bat Rider position 4 wants to build up some napalm stacks, kind of run you down, and Naga Siren could just dispel it herself with her Q, or maybe you're trying to run at her carry, she'll just ensnare you, and you don't get to chase the way you like to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and, again, Bat Rider did receive some small nerfs in the B-letter patch, but because of just how strong Napalm is, you still are a bully. That's something that maybe this Naga, likely a support, will be able to kind of contend with, but that cooldown's pretty long on, Mirror Image, right? So maybe there's, I don't know, I think it's going to be more about that song, especially with some beautiful setup. I mean, this is lovely to see the Naga song into a vacuum. That's just, chef's kiss material right there.
This is setting up the Chaos Knight support you were hyped about. Chaos Knight Darkseer. I mean, that's a pretty strong lane together.
Honestly, yeah. I don't mind. I also wouldn't mind some very
more
classic
illusion heroes.
Maybe some True the Illusions, maybe some Jakiro, some I don't know about Disruptor Naga. Feels a little too reactionary maybe, but you're right. Maybe it'll just be the CK. For S-Starbacks though, picking into this Darkseer, I'll tell you what we're seeing a lot of in NA that we also see here. It's that Oracle ban. So no surprise to see it here in SA.
We're going to see the Brewmaster instead. Oracle would have been very good versus the Darkseer, but another one is the Brewmaster who has the I always forget what it's called. The Storm
Mass
Panda's
Dispel.
got there we go. The real analyst here.
Yeah, I got you. I'm a nerd.
He's got the Dispel to do all the illusion damage first the Naga, but also all the Darkseer walls. And maybe does that dissuade the Chaos Knight support?
That's true. I'm not too sure because honestly, the Phantasm is mostly for pushing. It's a little funny though, because a lot of the times like you want to go for some drums or an item on the CK support. But if you have a hero like Darkseer who maybe he wants to build the drums instead, you kind of just go armlet build and just carry instead. So you do have that burst damage. So it is like, but with this Brew Mass Dispel existing, it is like another aspect of the hero that you kind of wouldn't be able to play. So I do feel like it is enough to dissuade into it. Especially because that lane is looking really lethal. No matter if it's Brew Tusk or Brew Bat, like that is a very, very tough lane for any kind of support, especially melee.
Brew Bat is a classic. You just throw the Cinder Brew on, throw out the Flame Break, and just do a ton of damage. But Sven is a common response to this, fairly tanky in the early game because he's a strength hero. So he should be able to get through the laning stage, and even if he gets kicked out, you've got the cleave to jungle really quickly. And in the late game, once you pop God Strength, you know, this Brewmaster splits, thinking he's going to live the whole fight, just cleave every single Brewling down in one huge crit hit. Especially if we get that Song combo into the vacuum, we might get some crazy Wombo combo here.
100%. And it's like, should be pretty doable, right? Because vacuum, for some reason, oh my god, it is the CK. Dude, you called it. What a... He is the analyst after all. No, I'm not letting you pass that on to me, sir. You got that one. So the CK 17th pick. Honestly, I'm a little bit shocked to see it. It does seem like a really strong lane with the Darkseer. I don't think we've seen that lane in NA, personally, but I'm a Darkseer player. I'm a CK4 spammer now. Everything about this lane just screams money to me. The only issue I foresee here is, one, you got a Bat Rider with a Flame Break to create that distance, and two, the Starbucks of 18, right? But it's up to them to really take advantage of it. What looks good? Oh, well, I spoke too long. It's a Storm. It's not even a carry anyway. It's just a Storm Spirit mid.
Yeah, it is nice to have a little bit more reliable catch, right? Especially if you're worried about this Song combo. Someone's got to get to the Naga Siren before the Song comes out. So Storm Spirit could be good for that, and then you ban to protect it. I see the Puck already taken out. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ember as well. What do you want as a carry here? Because like you said, you're going to have to play into that Darkseer Chaos Knight lane, which is pretty strong. Bat Rider and Tusk. You could swap those around. We've seen position 4 and position 5 for both of them. But they're typically aggressive in the way they want to play, no matter which hero comes into the safe lane. I'm trying to see what carries are left that don't get wrecked by Darkseer, but maybe also want to be a little aggressive.
10 seconds remaining.
Gyro is still available. I feel like he's a classic for the region. Pretty safe overall.
Push the lane, right? Get rid of the Iron Shell creeps. The wall's not that scary. Like, there are worse heroes to turn into, but definitely can be a pain. Your supports are pretty... Like, Tusk is pretty tanky. He's not going to die to those illusions, but the Bat's definitely more fragile. What else here? That's Darkseer CK lane.
Saw a little bit of a return of the Abaddon carry,
really?
Which I think could do okay in the lane, but I do worry. Abaddon's a good hero for the vacuum copy. You get your own strong version, whereas Gyro, you don't really get the flat cannon, so I think that's a little better. But yeah, I saw it was being played a little bit towards the end, partly due to response picks. Like, I think it was into a Bat Rider, so maybe this game it doesn't make as much sense if the Bat Rider's on your team.
I still like it though. I'll tell you why, because I see this Starbucks lineup and I see 3 heroes, not the Brew, right, who are basically just a little bit more single target focused, like just jump one guy and get the job done. But because we don't see the mid yet from Team Den, they can draft like another basically carry if you just go for more single target, like some Ursa, right? Which I'm not saying is good, but like some Ursa here who's just also going to basically jump kind of one guy. So the Gyro Flak, I think, just makes the fights a little easier, helps you deal with these illusions in case the Brew doesn't have his ult. I think it's a good recommendation, and it's not banned, most importantly.
We're losing a good chunk of carries already banned out here.
We'll see one more mid go here for Starbacks. I've seen like a lot of tinies into Storm, just like tank through his magic damage in lane and be the first setup stun for the rest of your team to get in there. Just looking at Team Den, their final mid lane pick.
Yeah, that's true. I still see teams doing it, grabbing the tiny. It's been slowly less impressive to me. I think the nerfs are finally coming in. Okay, we do see the gyro. Pretty safe. The wall, like we were saying, the wall illusion of the gyro is not too strong, and you have the option to fight with. I'm guessing the Tusk now. Like based on this carry, I think Tusk gyro pairing is pretty good. Brute Bat Rider in that off lane. And if you start to lose, then you get max flat cannon, you start jungling, and hopefully people are stacking for you. Though Tusk is maybe not the best at that.
You may now select your heroes.
Okay, Pango.
24 Pango then for Wonder Kid with that Thunderbolt facet. Does give you more early team fight especially. Was that necessarily lacking? Honestly, yeah, a little bit. Like, this CK is really great at giving you catch. Darkseer, obviously, he's great team fight, but kind of just needs some XP to really get there with the more vacuum levels. So I kind of like it. I think it rounds up pretty nicely. Storm, Pango, you know, matchup we've seen 1,000 times here already. It's changed a bit over the years. But it feels like a little bit more skill-based these days compared to the hard counter that Storm used to give him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as the game goes on, I imagine we're going to see like a Diffusal, Ags, Blink in some order for that Pango. And that'll be really good in the early game, burn the mana from some of these heroes, especially that Storm Spirit. But then the Aghanims also brings a lot of damage, so in case Sven is having a rough time to start, you'll get a little bit more help in terms of killing the Brewlings, but also a Gyrocopter who can get pretty tanky if he's having a decent game. Sven, I'd say usually okay there, but this is going to be a tough lane, that Brewmaster Bat Rider, so just in case things go a little south, you got some backup in the Pango.
Demon is not going for the... forgot what the facet's called. It's like the split something. He's going for irrationality, which
Cloven Cleft.
That's the one. Like that? Yeah, Cloven Cleft, which basically lets you stun a second person in range. I thought that was
Cloven Chaos.
That's the one. Thank you. I thought that was super good. He's gone for irrationality, which is the one that applies a random debuff of a few different ones on Reality Rift. I mean, maybe it's still fine. I mean, they do have like a vacuum song, right? So perhaps control isn't top of mind of the duties here on this CK in particular, but it still is bucking the trend here for Demon. I'm eager to see how it works out for him.
I like the idea of this facet. Like you said, the other one has seemed to be a little bit more popular and maybe a little bit more consistent for a hero like Chaos Knight, where there is some randomness to it.
Right.
I'm trying to see what the value here is. If you do get the silence, I mean, that is pretty good on the Storm, the Brewmaster, the Tusk, right? You're hoping for that snowball save, which Tusk actually this game, you know, if he gets Blink BKB, I think he could be a huge part of breaking up the combo from Team Den if everyone does get vacuumed wall, but you're sitting in the far back. BKB, Blink into it, grab everybody. Could be huge. So before that happens, though, if you silence him up with this Chaos Knight, you silence before the split comes out, which Brewmaster doesn't really pick a way to deal with it for a while. He likes to go for that Radiance. You know, same with the Storm Spirit, doesn't love to get Yules right away. The silence could be pretty strong.
No, I mean, I certainly see it. The only issue I take with that is compared to Pangalier's, Lucky Shot, where Pangolier rolls the dice and lets fate decide the outcome, which is the same outcome every single time. This one's actually random, right? You are really rolling that dice, and it is a 1/3 chance, I assume, between a break, silence, or a disarm. So I'm just like, it's not the most consistent thing. You know, obviously he can build an Orchid if he really wants to. Is that something he can farm on a support? I don't know. Is the secondary stun just better? I don't know either, to be honest with you. But I'm excited to see something a little bit different from Demon here as we do get resumed. Now, Zach, this is our inaugural game of casting together, and there's something, one of my favorite interactions in all of Dota exists in this game, and I bring it up every single time I cast with anyone, and as it's your first time with me, I'll give you a guess. It has to do with Darkseer. You guess my favorite interaction that we might see in this game. He doesn't want to guess. Is he thinking?
I'm racking the brain. I want to be right.
He's really thinking. Okay, I respect it. I respect it. I was about to say, damn, he stonewalled me. He said, I don't care.
I'm gonna, is it the vacuum into the Stormhammer?
No, you're so close, though. You did get a word there.
The vacuum into...
You got 2 words, actually. You got the ability and you got a keyword. Not Stormhammer.
Tango roll.
No, okay. what you can do as a Darkseer, this vacuum, I don't know if it's a Hoover, a Dyson, maybe it's a vacuum that it's a vacuum from hell, basically. Because what this vacuum can do is it can vacuum a Storm Spirit out of his ball lightning. And that is my favorite interaction in the game.
Our observer knew, highlighting the ball lightning there.
He knew. And unfortunately for Gray, it's not his first time hearing me cast. I'm sure he was very upset. He might have been the most pissed off, honestly, that I'm here instead of Ricky. But that is neither here nor there as we get underway with game number 1. Runes will go 3, actually, for the side of S-Star backs. You were so close. I thought you were going to get it when you said Storm. I was so excited.
I forgot about that interaction. I'm not the Darkseer player, so I rarely see it.
That's fair. Well, and chances are, don't worry, we're probably not going to see it. I'm just kind of a little...
I hope we do. It's a pretty cool one. It's pretty sick.
I agree. Another convert. Now he knows. Now, you know what? Now the next time you see this interaction, which in this meta, we'll probably see it a lot, we'll probably remember it.
I can't wait for them to get some massive vacuum storm kill, and we're like, oh, that's nice. And then later he's gonna vacuum ball lightning, and we're gonna lose it. We're like, there it is!
Oh my god! Woo! Oh, he is suffering here. Is he gonna tick down to that? Oh, I thought he was gonna tick down to that smoldering resin there. Just absolutely brutal lane, so much damage. And this was kind of my main concern, like, you know, I mean, he doesn't even have mirror image, but this cooldown at level 1's 40. Damn seconds. Like, what are you gonna do once Napalm is up and Firefly?
I actually thought he would. Took Deluge instead, but sometimes you do see them take Mirror Image just to trade early, and I feel like this game, you take it, and then you just Dispel when Flame Break or Sticky Napalm comes out. Like you said, it is pretty long cooldowns, so you're gonna get hit by some of it, but at least, like, you know, half of the attempts maybe you can just remove from yourself.
True. And it, like, gives you the chance to fight. Although it looks like Wits hasn't really needed that. Up top lane, I'll tell you what, you know, this is not a lane you want to let get to level 3 for free, this Darkseer Chaos Knight lane. And you can really see Prada. He's actually got level 2 earlier than Frank even. They're eager to get aggressive. Gyro with this Afterburner facet as well, with a little bit of that drink. Oh, he went Drinking Buddies. Interestingly, not Tag Team. I've just seen that. I wonder why this game. Pango save, maybe? Save against the Pango, I mean?
Maybe it's another way. We were mentioning, you know, when that song vacuum combo does come out, you want to save them. Eventually, you'd like to get a Blink, help you out with that. In the meantime, the Drinking Buddies helps a little bit. You know, it's like the Blink Dagger at home,
right?
To help you save some teammates a little earlier.
The budget Blink Dagger, yeah, indeed. No, I think actually you may be right about that, right? Especially as that combo is at some point going to be a little unavoidable, so it does make sense for Prada to try and, you know, plan for it as best he can prior to that acquisition of the Blink. Doesn't mean his lane's a little weaker, you know, their Roche take is a little bit weaker. But it does make their team fight stronger, and perhaps into these early ults of Team Den, that may be more important for them. Good counterpoint. I like it.
Down here, a lot of denies for the Brewmaster, which I feel like sometimes you see the Brewmaster fall flat since he really has one build right now, which is to go Radiance real fast. So if you have a bad lane, just, you know, he's kind of playing catch-up the entire time. But if he is having a strong start with these denies, you know, not going to get kicked out by a Sven too early, and he should hit his Radiance timing at a, you know, good pace, and it's pretty strong this game. You do have to be careful of it getting stolen from the Darkseer if he copies you, but besides that, I mean, there's the Chaos Knight and the Naga that you burn down and provide the evasion for, and then the Sven. Sven doesn't really like to build MKB or Bloodthorn too quickly, so you just make him miss some of his heavy-hitting attacks. It's just a lot of damage lost. Going on top, Frank has been struggling. This gyro pick, I don't think it's supposed to be this strong, but I think off of some of the early actions, like Chaos Knight, you know, went for that rune, gyro kind of whittled him down. The creep drag's been cut off by Prada a couple times. Not completely, but he grabs a couple creeps away. It does mean Frank has been having a bit of a tough time. A lot of denies on the gyro. Fortunately, Darkseer, he's a fast jungler. He can catch up later. But this is a lane combo picked to do well. This Chaos Knight and Darkseer. So I feel like if you fall too far behind, the kill threat starts to drop off pretty quickly. Like, this is one of the power spikes when they're both level 3.
Exactly.
And they don't seem interested in fighting at all.
I think what's troubling here is whenever you go for one of these like off-meta supports or new meta supports, a lot of the time you're left with like okay, I'm good at this stage of the game, or I'm very good at doing this particular thing. In this case, it's the Reality Rift. It's really, really good with the 10 talent. I'm sure we'll see that soon. Well, maybe not so soon. But my point being, usually the problem you have to solve is, okay, well, what am I going to do for the lane? Like, if it's a difficult lane, how will I be able to help? Because you're not going to have level 10 Reality Rift at level 3 in the lane. Especially when, like you're saying, your opponents draft some Tusk, who is a hero that can contest a creep wave skip, so it's not like that's just free here. They're having some serious problems. In fact, they're having to go for him here. Blood grenade thrown, but I think they're just going to be a bit too far away. You can see he's not up to scratch here against 2 heroes like this, even with the Ion Shell applied.
That's at least something you have on the Chaos Knight. Like you said, the lane's a little weird, but you're a fast hero naturally and has the Wind Lace too, so he is able to walk on out of there. Here for the power runes, but Storm's already got the shield rune. Yeah, this is pretty close.
Reality Rift into that stun. It's maybe good enough for the save, and it is. Woo, MJZ here is nearby as well, but it's going to be some well, not really, on-time rotations here. Minute 6. Who got that power rune? Alone did, of course. That's why he's making that move.
Which, the shield rune doesn't net a kill, but at least he gets the refill. Pango's the one running home. And with all the supports here, it means the side lanes are... It's just the 1v1s, which right now favor S-Star backs. I mean, the Gyro and the Broodmaster have both been doing very well. We see they've already got the top net worth spots. So just some straight out laning going on right now from S-Star backs.
I wonder how they're going to look to turn things around here, especially as we can see Demon. I mean, he's getting absolutely no reprieve contested at his Wisdom Shrine, absolutely no help. Can't even get any help from the neutrals as he goes down to Lumiere for first blood 7 minutes in. But that is going to extend this kind of early lead, this early momentum, right? Getting that Wisdom Shrine, I guess not denied, right? Stolen. It's worse than denied. At least if it gets denied, that means they don't get it. They just got double the XP.
And with the lanes already being rough, now losing the Wisdom Shrines, it means your supports are going to be very low leveled, which Chaos Knight, Naga Siren, not really heroes you want playing from behind. Their catch-up potential is kind of rough.
Radiant's middle tower.
You can see Alone making a move into the triangle here, just looking to be as annoying as possible. Good effort there. Good effort on that Reality Rift into the stun, but Alone's gotta wake up pretty early in the morning to hit a Storm Spirit, I think, with a Chaos Bolt this early. Wits, he's getting dove under his tower. Oh, and Lumiere's come through the gate. Lovely rotation there. Collects the kill with the call down, and there's a massive wave here with the wagon. This is gonna be a very easy tower, and a kill in a Brewmaster lane pre-level 6. He's cooking now, man. That Urn's got charges.
Bringing Pango down here, so maybe they want to try to defend it, but into the Primal Split is really tough.
Yeah, now that it's up.
Okay, they don't want to force the issue too much. I thought you would with the Primal Split.
Frank, Alone. He's gone through the gate up top lane. Frank, he throws down that wall of replica. Oh, lovely job there. Great patience by Prada. He really waited for that surge to come out until he threw down the ice shards. Just perfect. Beautiful kill there. S-Star back's like really impressive moves here from Alone, right? Goes down bottom, upsets the lane. Or sorry, he goes into the mid in the triangle, goes top. Lovely rotation.
Yeah, S-Star back's playing really well right now, and although they only have 3 kills, the gold lead pushing 4K right now at 9 minutes. That's a demanding lead, which really does feel surprising. You know, I see the value of both drafts, things they could get done, but the lanes just went so much for S-Star backs that Team Den's really on the back foot now, and they're gonna have to find some good roles pretty early to start getting back into this.
And where does that path begin? This mid lane, unlikely. That's a
Kill?
great jump in. Can they get the damage in time? They might. Just Wonder Kid rolling away. Haste Rune activated just to get the sips on the bottle, but there's a snowball after this ball of Pangolin. Ooh, and the ice shards are just off the mark. I don't think he really had the damage there either. Demon, though, in his place, he must have survived on just a hair of HP. It takes just one right click to put him down. So the end result, just an extra Galvanized stack here for Alone. Probably more importantly here, Zach, I bet, is that first roll used with basically nothing gained.
Yeah, you live, but you're just headed straight back to your own jungle, probably back home after that. That's one of your playmakers. The comeback is gonna have to be around the Pango or the Darkseer, and that, I mean, that's roll not really paying off. You do have the Wall of Replica up again.
That's true.
So maybe that's the next spot.
But I'll tell you what Alone's got. He because of the timing of that fight, he's got an amplified damage rune in the bottle, and he is hunting. He's not waiting for the wall to come to him. He's gonna run through that wall like the Kool-Aid Man.
Maybe he's trying to give us the vacuum zip here.
Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Frank just farming away. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Right through it. No vacuum out of Zip. Just vacuum straight onto Frank. Prada's like, dude, I don't even need to punch this poor creep. I'm just going to take down the damn Warbind Raider. Unfortunately, he should have punched the Darkseer. It's going to result in 2 dead here. Really great micro placing the Ion Shell down and getting it on top. So it's actually not a really good trade, to be honest. A 1-for-2 trade.
I thought he was going to get stuck there for longer. That's kind of funny. Yeah, a little overcommitted. They get the kill first, at least, so you do get the XP for the Darkseer kill, but good rotations from the rest of the team, and I think it's almost necessary. You know, like, you have to get some kind of return kills when they make those kind of plays, otherwise you're just going to fall further and further behind. It's still a 4K gold lead for a Starback, so happy to get those kills, but still got to be careful. They're just trying to get level 6 on some of the supports. Going back to the shrine being stolen. MJZ only 5.5 right now.
Yeah, really good point. And that's a problem, right? Because maybe that's one of those situations where your Naga can TP in, Song, reset the fight, and, you know, really start to turn your game around more from there. So it's, you know, all these kinds of little plays end up really cascading into bigger problems here. And you can see this is, ooh, this Bat Rider maybe thinking about trying to close the gap for a lasso, but happy enough just scattering this Naga Siren back to the tower. You know, it is still a 3K now word lead, but, you know, the items are still coming online, right? I mean, Frank's got this mech. This Diffusal is ready with an Invis rune as well on the Pangolier. But I do think, like, yeah, 4K dramatic. Let's not, you know, undersell it. But they have the tools here to possibly win a fight.
Yeah, this Diffusal's a big power spike. It's kind of back on track for the Pango, who was struggling, but I think getting those kills on that Storm helped recover his game. But it still comes back to, all right, we gotta use these to find something to start cutting down this gold lead. So we'll see when they want to group up for that.
Yeah,
maybe waiting for the Naga Song, so that if you do commit and you decide you want to back out, you have Song available.
A little like insurance policy. I mean, that might be really necessary, right? Because you are fighting still into a primal split, of which we've not yet seen. Perhaps he's going to be this first smoke gank target, though, out from Team Den. It's real close to his Radiance, too, on the Relic. So this would be pretty opportune timing if they can string together the lockdown. But they've got to get pretty close to perfect to kill him here.
Got a rationality. Get that
Oh,
silence.
God. Oh, God. Could you imagine that silence? Look at this. Look at you. You're hyping me up for this one now. But Demon's going to actually turn tail. They're going to look towards the mid lane instead. I mean, look, a kill here and stealing that Ancient Stack, that still could be juicy, but I don't see a whole lot of commitment right now from Team Den. Here we go. Smoke's going to break. Wonder Kid, he's going to get scouted first, and there is a quick and easy kill. They're going to scout this stack as well, but Lone here to defend his triangle. He jumps right on in. Won't further commit, though, as he did at least spook out the Phantasm from that Chaos Knight. But just a dead bat and a scouted stack.
Maybe a position for the power rune if it spawns bottom. Okay, illusion rune for the Pango. Not always the strongest, but actually having a free dispel versus the Bat Rider is quite nice.
Agreed. Yeah, and you can even use it to
wall.
like dodge a punch, you know, like reset the punch time.
Bat Rider straight back to his stacks.
The problem is Ryu is like really eager to defend. He's got a team behind him and the Radiance ready. It'd be tough to take a fight into that, and that likely means, as we see, Lumiere, he just free farms this stack. He's got Crystallis, Falcon Blade. He's going to go straight into the Ag Scepter. So he will be farming.
Would see... Yeah, I thought that was going to be for the Bat Rider so that he could get that Blink Dagger online a little bit sooner, but decision made to hand it over to Lumiere, and his net worth is pretty crazy. 9,000 at 15 minutes is 3,000 over the enemy carry just about.
Yeah.
So he's looking to hit a very strong timing on that gyrocopter.
He almost has the entire net worth lead on himself. Like, the only person who's kind of a little bit out of shape is Frank, which makes sense because it's the person he laned against, right? Yeah, and you know, we talked about how this gyro was a good pick, right? And it was, but I don't think either of us anticipated it to be this good.
Yeah, definitely not. I thought it would be closer.
Certainly overperforming, though. But again, Team Den still with the tools here to win a fight. They gotta pick their moment. They gotta pick their time. They're in one of those situations where, you know, they're kind of right on the precipice. If they go for a bad fight, it can really send this game scrambling down the wrong direction.
This is where I want to see if this team has improved, Team Den, because in the last qualifier I saw them, this is kind of the situations where they started to struggle, where it's not a clear game plan because they're not winning. You have to go find these smaller fights organized. If they can pull it together, that's definite signs of improvements.
Here's a fight, though, but not really starting off on the greatest foot. Lumiere with a quick kill onto Demon. And you saw Storm zipping through the background there. That's because he went straight for that Arcane Rune. Inject that straight into my veins, he says. As Alone will continue hunting up top lane. Unlikely to find a kill here, though. Frank's got an Observer Ward down, so he's going to get out of the way of this one. A good reaction, but again, it's another Rolling Thunder used with not really much gained. And that kind of pattern, it's going to be a bit of a problem, Zach.
Yeah, fortunately, they've got this Wombo combo that kind of only needs to work once, you know, where you song, vacuum wall, roll through it while the Sven's hitting. And, I mean, that can be a massive comeback if that does happen. Ooh, they find the Sven.
Yep, just going to try and zip through, but the Flaming Lasso, surely to cut that off. No chance to escape. Alone up to 7 Galvanized stacks now. And you're right about that,
fortunate find.
Yeah, seriously. Just caught up to him there. You're right. I mean, it is this kind of wombo combo trap. I mean, maybe they find it onto Lumiere. This seems a little bit hopeful, but with the CK nearby, the vacuum him back into a 2-second stun. He's actually silenced here for the duration. Is dropping, trying to run away, receives the aid of his team. Not going to die to his own illusion today. Here's the circuit breaker, though. Who breaks out this song? Will there be any sort of a re-engage here? Not in the slightest. This is a full retreat. Leave everyone behind. In fact, run forward if you're real. He's chasing him down with the Radiant Spur Demon. He's going to get another boulder hurled at him. Following that is a storm. All of the elements of nature coming together to secure that second support kill. You know, I liked the jump there, honestly, from Team Den, but just about shy. Getting the major kill onto the gyro.
Well, that's the nature of being behind. You know, if the game's even and you make that play, you kill that gyro a lot faster before the rest of Starbacks can get there. Though, credit to Starbacks, they were really fast on that, right? They killed the Sven bottom and immediately stormed TP's top, so they were expecting some action to happen up there, baiting that gyro to an extent, though maybe a little closer than they expected on that gyrocopter.
Certainly,
but it does net them another win and the top tower. So all the tier 1s down for them already.
And the items are starting to really filter out through off the back of that fight for Starbacks, quite notably, and what we're smoking on, I reckon, is going to be this Blink Dagger for the Bat Rider. So check out that next lasso. Regen running for Alone. I mean, oh boy. It's always tough to see teams losing in games like in this situation where the mid just has complete control. There's a kill on the Prada, though. While I was watching Alone, he's going to get a solo kill underneath the tier 2 tower. But this time, the Rolling Thunder will net them a kill. It's only going to be onto the Tusk, and it might cost him even more as Wits throws out the stun, tries to take the Bat Rider with him, but he will drop. Makes it a 2-for-1, a very messy sequence of events, but one that still will pan out better for SR Pack.
When you trade your Tusk for a support and a carry, you're going to take that trade. Pretty good blink reveal from the Bat Rider, although it's kind of close. I thought he was about to die before the lasso came out.
Yeah,
but he gets it in the end. He knew how much time he had for it.
That'll mark a third death here on this Sven, and I only bring that up to really just contrast that with the kind of game Lumiere is having, who has a full Ags, has a full Satanic. This guy is in the chop shop, man. Whew. Don't leave your car keys unattended around him. It'll come back a completely different car. At the top lane here. Nice solo pick off there. Well, solo, quote unquote. Just a single support taken down.
That's some core player mentality right there. That was a solo kill from the Pango. He's doing all the work.
Oh yeah, dude. He did all the damage. What's a stun? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I mean, I think Alone has just gotten, like, all of the runes? No. Tango got one illusion rune that I can remember. Lumiere finds himself a CK. That is a dead CK. Storm is zipping around baiting our observer.
I think Pango got an illusion and an invis, and everything else has gone to the Storm. Which, I mean, to be fair, when you have every tier 1, it's much easier to be in position for the power runes. It's very scary for Team Den, especially Pango, to just be there on his own, so you end up losing a lot of power runes because of that.
Oh, you're right.
Especially Tormentor.
Ooh, Tormentor time? Who's got it? Ooh, extra big ice shards.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad versus illusions. You're gonna trap all of them in the shards, though. It's just the supports, so maybe not as big. Though if Sven gets stuck in there, that's a bit of a pain. You know, he's already not having the greatest game, so he's working on the BKB, but the harpoon's going to be pretty far away, so...
Big zip in. They're on to Frank. Wink committing. Oh, even the darn Centaur Conqueror. He's got it out for him. He is pretty tanky, though. Pops that pipe, pops that mech with the surge. He is out of harm's way. Is he going to take down to this urn? No, he's got way too much HP. He's all right. And he had a Lotus, too. I mean, that's just the kind of offlaner that Darkseer is. We're back in the kind of aura meta, right, with these pipes, these mechs. Really, really strong.
It has the mystical enchantment on his neutral item as well, giving 10% more magic resistance. I think really saving him there versus all the magic from Storm and Batrider, even the Brewmaster who came in at the end. So probably without that, he would have died.
Very good scout. Yeah, very good scout. Very true. He's actually up to just over 50% locked on both physical and magic, assuming no reduction. Physical only. He's under a tower. That's a little bit not true. But soon it'll be up there, as he's going for that Shiva's Guard after the Veil. In the meantime, though, the lack of the pipe and mech and back wall means that Estarbak's move uncontested into Roche. That is Aegis #1 on top of Lumiere. And this guy is... I mean, he's going to build a Divine Rapier? Am I seeing this right?
Let's go! This is sick. I'll be honest, I don't know if he needs to do this. I don't think their late game is so bad that they have to win off of a Divine Rapier timing, but it's pretty cool, recognizing how farmed he is, how difficult it is to kill him already, and that the vacuum wall doesn't copy the Divine Rapier, so you're not that worried about your illusion killing all your own teammates.
Right. Yeah, as compared to like some butterfly, which means your team just can't kill your illusion.
Yeah, it's still pretty risky, but I appreciate the confidence. You know, this is what we're often lacking in Dota is, you know, oh, play it very safe, do this, do that, do this. I'm not gonna die, guys. I'm simply not gonna die this game. I'm getting the Divine Rapier, and we're gonna win.
So what you're saying, Zach, what you're saying is all these teams complaining, all these people, oh, I'm Immortal 500 on Reddit. And it's so hard to push high ground, it's impossible. What you're saying is, dude, just build Divine.
Simply build Divine Rapier. Yes, that is my advice to you. Anyone who needs to climb to Divine rank, Divine Rapier, it's in the name.
Yeah, don't build Tangos, that's the Herald sign. That easy. Oh, this is, I don't think I've ever seen a more dead Chaos Knight. I mean, my goodness.
Guys, I don't know if he's gonna have time to get to the Divine Rapier if they're pushing this fast. I think we gotta slow down a little bit.
Come on, guys. We have to see this vacuum out of. We gotta see the vacuum out of ball
we
lightning.
still haven't
Please.
seen it. What the heck?
My first cast with Zach. Don't make me look bad. Give him a fight.
10k lead. You certainly got the power to push here. I mean, yeah, we see the wall come out, right? But Gyro barely bothered by it. He's even moving further into the base with the vacuum wall.
It just
down.
feels a little disconnected, Zach. I mean, Frank throws out the wall. That thing is going to go down pretty soon. Sven is, okay, he's TP'd back. Here we go. Okay, now they're going to be making the move. You got the Naga cutting the wave down bottom. But can you really take the fight against Gyro?
Wall's about to end.
There. going to tank it. Little drinking buddies. A good prediction by Wonder Kid. Does put him back into the wall, but that wall's over now. Demon, I think he was trying to find the backliners. The backliners, supported by Storm, will be able to easily take him down. Here goes Wits, though. God's Strength, pretty good damage, but not enough into that Satanic. Alone, thought about sipping in, but continue to play it patiently. After all, they used Wall, they used Rolling Thunder. What are they going to do, song you? Put you to sleep?
I think they'll just kill you after they wake up. So, clean escape after taking that bottom barracks. And yeah, that's where we truly see the gold difference come into play. Sven pops God Strength, walks up to the Gyro, and I'm pretty sure Gyro gains health with the Satanic. That's like you said, the disconnect. You need the wall, you need everything at the same time to have a chance at killing Gyro once. And he still has his Aegis for 2 more minutes. Okay, a little less now. Yeah, they're just coming again. They know it's like, no God Strength. Wall's probably still down. Like, how are they going to get our Gyro? Just send him back in. Guys, we're not going to get to the Divine Rapier.
That's why I'm sad. Honestly, I don't know if that was my sad voice. We're not going to see the Divine Rapier. I mean, there's a BKB now for Alone. What stops this guy at the moment? I don't think anything stops this guy. I think I know what stops him. If Lumiere dives the enemy fountain, feeds a Divine Rapier to the Sven, that might stop him.
Radiant's middle barracks are
All right, Lumiere, you've got your mission. You know what must be done.
No, Wonder Kid. He's going to get scouted, trying to go for a Rolling Thunder from the side. Oh, he's going to die. I think it's better that he died, not that he died in the Rolling Thunder. In fact, it's really good because the Starbacks kind of just left their Gyro up on the high ground. Buyback up from Tango. He's already rolling in from off screen. The control, it's nearly perfect. Vacuum pulls them back from the drinking buddies. Snowball's not going to be in time. And that is a massive kill here onto that Gyrocopter. Prada, a little savior buddy syndrome. Really, it's his job. He's going to be left behind. Nice job. Nice sequence of events. Totally worth the buyback from the Pango. Team Den, look, they're not totally back in this game, but they've given themselves the next chance here, Zach.
You mentioned their first defense felt disconnected. This time it's Starbacks that their push feels disconnected. You're sending your Gyro to the high ground, and then you catch Pango. So you all go for the Pango, sure, but Gyrocopter is still in the base. And that means he dies with the first Aegis, maybe feeling too much confidence. And the classic carry hasn't died yet, doesn't think he can die. As soon as he dies off of this, guess what? Quick buy changes. He's got BKB and Daedalus queued up now. It's like, okay, maybe that Divine Rapier was too close to the sun.
Yeah, certainly. Really, really great reaction there. I never really want to say like, oh, maybe Starbacks got a little bit too comfortable, but I mean, if I was in their place, I'd be feeling comfortable too with that Satanic on board. So really great job from Team Den. They really couldn't have waited any longer to string together a fight. But here we are, still an uphill battle though. Like, let's be real, 13K net worth lead, just under 30 minutes in, 7 to 15. I mean, it's still going to be tough.
Especially, like, if we look at the net worth and we see, okay, 6K ahead for Gyro, it actually wasn't in that last fight because he was hoarding so much money to try to get the Divine Rapier. So it actually was an even net worth on the carries.
It's off the Rolling Thunder. He's going to avoid a death here. Not really enough lockdown between the Storm and the Brewmaster to get a kill onto the Pango. No, I mean, you're absolutely right. Yeah, he was saving so much, actually. There's actually like a... Oh, hold on. I do want to get back to that point because I think it's really interesting that you bring it up. Careful here. Wu trying to TP away. No way he uses the song here. Won't even get the chance to use it. He is killed and taken down. But that concept of like kind of... I don't know what you call it, like stale net worth. I remember before one of the majors, I was talking to the Layerith guys, and we wanted to like make a stat like that about like true net worth. You know, like how much in your net worth is just consumables? Like how much in your net worth is being saved for buyback, or is just not invested into something that's given you? Like how much of that net worth now these days is in your backpack, which is not really giving you anything, right? Is this kind of like a concept to like try and give you an even fight? So you're right, like Lumiere, look how quickly he's now got the Daedalus put together. Maybe he could have had that already by the time he pushes high ground.
Now he's back to the Divine Rapier. He's like, okay, BKB, Daedalus. Now I can't die. Now we queue up the Divine Rapier, which this is a much more normal timing, right? That's why I was so excited for the last one. I was like, wow, this is a really early Divine Rapier. He's realized, yeah, that would have been a little bit too early of a Divine Rapier.
Yeah, good point. Good point. You're
now
right.
I definitely think we may not Well, we'll see. If Team Den can get another successful hold
This
here.
could be it. They're just in on a Lumiere. The first stun's a perfect, and they managed to pop him. No chance for the Snowball Wonder Kid. His pathing couldn't have been better there on the Rolling Thunder. And now Estarback's on the run. Wits, he's already mowed down 2. Everyone else here, they do not want anything to do with this Sven. The only downside here for Team Den is Roche just isn't up, but flawless stuff there. I mean, you called it. They did it.
I just realized Tusk didn't go for a Blink Dagger. He has 4-staff Solar. Maybe a little bit too much dependence on drinking buddies, because otherwise you just jump in and you save the gyrocopter there. But he tries to drinking buddies in, and I think he gets hit by the Storm Hammer as part of it. So then, or maybe Gyro got pulled back again by the Chaos Knight. I forget exactly in the heat of that moment, but either way, you don't snowball save the Gyro, and then he dies like that in one go.
You're absolutely right about that, actually. That is pretty key. Look, I never really calling out. It feels better for me, more cathartic, really, to call out the carries when they make little item mistakes. But I think you're right on the money with that. I mean, it was one of the first things out of your mouth. You said this Tusk is great at saving. Like, it is kind of his job. I'm not saying you're saying, oh, Prada, come on, dude, ZZZ. But, you know, I hear you. There's consequences to the itemization.
We can blame the carry still, don't worry. He's probably saying like, no, just buff me. I'm never gonna die.
Yeah.
Don't bother with the blink, right? He had the divine queued up. He's like, just by solar, just by force.
That's
I don't need
true.
the blink. And he's like, are you sure? I really think I should get a blink.
That's true.
You know, it's like, no, I don't need it.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
Don't blink. Force so I can chase even more. Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly.
Wow. Damn, dude. You really are the analyst. You're totally right about that. Holy. Okay, but then how is Sven? Okay, so a problem I see a ton with Sven sometimes is they go for like this SNY build to just be like a frontline tanky boy. I don't like it. I like this from Wits. Straight Daedalus after, you know, the early items, right? Just, you're winning fights because you're bursting down this carry. Just keep doing that, man. Just itemize for that.
You kind of have to. When you fall behind, you got to go all in on damage. Because you might live if you go survivability,
Sure.
but if you don't kill him, you'll die afterwards. So sometimes when you fall behind, you do just need to... We haven't seen it yet, right? You're still praying. It's like, they'll mess up at some point. We will get the vacuum storm hammer. And at that time, I must kill them all with the Daedalus.
Yep. Don't forget Vacuum Storm Spirit as well on top of that.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. I mean, there is a 9-second BKB, and there was one, by the way, in that last engage, which is no chance. The control on the Lumiere was sufficient to the point that he had no chance to get off. I mean, it's a completely different fight, by the way. BKB Satanic with a flat cannon, I don't think that guy's dying. Even into a Sven. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. Man, Sven is pretty big now.
It'll definitely depend on the rest of the team, who's controlling who. Roche Roar gives away that it's happening. We might get our big vacuum combo.
Would be a great opportunity for a prime location. Roche, a little bash here on a Lumiere, will slow things down just barely as the Team Den running on over. There's the God's Strength. They're going to go first for the Brewmaster. Honestly, he's not a bad catch. They actually got a silence on the reality.
Silence?
I don't believe it, Reiki. The song is out. Roshan, you solo. Aegis is on the deck. Ladies and gentlemen and wits, it's a Sunday stroll in the park for him.
Vacuum, do it!
He just got it. Now they need to win the fight. Quick fight there on the Batrider. He's already down for the count, but Lumiere, can you take him down? Absolutely not. Satanic BKB, he is mowing down everyone alone. He'll go in next for the kill as a Walrus Punch awaits the Sven as soon as he respawns. He actually somehow gets off a stun, but he's not living much longer. It's a 2-for-2 trade, 3-for-2 maybe if you count the Aegis. But, I mean, we got to see a replay of that. Zach, that fight started perfectly, flawlessly for Team Den. Everything went their way.
Yeah, you kill the Brewmaster. In a way, Brewmaster's job is to make space, so dying, but such a big commitment on him, right? The roll, the ult, sure they get the silence, but that means, okay, now we're kind of running out of tools, so as they commit onto the gyro, great steal of everything, right? But then it's like they're kind of out of steam, and Lumiere finally just stands and uses that flat cannon. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, we got to cut back
Finally
to
bought
live.
his survivability items.
This is the last barracks going down. Oh, and Alone's going to pause, so we actually will get to watch out this replay. Sorry to butt in,
He wants
but
us to see it.
there was a pretty cool, I don't know, did you catch that? The little CK bait with the Phantasm illusion? There is no lasso because he got baited by the CK illusion. That's down for 50 seconds. Unfortunately, there's no Sven for 30. And don't think this team's waiting that long to get through these barracks here. So it is still Megas, at best.
His team, Lumiere's team knows, like, guys, we gotta end the game before he buys a Divine Rapier. He's just trying to throw here.
Lumiere's like,
we
no,
gotta
wait,
push right now.
guys, I don't want the Megas yet. They're gonna push too much. Let them out of the base so I can farm my Divine. Oh, okay.
We better go now.
they're checking like the Bat Rider facet. Oh, did you take the one that breaks towers? Nah, shit. He's gonna get this Rapier.
Just go, guys, just go. Well, it'll work out better now. So, I mean, of course you have Megas, so it's already looking quite good for Starbacks. The Blink, a little late, but it is almost done on the Tusk now, which means as Lumiere is really rounding down on this Divine Rapier, just about 700 gold to go. You should have the saves, you should have the Megas to help you out. You don't have the Aegis, though, which I think was in his game plan of Aegis Divine Rapier. See if he still has the confidence to do it, or if he's going to go for Swift Blink instead.
I want to say the Rapier, man. I think it's...
I've got a feeling he's going to do it.
Me too. I mean, he's teased us, what, 3 times on it now? It's illegal. Like, buy the Rapier. Unless you're...
At this point, yeah, you got the Megas.
Right. Unless you're a Mar, I don't think you can sticky or put a Divine Rapier in the quick buy. I think it should count. It should give you like minus 1,000 behavior score in your pub profile if you don't buy it.
Penalty. If you quick buy something but don't actually buy it, it was dishonorable.
Honestly.
Do it, do it, do it, do it. He's telling his team right now, I'm going to do it. Ah! Lumiere!
That's okay. It is the better choice, but it would have been pretty cool. He went for that Divine Rapier. Not meant to be, though.
Next one, he's got it. He'll do it next time. If there is a next time. We're gonna get the Tormentor now. Actually, that's not bad for the Storm Spirit. Don't think you even need to have it, but I mean, why not?
Yeah, I mean, usually you see this a little more at like the 25 talent. It's like the only time they start picking them up with the Zags, but it is like an overwhelming amount of damage if you can pull that off. I do miss that they used to call this Electric Rave instead of just Overload. I thought that was a little cuter, that little bit of flavor, but that's okay.
I'll still call it Electric Rave.
That was good. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate that. Okay, well, let's see, Zach. What do Team Detonate here, like, for the perfect fight? It just has to be this Vacuum Stormhammer Svenhold, right? Like, nothing else gets them out of this game?
Pretty much. I mean, the other thing, I know we want to see it, but the Divine Rapier is actually the other way they potentially get back into this game, which is why I think I want to see it, but it's arguably quite good that the Gyrocopter is not doing it, since I don't think you really have to, right? Like, earlier when he died in the base, if he had just had his normal items, he wouldn't have died, even as the team made separate plays there. Now going for the Swift Link instead of the Divine Rapier. Again, like, you have Megas. You just need one more kill and you can probably just close out the game. So you don't really need to risk giving a Divine Rapier over to the enemy Sven. If Pango picks it up, that's also really good, right? So
that's true. Yeah, I mean, Pango with Ags now, like, you brought that up earlier in the draft, so that's actually extremely relevant.
And yet, with that in mind, Starbacks is still playing it pretty safe, and Gyro is still farming up, which makes me think he really does want to get this Divine Rapier plus the third Aegis. Maybe playing it real safe here in game number 1, you know, get the first win. You know, they're kind of stuck in their base, but I do worry the longer the game goes on, that's more time to potentially get that Vacuum Stormhammer combo that we've been dreaming of this whole time.
Yeah, well, I mean, speak for yourself. I'm still dreaming of a Vacuum Ball Lightning, of course, but fair enough.
So, of course. That goes without saying. That's the first dream.
That's like the, you know, that's when you close your eyes. That's the first reel that plays. It's like the preview at the movies.
It's never left my mind the whole time.
I think, you know, you're right. I think they're ultimately going to wait for third Aegis. That does give a pretty clear go time for Team Den to, you know, give this whole thing a go. But I think, unfortunately for them, well, I guess Pango's not too bad at defending Megas. Sven's obviously fantastic at defending Megas, but the rest of the team kind of not so great. So basically, they can't leave the base for too long, And what's difficult here is they're going to have to basically choose the right time to fight at Roche. In the meantime, like you say, Lumiere, he's still farming it up. Oh, actually, hold on. Some action here.
Huge zip.
Yeah, nice. The ward outside the base. It'll catch a stray pangolin trying to farm. They may move to force the buyback. I mean, Roche can't even respawn for... Oh no, we're in the May respawn window, are we? I get so confused. It used to be so easy, and they took it away from us.
still another minute before it can start to spawn.
Okay.
So like you said, I think you could push here, try to force that buyback.
I mean,
I think there's a... Yeah, they're about to scout and amplify damage
Right.
on the Storm as well. So feels like a good time to go to me.
Lumiere's like, wait, I
unless
need
Lumiere-
400 more gold
Guys.
for my divine.
It's like that should have been my amplify damage with the the divine rapier.
I mean, it's in the bottle. He's got another 90 seconds here. He's going to the secret shop.
Okay, you farmed this triangle? Oh, he's a little slow. Didn't quite get the stack. I think if he stacks this, you'll have enough gold. Okay, here's the timing that we've been waiting for. Level 25 gyro. Third Aegis. Alone, he's like, dude, please, just push.
I actually can't believe, sometimes us casters in these kinds of more one-sided games, we spin a little web, right?
Radiant's courier
We do.
has been
Oh,
killed.
that's a big kill onto the Sven's courier, actually. Sometimes we're right. Sometimes we're right about the web that we're spinning, and I think we are here. He's like, dude, come on.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Like there's a someone once brought up a theory to me which I thought was funny, but the more I think about it, the more it's true.
Okay.
Sometimes you, as a support player, you can't give a carry too good of a game.
Oh.
Because if they have too good of a game, they get overconfident. You got to keep them humble. You got to walk away from the lane and let them die so that... Do you think he would have queued a third item Divine Rapier if he had died before?
No, not a
It's only
chance.
after he dies that he's like, okay, I need a BKB and a Daedalus instead of this Divine, The same deal here. Like, after those earlier deaths, he's like, no, I gotta go back to farming. I gotta get this Divine. But if he had a harder time in this game, he'd be like, whoa, guys, we can't wait as long. We gotta make sure we win before we give them a chance to come back.
It's here. I can't believe it. He bought enough. The reason he took so long, quote unquote, is because he just wanted to get the Ag's essence, whatever it is, the essence of Aghanim, before he got the Divine Rapier.
All right, here it is.
Solo
Here it
kill
is.
low.
He's got...
Okay, solo kill, quote unquote. Wits takes down Prado, so that will burn a little bit of time off of this Aegis. But the Divine, it's here. Wow, this team is wild.
Okay, I mean, they commit God Strength, so they want to push while it's down,
True.
but it's actually not down yet, so wait a little longer. We waited 20 minutes for the Divine Rapier, guys. We can wait like 30 more seconds for God Strength to end.
That's
and
true.
Then we can go.
That's true. Or they could just sneak in through this top lane. Look at Team Den. They are hiding behind the tower. Dude, if I'm MJZ right now, I am in the fountain. I need this song to pay off for me and my team. Here we go. Lumiere, in he goes. Oh my goodness.
God.
The Storm Acceptor, it's not good enough. Oh, he died from behind. He died to the flag cannon and the song. It ended prematurely. And Gyro, he's ripping them apart, Zach. Oh, it's a tragedy.
He's taking the
A
fountain.
rampage in the fountain. He does get taken down, but that is only the Aegis. The Glyph of Fortification used, and a refresher shard pop. Lumiere, he's straight back into fighting. Round number 2 with the BKB, with the Satanic, focusing on the
Reel him
throne.
in.
He's had his fun. He's pulled, no, not nearly into the fountain, but they will finish the game. Oh, I thought, Zach, for a moment we were about to see the greatest comeback of all time. But as Starbucks, they will eventually close out game 1.
I mean, memes aside, they had gotten the megas, right? They had all the safety measures, so that's why it's like, yeah, we can afford to dive. The creeps are going to finish the job for us as long as we keep them out. And, I mean, it does pay off there, right? We had a little fun, but Starbucks was in control for pretty much that entire game. There was maybe one or two hiccups. You lose the Aegis because it gets stolen, but you kind of still win that fight afterwards, so it does delay them, but they stay in control the whole time until they... Finally, look, they were drafting for the 40-minute timing, just Divine Rapier, like they knew what they were waiting for, and then they cleanly closed the game on that time.
Oh yeah. I've got a What would you rather? Would you rather win all your Dota games, every single ranked? You're gonna win it, guaranteed. But the catch is, Zach, your carry is like that gyro every game. You gotta wait. Game's over for 15, 20 minutes, but he's like, no. You taking that deal?
To the divide.
You taking that deal?
I can make it work. You know, you if I know I'm gonna win, once we enter that farming period, it's like, okay, pop up some video on the side, just chilling, just waiting for the divine. I mean, you know, you're gonna pays off. Complain about that.
Can't complain about that. Can't complain about a solid game 1 of Dota either, but it's going to be S-Star backs who lead Team Den 1-0 at the breaks, guys. We hope you're enjoying the SA coverage so far for the road to the EWC. We're going to be going to a quick break, but when we come back, a very exciting game number 2. We'll catch you then.
It's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the road to EWC. These teams playing in just about a month's time here already, and maybe it'll be one of these two we have here as S-Star backs up 1-0 over Team Den in the first round of the South American Closed Qualifiers. I'm Seeking Strike, and joining us here is Z Quixotics, pardon me, on the analyst desk. I know how to say your name. I know what it means, Z Quixotics, but it is a little bit of a tongue twister.
I didn't think about the branding at the time. I should have. But now I'm like in between being stubborn about changing it, but also like I don't know what would I change it to. You know, everything's taken nowadays. All the handles and everything. I would just be Zach, but like that's impossible to get. So
yeah,
I have no idea.
I feel you on that. I set my Steam name like 15 years ago and just never changed. So
Exactly. It's like, what are you going to? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I'll tell you something that does need to change, though, here, Zach. How about this for a segue? The laning phase from Team, Team Den. Just needs to improve, right? I mean, yes, they did get like pretty decent lanes, right? Like a gyro into that Darkseer lane to try and counter that. The Brewmaster later as well for just a strong laner with a good laning partner. But I just don't think those lanes are meant to be that one-sided.
Yeah, even if you want to adjust the draft, which I mean, that'd be fine. But with the draft they had, I don't think that should have been how it went. What you want to point it out to exactly would kind of depend. I would say, in particular, the top lane should have gone better, the Darkseer and Chaos Knight. Even if you can't get as kills as easy as you'd like because of the Gyro Tusk, the Creep Dragon could have been a little cleaner to make sure the Darkseer had a better start. But that really struggled. The mid was going okay, but then the Power Rune fight really worked out in their favor on the side of Starbacks. So at that point, you start tipping the mid lane in your favor, and then you're just like, okay, Sven needs to farm, got 2 illusion supports, and then I got a Darkseer who's behind, and a Pango who keeps having to use roll defensively. It's like, well, where do I actually make a play at that point? That's where it's pretty tricky when you take these unorthodox supports who kind of need to be having a good start, and then they don't. It's like, okay, please carry us through this part now, course. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do that.
I also I have a little theory about whenever I see these games where I'm like, wow, I can't believe this. Usually it's a spirit hero, but usually some spirit hero is getting all these power runes in the mid lane. I feel like it's just skipping past all the symptoms that cause this to be. I feel like in game 2, if you're like this team that just got bodied like that a little bit, and a lot of that was off the Storm early momentum, do what you got to do to make sure you're in a position to contest runes. Like that, I think, will at least give you a better chance at fighting what turns into like this 3-on-3 mid, right? Because I think given the supports that Team Den had last game, I think they gave themselves a really good fighting chance to fight 3-on-3, but we just never got there. Just never got there.
Yeah. In hindsight, I mean, I see value to the Pango. I'm not saying it was like a terrible pick, but I think the Ember Spirit might come online a little bit faster. It has a better matchup versus the Storm than Pango, and you've got the Ion Shell from Darkseer. So you just Ion Shell the Ember. You're doing insane damage when you're running in these fights, and you don't need an item. You just need level 6, and you can start moving around the map. Whereas Pango really needs to get to that Diffusal, and you have to have roll. So if you're missing one of those 2 things, your rotations are just a lot weaker. And when you've already got the Sven, he's going to farm. He's not going to make plays. Darkseer wants someone active. The supports need someone active. Pango was close, kind of fit that, but I think Ember might have been a little bit better for them. Maybe less late game value compared to like the Pango Ags, but I think the early game is, well, in hindsight, clearly what they needed, So maybe that's the adjustment you go into game 2. It's like, okay, we didn't think we were going to get outlaned that hard. Now we realize maybe they're better laners than us. Maybe we do need these heroes that come online a bit sooner. Make sure we have something to do so that we can have a closer game 2. They had some moments, but it really did feel like Starbacks had the control the entire time.
100%. It's one of those things, right? Like now you got to focus on lanes. Perhaps, when it's time for a second course, when it's time for a second draft, you start thinking of pairing that, don't whine, have a little cheese, have a little Huskar, have a little Viper, a little Venomancer. We'll see if Team Den are going to dip into the deplorable heroes or if we'll have ourselves an honest game too. And what worries me, Zach, is kind of like what you were pointing out. Like, now that I think about it, I don't really think the Pango lost lane like that hard. Like, sure, the early rotations were better by the Storm's team, but like his diffusal timing wasn't that bad. Sure, the level 6s on supports came very late as a result of the Wisdom Runes, and then things started really snowballing from there. But even like around the Roche fight, we still, or at any point in the game, actually, we never saw the execution of that vacuum song. And it's like, I know it's one of these things that when you're playing kind of as a new team, in some pretty high pressure games, like obviously these pros can hit these combos 10 out of 10 times probably in a pub, but like when you're up against this kind of organized pressure, when Starbacks are really in this flow state, game can get really difficult. It can be hard rather to execute.
Yeah, and I think that's actually one of Team Den's weaknesses, I think, is is the ideas are there, but the proper organization, like you said, into these proper teams, right? They're not going to make it easy for you, so you have to identify the opportunities and act on them very quickly. It does seem to be what Team Den is struggling on. The last qualifier, and I don't want to judge off one game, but in game one, also what they struggled with. So for now, they're going to get the Nature's Prophet, which I would say is at least a stronger laner than Naga. Should have an easier time getting a good start, and then maybe I'm not going to say maybe. You have to rotate, right? That's like the idea of Nature's, because there are stronger supports. What he offers is a good enough lane, and the fact that you can rotate to mid or top or wherever he lanes, right? The opposite lanes, and take those advantageous fights where you have like 3 versus 2. If you don't do that, you're really missing the point of Nature's. So I really hope, for their sake, that is how they're trying to get their early game better, and they know they need to do this, and they're gonna make it happen.
Yeah, agreed. Right, kind of just always go to the fight. Gives you that global mobility, gives you that kind of global presence, right, and can really change the way that some heroes play the game. And here's an adaptation by Starbucks that I quite am fond of. A hero that we've seen banned a little bit, by the way, in the NA quals. Pardon me, but the Kunkka will take the field. I'm not sure if it's a carry or an offlane. I've seen it in a few different roles personally, but just that X mark, right? Just that team fight with the boat and the control that you offer, especially with Tidal Wave. It's real nice into these heroes that try and TP and make the fight super awkward for you.
Very flexible hero, but I'll let you in on the script, okay? You ready for this?
Oh, I'm ready.
Lumiere. He really wanted that Divine Rapier in game number 1.
Okay.
It eventually happened, but not how he really wanted it to happen. He needs a better start.
Not third item. Third item.
He didn't win with the Divine Rapier. Like the game was won by the time he got it. It's not the same. So he's thinking on it. He sees in a previous, not his team, Whisper played an offlane Konga that absolutely popped off in one of his games, got 2 Divine Rapiers pretty early. He's thinking, that's got to be me. We're going to pick this Kunkka. Sure, he's been a mid. Sure, he's been an offlaner. Carry Kunkka. Get that Divine Rapier. Just X mark myself. Run in. Hit people. That's what he's dreaming of here in game number 2.
Hell yeah. I'm down, dude. It's been so long since we saw a crit Kunkka, you had 2 crit Kunkas, basically. The one on your team would go like Daedalus or Crystallis, and then he would you'd be at the mid-tier 1 tower when you're ready to push high ground, and he would X-mark himself at the mid-tier 1 and siege 1 wave and go back slowly, versus the Kunkka, versus Whisper Kunkka, 2 Divine Rapier, TPs in, and then X-marks enemies so they can't run away. Just, must have been glorious. Pair it with a Willow, strong lane, good control. I mean, maybe we'll see some Tidal Wave through Brambles. I'm not sure, but a very strong laner here. And one of my kind of standout heroes of the meta, to be honest with you, one of my favorite heroes in the game, this Oracle, out from Team Den. I think this hero's, I don't know, I wouldn't call him good. Maybe it's just like a good meta for this kind of hero. It's not like you just solo win games as this guy, really, but he feels really fun to play at the moment. I'll say that.
Yeah, I believe in the Oracle. A little bit easier to get value out of him in these coordinated teams as well. But the Dispel is very good versus the Dark Willow. And if this is a mid or off lane Kunkka that relies a little bit more on the spell combo, I feel like it's a bit telegraphed. Like you see the X mark, you're like, okay, that's the guy I gotta save, which makes your life a lot easier on this Oracle. Though maybe now you're gonna get songed in the back and not be able to save whoever the rest of Starbucks is going on because of the Naga's coming back.
Yeah, that she is. I don't know how I feel about it right now, Zach. Although, I will say, I have a truce with Naga pickers where I'm not going to say anything as long as you don't carry the game. If you're a support, I'm fine with it. This team fight set up, a little bit of escape mechanism. If you're my carry, Z, man, get me out. Whenever they song, I sleep. Terrible.
They only song to get themselves out from their aggressive farming, man.
Seriously.
But it's not going to be a carry Naga. It looks like we're getting that gyro again. And now with the Naga, he's like, look, I wanted to get the Divine, but then I died, you know? So, like, the Tusk Snowball wasn't enough. Like, this time we have Song. I need you to Song and get me out when I have the Divine Rapiers. Or a combination, you know, X mark me so I can go in with the Divine Rapier, and then you can pull me back out.
Dude, you're cooking. Here's another one, right? You know, last game, that Tusk, he can't really stack. Naga, I want you level 1 to wait in the jungle and stack 4 camps for me. You are the best stacker in the game, except for maybe Coddle. Just do it, man. Get it done.
5 seconds
but,
remaining.
you know, on a serious note, this 18th pick from Team Den, I actually really like their draft. I don't know about this Oracle NP support duo in particular. I have some reservations about that, honestly, and we can get into that. But I do really like this NP Dawnbreaker, this global presence heroes with this like Slaughter hero, a save behind. Like, fundamentally, I like where this team's at with their drafting here.
I will say, though, if you fall behind with this kind of global strat, it feels kind of bad. You know, like, you have to keep making these plays. And if it works, you know, and it's going to feel good, excuse me, and it's fine. But in the last game, Team Den kind of struggled to make those plays happen, and if you've got global heroes who aren't rotating around, you know, what are you doing? So for their final pick coming up here, of course, you got to think about the laning stage and all that, but I do hope it is an early playmaker, because right now, it's a Slardar, right? And that's not bad. Blink, Bash, all that sets up the rotations. Oracle's not going to do that for you, and the 2 global heroes want to be farming in the back, so you need one more hero so that you have more options. Otherwise, it's like, Slardar's missing, just be careful. Oh, Slardar's showing, we're totally fine. Like, no one else can do anything, so I don't care about these global heroes either. So, one more playmaker from the last pick. Unfortunately, unless they're willing to do something a little weird, like Dawnbreaker carry or even Slardar carry, it kind of looks like it needs to be a carry pick coming up here, and carries are not usually initiators.
Yeah, that might be a little awkward. I'm trying to think. I mean,
go back for the Sven, I guess. You know, blink stun, but didn't really pay out game 1, and I think you were even less enabled this time. Well, with Slardar, I mean, kinda, you know, some negative armor.
Yeah, minus armor, but I think there's a lot of annoying heroes here for you. You know, you've got like this Willow Bramble Maze. She turns into a Shadow Realm Yu-Gi-Oh thing. You can't hit her. Kunkka, like, just completely. You could just, you know, just doesn't let you get close at any point of the game, and then he run buffs his team. I mean, at Starbucks, they've banned a Storm. I wonder if they will consider flexing this at all for Team Den.
I know some people have. I've seen the carry Slardars, I've seen the carry Dawnbreakers. I don't know if I've seen Team Den do it.
Fair.
They're the ones here in this game right now.
We're looking for a carry then. A little bit more active. A little bit more go get 'em.
5 seconds remaining.
You like a Dragon Knight? In the past, that used to be a good matchup into the Gyro because you outscaled. I don't think it's as hard now, but I think it's kind of still there. And you can go for a fast blink to set up some of these rotations. We talked about wanting stronger laners. I mean, Dragon Knight as a carry, pretty strong laner.
Yeah, good regen, so naturally he's a good false promise target. Oh, even better, actually. Maybe. Yeah, you know what? Why don't you sell me on this? You said that you've been seeing a little bit of a return to the Yaba. I didn't get to see this in NA. What have you been seeing in the region?
Well, I like that the ultimate should get you a lot of value here because there's a lot of uncontrollable damage on the side of a Starbucks, right? Like Kunkka, Gyro, tons of AoE. Once Dark Willow commits her spells, can't really take them back. So Abaddon, ultimate, really good here. Maybe use the shield to remove some ensnares, rocket stuns, things like that too.
Right.
It's not the crowd control that I was hoping to see, so a lot of pressure now on the Slardar. I'm not saying that can't work, but you do need to think about enabling Slardar, whatever position he ends up in. It looks like mid this game. Got to make sure you got to help him out. Maybe more emphasis on the power runes, like you mentioned.
Right. Yeah,
get Slardar off to a good start so we can enable your rotations from the global heroes.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, you know who really helps secure you power runes? Oracle, dude. His innate. You know where the
do you think after game 1 they're like, man, we were always on the wrong side? How do we how do we fix this?
I'm the coach now. That's what they were saying. No. Last pick Dark's here. So mid Kunkka then. No. Yeah. Yeah, cool, mid Kunkka.
Versus Wonder Kid on the Slardar. Okay. I do like the Dark Seer in the fact that the carry Abaddon, right? We actually mentioned this in the last draft. We were thinking about this. The illusion of the carry Abaddon is actually quite powerful. The Dark Seer should have good value, even if he has a rough time in the laning stage, like we saw in the last game on Team Den. It also provides you a lot of auras, again, to help Lumiere. As he goes for that third item, Divine Rapier, you know, he's going to have all the auras from the Dark Seer, the saves from the supports, everything. He's set up.
I gotta say though, Zach, like, it does feel a little bold of Estarbacks. 24, a Dark Seer, into an Oracle, does it not?
That is true. That's one of the classic counter picks. Your laning stage is going to be worse for that. If you creep drag, you kind of get Pyet anyways. And Darkseer can jungle more now than he used to be able to, so maybe it's just the belief that the lane will be tough, but the Darkseer versus Abaddon later makes it worth it. We'll see if
that makes
right.
sense. Yeah, no, I think, like, a lot of times I think us as casters, we can get caught up always trying to think about lanes too much because it's right in front of us, because it helps you predict the picks, you know. But I think you're right. Maybe this is just more of a pick for the game and not so much for the lane, right? Just kind of get through it. I mean, after all, well, I mean, now that I look at it, like, if you do kind of fall behind against this global lineup, it can feel really scary at the same time, can't it? Like, it's not like I see this, like, Abba Slarder with an NP and a Dawnbreaker behind, and I'm like, yeah, that's okay, I can lose the lane versus these guys, nothing bad will happen. Like, I don't know, actually. You kind of have to deliver from your first team fight to slow their roll.
I think you're right there. I see all these lines being drawn. Where are these teams want to go with this? These are remarkably straight. What is this? How does he do that?
I've seen this a lot. I see this a lot in, like, C and SA, where they just, you know, paused a lot more than some other regions. So, you know, it's not always internet. Sometimes it's because, you know, you said GG, go mid-end, and then you just 1-5v5 them and win the fight, and then you pause to BM. You know, it's a lot of that as well. But sometimes it is just topping up the C credits, the LAN Cafe credits as well.
Alright, so something that'll help you out with your lanes is a early first blood. Team Den. It's kind of scattered here, though. Placing some observers while smoked. Maybe just hoping not to be first blooded.
You like talking about wards?
I love talking about wards.
Check out this Team Den ward in the Radiant Triangle. I love this. And be able to scout some stacks being made, being able to try and contest this Darkseer, who probably is going to have a rougher time in the lane, maybe, you know, stop him from Ion shelling, like, his way back into this game. I like that ward a lot.
Yeah, that's true. If you can... It's like the next step prediction, you know? It's like, we're going to beat him in the lane. What's his plan after that? Oh, he's going to jungle. So you're already planning for that with your very first observer. But also, if you know Darkseer's going to have a rough time, then Dark Willow might also rotate mid a lot more than usual. So that observer should help you see the Dark Willow coming over, make sure it's not tipping the...
Frank? Ooh, I don't know if that's the Celestial Hammer he really wanted here. No, it's good enough. It'll get him out, right? Actually, I don't know.
Will it? It's kinda close.
He's got the creep wave here that will fortunately tank enough for him, but he's all the way back home. And immediately has to invest in a smoke to get back. Yeah, okay. So a small victory there.
That happened last game too, but it was... Last time it was catching Demon. This time it's catching the Dawnbreaker. Usually to prevent that. Like, if you know you want that... Either you want that Bounty Rune or you want to body block the first wave, you bring more heroes. You sometimes bring 3 heroes to do that, and then the supports leave once it's finished. But this is twice now. Team Den sends 1 hero in that gets punished hard by the Gyrocopter, who... He's strong in level 1 with the Rocket Barrage.
Yeah. This game he did go for Afterburner compared to... Sorry. This game he went for Secondary Strikes. My bad. As last game he did go for the Afterburner, so... I wonder why he makes that change. I see it go, like, definitely still very 50-50 this game for Gyros. I imagine it has more to do with lane than anything else. Ooh, nice. Nice secure there on the CS there by Prada on the range creep. Use that deluge beautifully. Yeah, we'll see if that has really any difference.
I think secondary strikes helps a lot when... I think it's become more popular because it's just a lot of damage in early fights. But if you think you can play aggressive in the lane, you go Afterburner. This time it might be a little tricky though. Dawnbreaker can get away with Celestial Hammer and like maybe get Sprout blocked long enough that you can't really chase him. You know, like you can't run through trees. So
That's true.
that might be some of the idea there.
Rip my
Or
tree
maybe,
striders.
wait. The real cooking, okay?
Oh, okay.
Secondary strikes for farming speed to get to the Divine Rapier a little faster.
Right. After the Naga Siren takes level 2 mirror image and doesn't even lane, she just stacks.
Exactly. We figured him out, dude. I think we've got this.
I think we should sign up for the next SA Quals. How's your Spanish?
Not very good.
Y yo también.
Got the NA education system in me. It's my Spanish is weak.
That's all right. That's all right. Fortunately, a lot of the times they DM in English anyway in the chat, so it's all good.
I'm good.
I want to talk about this top lane, though, a little bit. Mid, I think, is going to be eventually two beefy dudes butting heads, and we'll definitely want to tune in for that, of course. But up top lane, right, this is the 24 Darkseer into, like, I don't even remember, like, 14 Oracle. Like, we saw the Oracle. Everyone's seen the Oracle. And now I want to see how Ryu is going to be able to play around this.
Yeah, which, I mean, so far, it's not too bad. I mean, Abaddon is at the top, but they're holding the wave back here, so Darkseer's getting into a position that he wants to be. And we expect the Abaddon to take the lead. It's just how much farm is the Darkseer going to get into
Exactly,
that
along the
hard
way.
counter Oracle. And it's not too bad right now. It's not worse than last game, at least, which was really a bit of a struggle for the Darkseer.
It's actually very true. Yeah. MJZ more or less uncontested here as he's just going to hold the camp. But this is level 3, right? And if there's ever a time that Darkseers want to make a move, it's here with 2 love points in the Ion Shell. Oracle, he's gone for 103. Yeah, I reckon that makes a lot of sense in this lane. There are some lanes where maybe you consider 111 just for the value point in the Edict, but not this one. Bottom, I will be okay. Taking a lot of damage down here. I'm starting to see a lot more Dawnbreaker, and every single time she goes in and kills someone, I'm like, wow, that was a lot of damage. Like a surprising amount of damage.
The Deluge adds up. Pretty solid. Gee, I gotta say, I got distracted there a little bit. I thought I saw Darkseer use an Ion Shell on a creep, and I thought I saw Oracle try to dispel with Fortune's End, and I thought it connected, but then the Ion Shell was still there. It was on the small camp early. He missed it? Oh, okay. That creep doesn't move, though. That's,
What are you saying, dude? Obviously, they got lost in the packets, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Oracle's never... Oracle never...
Maybe this is what they saw. They're like, don't worry, we can pick Darkseer. It's like, oh, I mean, Oracle could dispel you. He'll miss. It's fine.
He'll just miss. Dude, that's so true. You know? Yeah, I think once I started, like, once I embraced being a disgusting offlaner a little bit more, I realized that if you pick a really big offlaner, like a Underlord, for example, you can just stand on top of the creeps. And not every time, but sometimes they will click on you instead of the creeps, and you get a free deny. It feels really nice.
It's true. You got to use that Dota Lab setting to ignore heroes, but a lot of people don't.
I don't know about it. Don't. We agreed. You weren't going to bring that up.
Sorry. Divine Rapiers,
Come on.
guys.
Divine
We're talking about Divine Rapiers.
Build the rapier. Yes, please. Yes, please. And I'll tell you what. Here's another really good thing. You know, you said you were maybe considering changing the calling card, right? The name. I think there's a really good suggestion for you here. You know, Oracle. He's got that innate, right? Things where the runes are. Prognosticate. I feel like that's a pretty good one. How do you feel about like X Prognosticate?
It's probably open. I doubt anyone's got that one.
I think it's. Oh goodness.
We'll see if they start using that, because Power Rune's about to come up here. Slardar's
True.
not the most... it's not really one we think of for the Power Runes, but, I mean, you get a good one, you can just run people down, bash them with Corrosive Haze. Conka, same deal with the level 6 coming up here.
Yep, saving that skill point. I'm sure at some point we'll see a boat, but he does need a little bit more mana, so X mark back home? Not quite. He's just going to pop the Clarity and try and fight through this. So presumably MJZ, he knows that the rune is just going to be bottom. right?
Don't you think, bud? Okay, I'm going to complain a moment here. Why does Oracle have to alt-click the ability? Don't you think it should just show when you hover?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's.
Don't let this
right
illusion
about
deny that shield rune.
Oh my god. Well, it's gonna cost him his own life though. He was trying to deny the rune, and instead, he will simply just die.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
First blood. Oh, and that actually still have Lumiere alone down bottom as well. He's okay. 8 wand charges and a healing lotus, but it's beginning to be a little bit more tricky down here for him, especially when the Dawnbreaker spells are ready.
The salve delivered to him though, so be fine with a little bit
lane.
more.
No, Witz is gonna get out of range of that blood grenade. He's okay. Looked for a second like they were gonna try and run at him with level 3 ion shell now, but he's okay. Right. Really nice dodge there. Yeah, good timing on that mirror image. Actually going to pull him in. It's a little bit of mana, actually, if they want a Rocket Barrage. They have the Wand, they have the Lotus. Lotus, I think, was fed over to the Naga. She still dies. But Frank, some clever pathing here around the Lotus pool when Demon is very quickly going to have to tank that aggro instead. He falls in the place of his Dawnbreaker. Top lane, contesting here for the Wisdom Shrines. It'll go the way towards Wonder Kid. Team Den this time. Doing a good job here contesting. And I say that, but Lumiere is going to still manage to make it 1 apiece down bottom.
The heads-up play. You know that Frank survived, but very low HP, and there's so much action going on top that no one should be able to punish you for going for that Wisdom Shrine, which can be a little scary for carries to do. It's really worth it for supports to go and die for it, but for carries, it feels a little worse. But good call. Realizes it's free if he just heads up.
Okay, so 8-minute rune time. I assume Wonder Kid is here and ready for the top rune. The last one was a shield rune. Oh, yeah. There it is. He prognosticated a regen rune. Very good. And I do like that Team Den are like bringing the numbers here, ready to fight, ready to contest, maybe ready to steal a stack. I do have max Slytherin Crush. I think this is the build that can get it done.
I mean, this is the value of that early observer you mentioned. They knew the stacks were happening, confirmed it. Walk up here to confirm it even harder.
All down onto Frank. Demon has to TP in the old-fashioned way. Frank actually still alive here, 70 HP. He will... no, actually, the Deluge. Really good micro there by Prada on the illusions. Wonder Kid, he TP'd down here as well, and with the Guardian Sprint, easily has the kill with that maxed Crush. But Alone, he has TP down here as well. He's going to find Demon, then find himself in the middle of a Sprout. Still has vision, connects the X. Really nice job there on the Bramble Maze. Pulls him back into the X. Keel hauled by the boat. Down he goes. But Wonder Kid's still here, still fighting. Has a Sprout. That regen rune keeping him topped up as he continues to give chase. But there's Phase Boots here in a moment. And Alone, even in the river, is going to be too fast here for the Slardar. But now the Willow, no, not getting caught. Really good control out from Alone. Spellcasting on point so far from Estar Backs.
They're out after that. Well, so far, compared to game one, this is a much better game for Team Den. I think they were approaching 4K behind at this time last game. So it's pretty even, 3 for 3. Maybe looking to get a mid-kill on this Conka.
Yeah, Fortune's End. Ooh,
Nice
trying to
idea.
go for the sneaky play where you Fortune's End your ally and they run in range. It's Alone a little too far away for that to catch him. Very possible kill without the boat, of course. Ooh, Frank, Black Cannon kill? Maybe not, actually. He's going to continue running for his life. He's going to turn. Prada again. Really good timing there on the mirror image, but Frank, even better. That magic wand and the bonus armor underneath that tier 2 tower will keep him alive. And Demon, really good usage here on the Nature's Prophet. Unfortunately, he will die again to Lumiere to that, as the secondary strikes will confirm the kill. Over in the river, Wonder Kid, he's secured himself a Invis rune, and looks like he thought about fighting for a moment. With the wall coming down, they will back up. Did he steal that stack, I wonder?
I believe the Darkseer did secure it.
Yeah.
They were just a little late to contest. The Ancients are still up, but yeah, I think with that wall drop, they got pushed off, and now Darkseer is getting to work on that stack of Ancients, which this game, he's gone for the Helm of the Dominator. Used to see this on the Darkseer, really died off for a long time because Helmet the Dominator died off, but with the recent change to it, we're seeing it more. You can get very farmed with this build.
No, yeah, good point. I mean, and obviously the Ion Shell makes a great use of this as Alone. Good kill there onto the Oracle. Incoming. They're going to be contesting the stacks. Ryu ticking down to the urn, but he's going to live on just about 50 HP. Frank ults on in, chasing after one of these supports, and will be able to swing that big old hammer for the Starbreaker kill. But it looks like Ryu got basically all of the stack, and he may even get a +1 here. Oh, X-Mark into Torrent, into Centaur Conqueror War Stomp. It's a thing of beauty. Alone, he knew that Frank had thrown the hammer. He's only going in one direction. Can he actually stop him from running, though? It's an entirely different prospect, and doesn't really appear to be so. The amount of times Frank has just kind of walked away from so many enemies this game.
Phase boots are good.
Yeah, they are.
But we do see some of the awkwardness we were talking about, which is, you know, Slardar, he's the one who's got to, like, just go in. Oh, last
So
second
close.
TP.
Yeah, so close.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Slardar, right, who's got to be the one who initiates to set up those rotations. That time it ends up being just Nature's TPing in to the triangle to steal farm, and they get a play out of that.
Amplify damage
Point blank in.
He's gonna die here. That might just be the tower then. Oh, no way. They actually chased him down. Dude, Madi was like chasing him all the way basically to the bounty spawn in the river. His smoke broke, and then he kept hunting him, and I went, surely he's gonna just leave. I was wrong. Frankie sticks around too long, pays the price. And now, with the boat coming in this mid lane, Wits, he'd love to not have to put his points into borrowed time. He's saving that skill point as he and his team continue to siege here. Reinforcements incoming, though, will force Team Den back. They seem pretty committed to this idea here, Zach.
They want to take this tower if they can. I mean, boat got used to delay this for teammates to get here, but now you don't have the boat.
Song is ready. Wits going to be taking a fair amount of damage from this. Really good Purifying Flames here as Wonder Kid jumps on Emoti. Doesn't find the kill quite there that easily, though. Wits still holding on to that skill point. Borrow time. Now it's going to be forced out. He's tanking the tower. Song just level 6 here on Prada. He's going to use that to try and interrupt this fight alone. He was going to die there to the Frank. Instead, they're going to be able to turn with the secondary strikes and a 3-man torrent. Frank at least gets one more Starbreaker off, but nobody will die from S-Star backs. 4 dead. Wu, he will escape with his life intact. He actually had no false promise there in that push, unfortunately for him. The tower goes down, but what? I mean, that's what we were looking for last game from Team Den with the song, weren't we?
This time it actually comes into play. Last game, I don't think we got to see that combo, but this time they commit hard. You only have the Slardar, so committing on a dive is actually quite difficult. You just have to walk in. That gives a lot of time for the rotations to come in, and then so telegraph that the Dawnbreaker's coming in, so the easy song, 3 heroes together, all the cores too, right? It's like the dream on that.
I mean, and like just a full duration song to burn the borrowed time duration. Just really good job there. I mean,
that might have gone better if Abaddon had the Radiance, but he's still working on it. He hadn't spent the money, you know. We talked about this last game, like the net worth is fake. This Abaddon pretty farmed for his team, but only now is the Sacred Relic being delivered, so he was actually fighting with like 2,000 gold, which is not much better than a support at that point. Even now with the Sacred Relic, still needs to finish up the Talisman before you get the true power spike.
Exactly. And I mean, obviously you can't just compare heroes to heroes because they're vastly different, and, you know, they do very different things with very different items. But even if you just had Alone's items versus the Abba's items, who have the exact same item, well, the exact same net worth, or pretty close, right? Alone with 2 bracers and this Blade Mail is just doing so much more in these fights, just by existing. Obviously, Blade Mail is just a really good item on him, blah, 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 right? The run buff. But just like, that's the kind of point. Like, Abba, plus 55 damage, right? This Kunkka, very tanky, returning a lot of damage, able to frontline for his team.
I think that mid push was maybe a little bit too soon. Now, to be fair, Naga was still level 5 as they were starting that, so maybe they felt, until Song's out, we can do this, but she hit 6 in the middle of that.
Ooh, Wonder Kid being dragged back into the damage. Solar Guardian's going to come on through. Wonder Kid's still alive here, 400 HP to play with, as even actually Demon, he's going to take a whirl at this, but Star Back's bringing back up to that tier 2 tower. The Bramble is catching Demon and Frank, and they're going to go for Frank first here. Torrent and Boat is going to secure the kill here onto the Nature's Prophet. As down he goes, a quick little vacuum trying to catch Frank after the Celestial Hammer, as he once again just looks like he's going to be able to get away with it. He can't keep getting away with it, but he just walks away.
How is Frank so fast? Is his Dawnbreaker faster than other Dawnbreakers? How does he keep doing this?
I don't know. He's literally, obviously his spellcasting's good, don't get me wrong, but he kind of just be walking away. And hey, good commitment there by Team Den, right? Like you were saying in the draft, if you're going to draft these global heroes, you better use them.
Yeah, and it should be a little easier now. The Blink Dagger now online for Slardar. So the Radiance just finished too. So now you actually have your power spikes. Hopefully that makes it easier to commit to some of these pushes. There's still a tier 1 top that they could consider going for, but if they farm a little bit longer, I don't mind too much, because Tormentor and Roshan should be a little easier for them with the Slardar, but the team fight is easier for a Starbax. So if you can find a pickoff, you can then go for one of those objectives. And I kind of like that idea to start growing well, I said growing a gold lead. They're actually behind 4K, so maybe catch up a little bit.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. They're going to try and start that in the mid lane. Really good dispel, and that last auto attack will find the kill alone. Watching from the trees of Lumiere. A bit low from farming Ancients here, quite honestly. He's going to throw down the call down. Good damage overall, but Wonder Kid saved from death here by the False Promise. Woo, he's not going to be able to outrun that. Wow, Surge Song to make sure they catch absolutely everyone. Vacuum into 2, the boats already connecting, but Frank on the way on in, and here comes Wits. That Radiance actually online and active. Another Surge gets Lumiere repositioned in the fight to better take this, as Demon trying to put in the damage here onto Alone through the Captain's Cocoa Rum. They get the job done. Frank, 500 gold there for that kill. They even think they can take down Ryu. Fantastic fight there by Team Den, honestly, especially considering the song counter initiation, but this time it's just not good enough, Zach. And Ryu, another surge. Is he just going to walk away? He does the Frank. He's just walking away. And there he is. He's gone.
The advanced strategy of simply walking away from the opponents. Pretty good when they've only got one main stun in the Slardar. I mean, he has some other control, but they're not as easy to land. It started off really nice on the kill of Dark Willow, who, with her out of the fight, I mean, Brambles and the Bedlam, there's a lot of damage and control from Dark Willow and all her spells, but she's just not here for this whole fight, even as the song comes out. A really sick combo is Song, Vacuum into Terrorize, Kunkka stuff, but that's just missing here. So even though they get a pretty nice combo, the rest of the heroes show up for Team Den. The wall is good, but just not quite enough on its own to win you a fight versus these tanky heroes. And Frank finally running to the enemies, gets some revenge here.
All right, the reverse Frank, as I believe they call it, running to the enemies.
Reverse Frank.
Well, they cut the net worth lead a little bit there. There's not really an objective to be had off the back of that fight, but they do collect the next power rune. They continue to farm up towards their next bout of items. Not too quickly, I have to say. These heroes, not the flashiest farmers in the game. They're no Gyro, Darkseer, right? And that's kind of problematic, because even though it feels like for Team Den, there's a world where they just their pick-off game is insane here, this game, it should be said, especially at this time. But they kind of just have to keep going and keep going off of pickoffs. Alone will. He'll do it himself. Using it in there, Hammer, still going to connect into the boat. I mean, he is so tanky, actually, with the Sanj and now the late Malactive Alone. A bit up more than he could chew. Terrorize isn't going to catch a single thing here, as Willow's going to come up with the Dark Shadow, but not very healthy. In fact, dies in the Dark Shadow to that second Starbreaker. Wow. Okay, a
whiff on that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it costs you. Now, off of that, they're hoping to do Roche, but actually Roche taking the slow walk over. His Frank speed is not very high, so
no, yeah,
they're stuck
bad
waiting.
Franker, as they say.
Yeah. Which actually, okay, now you get to hear I complained to this to Ricky a lot. Now you get to hear it. Don't you
Okay.
think Roche should move faster? I think he should sprint out of the pit, and it should be terrorizing. Like, if you're in the river as he's going, there should be like tidal waves from the river from how fast he's going, and he'll like insta-kill you. He'll flatten you.
Right, like the dire tide Roche, basically.
Exactly. It should be...
Okay.
Roshan is fearsome, not only in the pit, but out of the pit.
Okay. You know what? I think that's pretty cool. I'll give it to you, but if and only if Roche is not above, like, or he has to be below, he's got to be, like, basically full health, right? I think it's,
Okay,
like,
that's
pretty
fair.
lame
Yeah.
if Roche is, like, about to die, and then your enemy's song, and then Roche just goes, like, Looney Tunes
In
out of the
rage
pit.
mode.
Oh, ooh, overblink there by Wonder Kid. Couldn't do that before this patch. Now, it does get spelled immediately. Really nice TPs. Demon, he's in, and that's actually given us a Solar Guardian target here for Frank. He runs in. Demon gets the kill there with that Vessel. Team Den. I mean, this lineup is really starting to come together. I think Starbucks at this point, they got to realize, okay, we have to be more measured with these fights, more deliberate now.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I think it was a good call to get the Tormentor. You know you can't do Roche, so get the Tormentor instead, get it onto the Naga, pretty solid. But Team Den's fast. They head up there. Starbucks maybe thinking they had more time, but it's Team Den that manages to find a quick fight with the Roche, and you still got 4 minutes for it. Get an Invis rune thanks to Prognosticate, and keep up the momentum. It's what they really struggled with last game, but so far, things looking much better, right? They had a slow start, but they finally have their items. The blink on the Slardar, I think, is the critical piece, and it's been looking a lot better since then.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, even this, like, Abba's getting a lot scarier too, right? I think that was really awkward about that mid-tier 1 tower fight. It's like, even without the blink, all you do is really frank at them, and, like, that's not, you know, it's good for running away, but it's not really good for engaging. Now with these items coming online, the way that these position 3 and 4 is coming in, it's looking a lot more convincing. Now, again, we should still say, Song, Vacuum, Terrorize, Boat, Gyro is going to kill just about anything. So there still is a matter of making sure you're executing well on this.
Yeah, despite everything
like you
we
were
were
saying-
hyping up, I mean, it's actually a slight cold lead for a Starback, so they're certainly not out of it. It'll really come down to the actual team fights. But Team Den probably looking for pickoffs more than team fights right now.
Exactly.
And if you can break them apart one by one, then you can just go in at the rest of the heroes. So it's up to a Starback's dodge, especially this Slardar, right? Dodge him and find the actual team fight. That's where you can do the Wombo combo.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
tell you
Alternatively,
what.
for Star backs, you know what you could do here is you could just gank the Dawn, right? She's at the stage of the game where she's going to be playing alone for the team, looking to just ult in. I think they're doing that actually.
Heading on up there. Darkseer's not in there. Maybe it's part of a bait. You think Darkseer's alone?
Yeah, it's going to show on a wave.
Rest of the team sneaking in. They actually draw the circle exactly where the Dawnbreaker is.
Yeah. Well, you
taking
know
their
what the
guess.
Chinese teams call this part of the map
Scanning.
actually?
What?
They call it the food street, you know? You've been to like Singapore, Malaysia, you know, it's like the hawker centers and all
I
this
like
stuff,
that.
right? So they call it the food street. And yeah, that's where you're going to find him, you know? Where is he? He's not on the map, not pushing away. He's at the food street, bro.
Dude, you'd find me at the food street every day, all the time.
Same. Unfortunately, they're not going to actually explore the entire food street as we get a quick disconnect. So I don't think this smoke's going to find too much from S-Star backs. It poses the question, though, Zach, like, are they really in a position, like, do you think S-Star backs are like, wow, we really need to fight now? Like, are they hitting some timing soon? Are they going to fall off a cliff? Or, like, with this gyro, are they like, chilling and coasting into the late game?
I think you're comfortable going late, but it's not a guaranteed win in the late game. Abaddon will get a lot of healing from the gyro doing any kind of damage because there's so much uncontrolled. So if Abaddon gets on top of the gyro, you can win that 1v1 simply because of how much life you get from your ultimate. And that's where Gyro's got to be a little careful. Not surprising to me, we don't see a Divine Rapier queued up this game. You
I
do
was
have to
gonna say.
respect that.
Yeah. Not at
Especially with
this
the
time.
Oracle, too, right? Oracle could also save the Abaddon, giving even more time to fight the
100%.
Gyro.
100%. And there's also actually a Fate's Edict, which could be very problematic here with that disarm. Careful here. barely even see the hero that's dying under here. It's a Darkseer. What we say by the song, now will they want to take this fight? The tier 1 tower's up, and heroes are running on in. Ryu is going to hit a really nice, vacuum into the Torrent. MGZ, he's not inside of this, though. He needs to get a false promise onto someone, but he's just not in position. Everyone is getting blasted. Finally, Frank, he's going to get the false promise out of everyone there. Wonder Kid respawns back inside the wall. Wits joining this fight here, but he is going down, and no borrowed time means Lumiere just eats him alive. Oh, that's not how they drew it up, and that's what my fear was. You know, you start by just going for these pickoffs, but if you fail to execute, it's going to turn into a whole team fight.
You're cleaning up a little bit more, too, on the Oracle. Don't think you're getting out of here. One more kill for Lumiere. Maybe that Divine Rapier looking a little more tempting now.
Oh, yeah, true. That's what you say, you know. Look, 7-0-5, looking pretty good. You played a really good game. You didn't die in the laning stage. Your characters is a little bit of a treat, you know? If they're cold, if you're cold, he's cold. Give him a Divine.
I like it. The Darkseer here, so tanky with the build he has, and then the song comes in. This is the nice thing about getting the Shard on the Naga Siren. That's a full health Darkseer. That's who you initiate on. They get the full combo off. It's not perfect just because Torrent and Boat are tricky to land, so there's a little bit of scattering, but that actually doesn't matter as much to a Gyrocopter who has such long range with the flat cannon and the call down compared to a Sven. So the combo is good enough to get some big kills. I think 3 in total there. The others escape. Frank, of course, managed to walk out of there. Slardar with the leg day does the same, but you still take that, right? I mean, that was into the... Was that in the Aegis, or was the Aegis already down at that point?
No, that was in the Aegis. It was just that good of a fight. Yeah, they killed him.
Yeah, so even better then. You get the Aegis along with those 3 kills. Maybe showing exactly... We were just saying, like, oh, do you have to be worried about the late game? Yeah, not really. You know, if you get that combo, you can definitely still win these fights.
True. And to be honest with you, Starbacks have looked really comfortable this game responding, you know, in general. I don't know if we've seen them really go, like, looking for fights, and it looks that good. I think the last time we saw that was when Alone tried to kill Frank, and then Frank kind of just turns around and kills the support. He's just too tanky. Frank the tank.
The walking tank.
It's a little bit steady, you know? What really makes him scary.
I think so. If it was too fast... Oh, man, maybe that's a case for why Roshan should be slow, you know? Maybe it's just more intimidating with the slow walk.
It's like, you know, don't make me walk fast, you know?
It's the confidence.
What
What if he threw people further? You know, you're slow, so it's more embarrassing if you get caught by him and you get twice the distance, 3 times the distance chucked further.
Wow. Now you're really cooking with that one. What if it, like, what if you could buff Roche, you know? Like, what if, like, if you're an
False
Oracle...
promise Roche.
Yeah, you, like, false promise Roche, and then he's, like, you know, he's roided up, he's just, like, seeing red, sprinting through the river, you know, yeets enemies into your fountain. Oh, hold on, we're fighting, actually. And Demon, realizing that this Bedlam Mules combo still as strong as it ever was.
Not too much of a fight there. More of a one-sided beatdown. Good kill time, though, because Roche could start to spawn in this death timer.
Great read by Ryu there. I think this ward scouted him out next to the Roche pit, but nice job playing that just on the edge. Pros always make that look so easy, but you'd be surprised.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oracle looking for that observer. You know, they feel that they got scouted, but not going to find it right now. He's actually moving in further, so maybe he will.
Dire's bottom tower
Ooh,
is under attack.
sneaky move. Starbacks. I like this. They can multitask quite well. They actually just took both Wisdom Shrines. They're like, well, our enemies are like kind of chasing shadows. You know, let's move to the outside of the map, smoke up, get ready for Roche. Ults are ready. Have a little level advantage now, even bigger. Lumiere up to level 20 with Satanic Crystals and a full Hurricane Pike. I don't know about this build, though. I think it's missing something.
Something doesn't feel quite right. What could it be?
Show mid lane. Very bold here. Look at Radiance behind to back him up. It's Willow with the Blink Dagger. Naga also with the Blink Dagger. That'll make her fight execution much easier alongside MJZ's. He's also got the Blink. This is something that like Insania always does on his Oracle. I think probably the best Oracle player in the world, by the way. Is he? Yeah, probably.
It's definitely up there. It's always hard to say who is the best, but a lot of people look to Insania. If Oracle's good, he's playing it.
Down to Lumiere. Demon, he just goes onto the back lines with the Blade Mail active. Ooh, doesn't get any sort of healing though. Wonder Kid, he's in now, but the song is going to go to put a pause on this one here. They don't want to fight into this ABBA with the Amplified Damage rune. They decide that they will. Back walls onto 2, but Wits, he gets a blink on out. A 2-man stun as well. Does catch alone into the Starbreaker. Oh, the Terrorize not good enough as Frank, he's going to go ahead and man up with that BKB. Takes down 2 this fight. Dual Scepter controlling now onto Wits as MJZ caught out of position. He's forced to actually self-false promise, and he might actually live off the back of that. Yeah, he's okay. Wonder Kid with his own BKB turning, trying to fight onto this gyro. Big Fortune then coming to lock him down, but there's just too much damage here. Lumiere, his 9th kill of the game, stands his ground and just proves to be the more farm carry now. Ooh, aggressive blink in from the Willow. We're not quite yet. Quick keyword there by MJZ, but Wit giving him the run around here. Demon, he's respawned to the fight, but he's only become victim number 3 of this vacuum. Lumiere again with the flag cannon, hitting everyone in the fight. Frank's back in this one as well. Wit is still alive, as is this Oracle. Somehow Lumiere, he may have gotten kited out. This may be one step too far. Call down is some really good damage here as he's going to try and TP away and will do so. But I'm shocked at how long this team lived here, really. That looked way worse for them.
All the damage is the gyro, which actually, that actually tells the story of these fights, because there's a lot of sick vacuums, sick combos and everything, and yet a lot of Team Den living. There's so much healing from Oracle and Dawnbreaker. Don't forget the Sprout as well, yeah. Abaddon, Shield, and Ultimate. So you've got a lot of gyro damage, but they've got a lot of healing.
Oh. Gonna connect into 2 blade mails, and he's got this vessel taking him away. He's gonna be a-okay for now, especially with Lumiere frontlining for him. Demon trying to hide in those trees, but those are not very soothing saplings. The homing missile invading. Frank? Oh no.
Feel him down?
No. See, this is the Frank. You've heard of the Nightfall, the BKB TP. Now you've seen the Frank, the BKB, and just turn tail and run, bro. So good. Oh, how's it do it?
You forced the BKB out at least, so maybe you can go for this Roche now while Nature's is still dead. It's not as fast for S-Starbacks though, so it's a little scary. We've seen how these fights can go, and even without Nature's, I mean, he can always buy back and teleport in, so maybe you do need to find one more fight. Maybe a free MJZ kill? Oh my god.
That's a big one.
That is a recently finished Daedalus, getting, what was that, half of Oracle's health in one crit there?
It looked like it. It looked like it. That's the problem with Oracle in this matchup. You can Fate's Edict can disarm the hero, but that side gunner, man, he wakes up and he's like the Roche that you want him to be. He's just full of rage and anger. I don't like it would have saved Oracle there anyway. He was dead to rights, and that'll make this Roche trivial. Absolutely trivial.
Watch out if you're S-Starbacks. This Gyro 10-07 has an Aegis.
Demon.
Divine Rapier probably going to be
here.
Coming out soon, I bet. He's got a queued up!
Oh my god.
Alright, let's see if he commits to it this time, though. Swift Blink last time came first, but he's having, somehow, I would say, a better game this time?
Okay. Do you think the lack of BKB will be his downfall?
That is true. But, I mean, what control do they really have on Team Den?
I hear
you need to.
I think Frank's being a little bit annoying here, to be honest. Oh, but Starbreaker pierces debuff immunity, so I mean, I guess more of the question is what are you going to block? The Oracle?
True, some stuff, you know, like the Slithering Crush, but the bashes still pierce BKB. Got a basher on the Abaddon. I guess the Radiance.
Yeah, that's true. No points in Mistcoil, huh? Nothing whatsoever. Just the stats are better. I wonder if that's true.
Yeah, this is actually interesting because part of the buff to core Abaddon was Malignant Mist. Well, we can get back to that in a moment. They're going for the high ground here.
Up to high ground. Frank, good damage here, trying to get onto that Roshan banner, but Lumiere, again, he's just so tanky. The Reigns of Destiny, really good healing into the back, onto 2 Demon. He's able to actually still stand his ground alone. Gets the kill on the Demon, and that is going to be an NP down without buyback. Lumiere, I mean, he just looks so unbothered up here. It's not like he used a BKB or anything because he didn't have one. He's just going to keep clicking on the high ground. Down goes that tier 3 tower.
Suppose they did get the Aegis at least.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, actually, yeah. Without the Aegis, he's gonna back out of there.
felt like a very casual death there on the gyro. I know that they still lost the MP, but he's kind of just like, you know, like it's just kind of expected at this point of the game.
Okay, I'll tell you what the BKB could help with.
All right.
Gyro has been doing a lot of damage to himself this game because Frank has a blade mail, but actually so does Nature's Prophet. So in a lot of these engagements, I have seen him get quite low to his own damage, which with the BKB, you could prevent that. Now, I think he's been depending on Satanic and like the healing from the song, but there we go. This is the classic carry experience. Once you die once, and yeah, that was into an Aegis, but once you realize they can kill you, there's the BKB.
Yeah, I mean, and actually Lumiere is doing a great job at abusing the chop shop here. I think what our observer pointed out, that if you just disassemble completely every component, you just get more gold than compared to just selling the whole item.
As long as it had a recipe, yeah.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower.
So he's been doing a good job. It's still level 25. I mean, two impressive games for Lumiere here, and we'll see. He looks less eager this time to wait for the rapier, I have to say.
It's a closer game.
Even
though his performance
in the bottle of this ABBA, they can get on top of him. It's going to be tight. Oh, Lumiere falling so low with the BKB and the Song of Oath out. Wonderkid, he's BKB'd up here, as is Witz. So they're actually, oh no, Witz isn't, but Wonderkid is. And now Witz left behind, vacuumed up solo up onto the cliff. He's got a blink dagger here and gets on down thanks to the borrowed time. Lumiere, what do you have ready for round 2? As Witz, this time he's got the BKB active. Nice job there on the Hurricane Pike as Witz. He's been kited out, and without a borrowed time, he's extremely vulnerable here. But Ryu just can't quite catch up to him. Woo's going to go ahead and drop the false promise as he's hit by the X marks. Wonderkid and Frank, can they get back into this fight becomes the question. Does Team Den even need them? Woo, he may be the only hero to fall on his side somehow. I feel like that's a pretty good fight from Team Den, but I don't know if it's going to solve the problem that is this gyrocopter.
The big problem is Gyro's alive and in front of your base, so...
No BKBs here. There's nothing. Wonderkid's just dead. The Oracle not there to dispel him. They're going to try for these backliners now between Demon and Wit as Ryu trapped inside the trees, but again surging away, backing him right into the hands here of Lumiere as Alone comes out of the top jungle. Triple kill for Lumiere, 13-0 and 8. Come on, guys. He's done a good job. Give him a little treat. Give him a little Divine Rapier, yeah? He's earned it.
I'm telling him right now, if you get Megas, you can get a Divine Rapier. I'll take the tower. I'm going.
I'm going in. We got all the tier 2s.
I mean, the first fight goes pretty well for Team Den, but Gyro still healthy, just keeps pushing, and you don't really have anything after that.
No, the feed train. Oh no, the feed train. Good Aphotic Shield. Oh, the Riptide's better though. Who is just dead and Wits. He's got a false promise. Frank, he's been caught now by the Terrorize into the Brambles. They got no BKB. Oh no. Team Den, it looks like it'll be the lower bracket for them here, Zach. I don't know if there's any coming back from this. And I say that because I really thought we were coming to a closer game too. And it was, in fairness, but to see it end like this is just a little... It's tough. It's tough for them. I thought they had more in it.
It was closer. We did see some improvements from Team Den, but ultimately what got them is the same uncoordination like that comes out in these fights.
It's coming. Silence. Silence, analysts. The Divine Rapier is here.
I've won, guys. I get to do it now, right? Right?
Okay, hold on. He doesn't have an Aegis. He's got BKB, though. Witz is just going to get in there. And with this Blade Mail, this could be a problem. Witz doesn't have borrowed
Shouldn't
time.
get in there.
Doesn't have an Oracle to keep him healed, and we're okay. We're fine. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, and you were...
you highlighted the most important thing in the game right there. That's your job. That's right on point.
But you were raising a good point, right? I think, unfortunately, for Team Den, it looks like you'd be more qualified to say this. You've seen them in the TI quals, right? A little bit more of the same, a little bit more of them having good ideas, but sometimes just lacking a little bit of that execution. Like, why force that second fight?
Yeah, the first fight actually could have worked. You know, the Slardar and Abaddon jumped the Gyro. It was really close. Gyro got down to like his last 10% of health. Where's the Natures. Where's the Dawnbreaker in that time? Just one of them would have finished the kill. Instead, the song comes out, the stuns end, so he pops BKB Satanic on the gyro, and he's back to full health. But if you actually take him out on that very first jump, you win the rest of the fight. We're not talking about Divine Rapier, we're not talking about Megas, right? We're talking about, okay, fight for the next roast, position, right? This game's going on another 10, 20 minutes, but just only 2 heroes jumped the gyro initially, either too soon because you don't have the rotations, or the rotations just didn't come with it. And now you're having to talk, how do we steal this Divine Rapier? Because I think that's the only chance we have now. Right?
Yeah.
You have to somehow snipe this gyrocopter who's going to be waiting for the Aegis. That was the compromise with this team. You know, like, okay, you got the Megas, you can buy it, but then you can't push again until you get the Aegis. So stay on our half of the map.
Yeah, it just comes with so many rules. Ooh, another catch there onto the onto Demon, who still doesn't have buyback.
Where is it? Whoa, 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 whoa. This is the enemy's half of the map, Lumiere.
Oh,
this is in the contract. Get back over there.
I do think it'd be cool if whenever Roche respawned, he like spawned in the middle of the river and then just sprinted towards his pit. That'd be kind of like, you know, that'd be kind of sick.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's kind of lame that he just like appears in the ground.
Maybe wherever you lose the Aegis, that's maybe what respawns him, you know? That's the heart.
Oh.
Like, he rebuilds around that.
Yeah.
And then he sprints and destroys anyone he touches in that time.
There's like a there's like a little Aegis, you know, like the heartbeat on the map, you know, on the ground,
Yeah.
like a PA dagger.
Yeah,
and
we're
then like
cooking here, dude.
he respawns and it's like Roshan is enraged, you know, all caps and not tooltip, like it's the Burning Spears tooltips. And then he just like, he roars and then he just starts charging. I think
I
it's,
like it.
I think, honestly, Ice Road,
Send that into
get in
Valve.
touch. Get in touch. I've sent you many emails, please reply.
Dire's courier
I have
has
so
been
many good
killed.
ideas like that one.
I only need
From here?
a little bit. Just, you pay me in Dota Plus
On
shards.
scanning.
We'll work it out. Most valuable currency on Earth. This game is, I mean, you know, honestly, for Team Den, I'm shocked that they're able to hold Megas as well as they are. Without the Sven, I guess Frank is really quite strong, to be honest, now that I notice, but... Oh boy, I see Naga Sirens hitting towers, and it's not bringing back good memories there. I don't want to see any of that. No, thank you.
This is where things get tough. Like you said, Dawnbreaker. I mean, at least you have 2 global heroes, right? So Dawnbreaker and Natures can both be in the base holding Megas and still join fights. So something going for you. But it's certainly tough. Natures maybe needs to think about queuing up a Maelstrom or something. He's going to need some wave clear to help.
I agree.
Otherwise, it's just got to be Frank doing it.
Yeah, he's kind of the only one. The Oracle is a little useless in these matters, but he does have this Reign of Destiny, and that's like substantial healing, right? You talked about all the little different heals. Maybe that'll, you know, make a difference. Although against the Divine Rapier damage, I'm not so confident. What else? Nullifier on the Willow. Darkseer is pretty beefy too. Lotus. Is he finally gonna go for this Helm of the Overlord? Is that what this point booster is? I don't think it's Axe, is it?
Has been killed.
I think you can get anything you want in this kind of case.
Oh, it was Axe.
It is an Axe.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I mean, we were talking about Abaddon Illusion being strong, right? You get a second one, why not?
More control, more lockdown.
Here's the Roche. Stick that onto your Divine Builder.
Yes, sir.
Or even a refresher for him so that he can BKB Satanic twice. Give him a cheat. Give him everything, guys. Why not? Give him the banner, too.
Come on, he's had such a hard game.
Holy shit. A block of cheese, dude. We never see this. That's hype.
That is
And
actually
he just
kinda
eats
crazy.
it right away. Just eats it right away. Doesn't even worry about using cheese.
No. Whoa, whoa. What is this Corey doing down here? Okay. BKB to the up. Whoa.
Revealing his positioning. Ags on the Naga. BKB piercing and snare.
Whoa.
That's a huge kill.
Wow. He got by, but he's going to be upset. Oh, and you know what that means? Time for a little treat here.
Lumiere.
Dude, he can't die. He's got block of cheese.
Look how slow he is. He has to be surged everywhere in the fights now.
My goodness, this guy. I mean, honestly,
Let's go. 1,000 damage on this gyro. Banner behind
He's
him.
got the Roshan banner behind him. Refresher shard, BKB ready to go. Let's see how. I mean, you got to do something, guys. You got to do something. Where's your Slardar? Wits, he jumps the back lines. But Frank, ooh, he's going to be saved by the false promise with the Oracle. He just dies as collateral damage. Lumiere, he's just going to end the game. He's just ending the game. He's had enough. He says, you know what? We have another match later. We've got to play heroic. Get me out of this one. Starbucks, a 2-0 victory here over Team Den. And what a way to finish it in style, Zach. I mean, the rapier rushing, you just got to respect it. You got to respect it.
Yeah, I mean, Team Den improved in this game, right? Not enough to win, but we saw them play a little better. And I was wondering, like, okay, so how's the Starbucks going to improve? 2 Divine Rapiers. That's twice as good as last game.
Honestly. I mean, that math simply doesn't lie, right? 2 Divine Rapiers means twice the impressive performance. But honestly, like, good adjustment there. I think, you know, about that time when I was like, do they need to take this late? I think they kind of, like, also realized they're like, wait, we can just kind of, like, chill. You know, like, I think kind of having that like headspace or having that like clarity is actually something that I think is easier to see when you're watching the game from like our POV or just from Twitch chat. You know, it's really easy to be like, they don't need to fight, they have a gyro. But when you're in those kinds of games where like you're just chilling, doing your thing, farming your first Divine Rapier, and then all of a sudden an NP and a Slardar and a Dawnbreaker are ulting on you, like, it's kind of hard to like take a breath, slow things down, and like, you know, just play your game. And the fact that they're able to do so pretty confidently and in 2 games, like, bodes very well for this team, I have to say. A Starbucks, pretty impressive.
I think if that call is coming from anyone, it's probably the gyro, Lumiere, saying, guys, double Divine is the timing. We really don't need to push that fast. And even though this one was closer, Team Den definitely stepping up their laning stage. You and I were kind of surprised. Game 1 felt like that laning stage wasn't supposed to go that well, so I think this was a closer game, and as Starbucks still proved, okay, we still know what to do here. We know our combo. We saw it this time, right? The song Vacuum that we were hoping to see last time, it came out several times in these fights. It wasn't always perfect, it wasn't always the best, but it usually got them at least a few kills, kept them in control of the game, made space for the Divine Rapiers to eventually come out. And it is ultimately what won them the game, right? That reset at the very end, that it was still very close to the end, but that one fight broke the entire base open. For Team Den, and from there they felt trapped.
I actually felt like in that last fight, just remembering, it was the Slaughter had BKB'd, but I think Wits did not. Like the carry Abba didn't. And I feel like if they didn't stagger their BKBs through that Song, maybe we're in a different spot. But who knows, right? Because there's still more fights through Song that you got to get just right. And because of that, it is going to be, of course, a 2-0 victory. Let's go and see how that's impacted our bracket now, as we can see Starbacks, who are in the quarterfinals. Don't worry, they're not Dark Willow. They haven't gone to the Shadow Realm. They've got a 2-0 win over Team Den, and that means, of course, that they will be going on later today here to play versus Heroic. I believe, Zach, that's going to be at 8 p.m. So for those Heroic fans, for those fans of SA Dota, do stay tuned for that one. But, of course, we're not done quite yet, are we, Zach? We still have one more game. That'll be Edge versus Veritas Friends. So that's going to be in a little while. We have about an hour and a half, right? But sell us on this match, man. Why is this going to be a good game to watch?
Edge has been doing really well for the South American region lately. They have been the ones winning the qualifiers until recently, upstaged by Heroic for the most recent one, so they're going to be looking to prove themselves. Veritas Friends, although they are a newer stack, they actually have a lot of big names on that team, so we'll see if the change from Brotherhood to Friendship is maybe the mix-up they need. They were too close before. It was hard to communicate honestly, like step back, willing to critique Friends a little bit more, and maybe that's the change they needed, because it wouldn't surprise me to see them be able to beat Edge, like just looking at the names on the team, but you got to do it, right? So that's what the people should tune in for, to see if they can manage it.
I agree. I think everyone always loves a good little bit of a storyline for a game like that. And if it is going to be like a hot swap of a carry, especially with a Brazilian carry to make the difference, then that's certainly something to tune in for the SA region. That's going to do it for our first series, folks, though. Zach, nice casting with you here. Not to worry, though. I will be replaced with a man with a far better haircut. This is like maybe level 1 mullet. I think Ricky, he's really got me owned on the hair game. But Ricky and Zach here will be back in about an hour and a half, guys. So get some popcorn, check out some of the other Dota. It's a great time to be watching Dota here at this level for all the matches we have. And we'll catch you back in an hour and a half here for our next SA match for the EWC Quals. Until then.
two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Don't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me no fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me till it's over. Let it take me no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Take
Welcome back, everybody, here to the road to the EWC. My name is Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. We are back with some more South American Dota action. I guess I'm not back. I'm here for the first time today. Zach, you're back. How you doing today, man?
Back. I'm good. I had a fun time with Seek and Strike, old Richie earlier. We never got to cast together before, so I had a great time. I cast with you a bunch, but happy to have you back here, Ricky, for the rest of the series.
It's fine. I'd want to cast with him too. I understand. Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket here for today. See where things are at the moment. So for everyone who is maybe just catching up to date, this morning started off with Heroic having the bye, of course. So Starbucks gets the 2-0 over Team Den. They will join them in the upper bracket quarterfinal. And coming up next is going to be Edge versus Veritas Brothers, as well as Team Sin Compromiso taking on OG Latam. Now that's not going to be our series. We are covering the Edge and Veritas friends. So very excited to see how that's going to go.
Yeah, I think Edge, they're usually the team that's beaten Heroic. In the last couple of months for these types of qualifiers, they're the ones that beat Heroic. And then the recent qualifiers that just happened, they did beat Heroic in the upper bracket, and then Heroic beat them in the actual grand finals. So looking for the revenge, gotta make it through first to do that. And I would favor them over Veritas Friends, though when you look at the names on the roster, even though this is a stack that just recently came together, Veritas Friends has some pretty experienced players on it. So they could definitely take this series over Edge if they're not being careful. You know, if maybe they didn't sleep well, who knows? Can never go into these comfortably in the South America region. The teams here are always pretty close to be able to take games and possibly series off of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is like one of my favorite regions for qualifiers for that exact reason. It's so heavily stacked in the qualifiers where it's like every single team can have a legitimate chance of qualifying. I think of all of the teams that are here, there's 4 or 5 where you're just like, yeah, any of them. Put them in. Like they could be the team that makes it, and it would be justifiable. Like you could very well make the argument for any of them, and that's really cool. Like we don't see a lot of regions that have that type of kind of competition, at least that deep in terms of the players. Like some regions you'll see like the top couple of teams, or all their teams are already invited, and so you just like don't have. Like, there's nobody left in the qualifiers, right? So. This is one of those
further north
where,
of the South American region, maybe.
Maybe, one of the other America regions. You never know. One that
the fun thing about this one is that even if there are some favorites, I'd say there's 4 teams in particular that look really good. The others usually still lead to pretty fun games, even if one team, is maybe in control, they're better, because South America does have its own style. There tends to be a little bit more fighting, but also a lot of players have personal favorites that you may not see anywhere else, so you get to at least see something a little bit different, which I think as a caster, as viewers, is at least fun for us, right? Even as one team is maybe going to win, you're like, okay, but in our last series, but how many Divine Rapiers is Lumiere going to buy this game? Like that's not something you get to see from other regions as much.
We've seen a lot of Divines lately, now that I'm thinking about it. Like we had like one of the earliest Divine Rapiers we've ever seen in Dota, I think recently. So that was super cool. It was like 24 minutes and like 30-second Divine Rapier on a gyrocopter.
Was it that early?
It was that early.
It was later.
It was really fast. Hold on, I have it timestamped because I had someone message me about it.
Was it Kunkka?
Maybe it was. No, because I think we were joking that it could have, Kunkka could have done it in a later game. But
maybe
it was
you're right. Maybe there's so many Divines lately,
yeah,
I've got them mixed in my head.
It was on the gyro from Parker, and it was like the second fastest Rapier ever at 24 minutes. So it's like, South American teams like the Divine Rapier, and I'm ready to see someone break the record again.
Yeah, that's the fun thing, that's what we're saying. That's why this region is such a blast to watch. All these Divine purchases we have been seeing a lot, and then they win. I mean, that's cool. That's cool.
Good
I want to see one lose. I want to see one lose. No, nothing personal, no bias, but that's the hype, man. To see a team buy Divine Rapier and then lose it, and then lose the game. Oh man, that's some peak Dota right there.
That is, yeah, that's very sad if that happens. But I love it. I've been on the receiving end of that a few times, like someone on my team rushing a Divine Rapier, and I'm like, maybe consider like any other item before that. Like just get one more item. Tanks you up a little bit. We'll go with that, right? And nope, Divine Rapier into an immediate death. And yeah, game's very hard when you just donate 6,400 gold to the enemy team, you know?
I mean, I was joking with Richie in the last series. Lumiere, this first game, he wanted to buy the Divine Rapier, saving up, dies right before he finishes it, immediately buys BKB instead, and then, queues up the Divine after that. That's what you gotta do in your pubs. Like, a little pro advice for you guys that run at that. The carry, having too good of a game going for the Divine Rapier, you gotta let them die once. You gotta like, oops, sorry, I didn't save you in time. You gotta put that humility back in them. So it's like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe it would be bad. I was having too good of a game. I thought I couldn't die. You help them along a little. You're like, oops, 4-staff the wrong way. Aha, my bad. Then they'll buy their BKB. They'll buy their Satanic first.
You might be onto something. I'm gonna now go into my pubs and intentionally grief my allies into dying so that they buy defensive items. Not even if they've got Divine queued up. I think that's just that might be a good idea. Or they just all disable health and then still build their regular items, and then we're really in trouble. So
yeah, then you got a problem there.
Yeah,
that's I have no advice for that one. They've stumped me at that point.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think there's been a lot of really fun hero picks in general coming out of South America with the recent update. People are willing to try new stuff, play heroes that are a little bit, I don't want to say out of meta, but previously out of meta, because I think right now we're at actually, this is probably one of the best states Dota has been in years, where it's partly a side effect of the API change. It's partly a side effect of major patches that have basically, rather than completely dumpstering heroes, just nerfing them while also buffing the things that were weak. And we finally are in a situation where we're at a pretty good balance. There's still some OP heroes, don't get me wrong. Ancient Apparition, Templar Assassin, Kunkka, stuff like that are just really strong, Bristleback. But I do feel like we're getting to a point where there is a viable counter pick to most drafts that teams can rely on, and I'm wondering if people are going to be relying on second pick maybe more than they used to, because it seemingly for a long time has just been first pick dominance, where you're like, I want the OP hero, and then I'm going to ban, and then I'm also going to have 18th pick, which is really strong, right? Having 18th pick was incredibly powerful as well. So I wonder if it's going to change a little bit. We'll start seeing more second pick priorities, or what kind of drafts people come up with.
Yeah, it does seem to be getting a little bit more balanced out, especially because some of those really broken heroes that everyone wanted to go for were strong laners who could fight really early, and then we would have Tormentor at 15. So you would take that lead, build a bigger lead, get the Roche, go further and further. So not only did the heroes get more balanced, but Tormentor got pushed back by 5 minutes. So maybe you do have a slower hero. You're not just losing because you have a slower hero who comes online later, because Tormentor's now a little bit later. Now, that's not saying we're seeing a bunch of we'll play for 80 minutes, It's still relatively faster paced Dota than we had in the past. But I think that's allowed a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more exploration, like you said, where you're not a losing hero just because you can't fight at 15 minutes. That's only a subsection of the total hero pool. So we are seeing some slower heroes come in because of that, which is always fun. It mixes up the draft, like you said, where you have a couple different approaches, not just how do I beat them in the early fights. That's why I need first pick. You actually response pick. We will lose the first Tormentor, but I'll be ready after that. We won't lose hard enough, and we'll come back later.
Yeah. I will say I think there's still a lot of experimenting that can be done in this patch. Not because I've been experimenting or anything, but I have. But I just want to say there are a lot of heroes I think that are still viable that we haven't really been seeing get picked. Or heroes that are flexible that people maybe just need to dial in the builds on a little bit more, and then see them maybe get pushed up in the draft priority a little bit to give you some flexibility in your draft as you go on. But I do feel like I think teams are maybe hesitant, right? Anytime we're in a big qualifier situation where there's a lot on the line, people are maybe less likely to kind of risk it. I think there's a couple teams obviously where that's an exception, things like Paravision, but I think there is, some heroes I would
10
like to see
seconds
back into the
remaining.
meta.
Dire
We'll just see
team
when
back.
that's going to happen.
Yeah, like you said, for this qualifier, might still lean towards comfort, but then
10
we'll
seconds
probably have
remaining.
another smaller fine-tuning balance patch, and then the teams have some time until
Dire
the
team back.
actual EWC happens, and hopefully they'll be doing some
Radiant
cooking
team
at that
back.
time. It's actually EW cooking is what it stands for, and they'll bring out the crazy strats there.
10
I love that. I'm a
seconds
big fan
remaining.
of cooking in drafts and just cooking in general. It's good stuff.
5 seconds
Um,
remaining.
I've been cooking Shadow Fiend like crazy. I think the hero is good. I think he's very good. And I really want to see people start experimenting with this hero a little bit more. I know he's good in the mid lane in certain games. The new build with the Kaya Yasha rush into just like Blink and BKB. When you have an active support that you can play around, or anybody that has a stun, i.e.
Dire
Shadow
team
Shaman,
back.
who's giga broken
Dire
right now,
team back.
it feels like this hero
Radiant
is
team
ridiculously strong.
I'd love to see more of him. He's usually a fun hero to watch because he is pretty
10 seconds
skill-based.
remaining.
Now, I may not love getting him in my pub games when you need a playmaker
5
in the mid lane. You get
seconds
another Shadow Fiend, but the pros know how to draft it around it, set him up for a good time, and then it's pretty fun. The solo kills in the mid lane, the big ultimates that are out. I'm up for it. I feel like a lot of South American teams like the Shadow Fiend as well. See if it slips through here as we get to the final
Radiant
ban.
team pick. Dire team
Yeah, TA, not too surprised. I thought maybe they would take the TA, but look, they want to ban it, grab the Bristleback, who has a little bit more flex than the Templar Assassin. Could be understandable why, for your first pick, you want some flex there. I think TA is still good, but not as good as she used to be.
I would
10
hope so. She got
seconds
nerfed like
remaining.
3 patches in a row. But she just,
She's still here.
She's still here. After like some of the
Radiant
the
team
most
back.
nerfs we've seen on this hero in years, and she is still here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious what is going to need to change to actually nerf this hero. My guess is the refractor facet is just likely going to need to be taken away. It's just too strong.
10
Like
seconds
the only way to
remaining.
balance it is to like nerf every other aspect of her kit, but that just makes the other facets
5
really bad, and
seconds remaining.
that kind of feels weird. I don't know if I like that. So I think they might just get rid of the refractor facet,
Radiant team
maybe tweak
back.
some numbers a little bit, bring her back in with Void Blades or Hidden Reach. 'Cause I think both those facets are very interesting.
She's been mostly out of control ever since her refraction got the
Dude, the
health
charges.
to it, as opposed to, like the amount you can block.
10 seconds
I kind of think you
remaining.
just take that back. Just send it back to like any damage breaks it,
5
but maybe
seconds
buff her
remaining.
base stats a little bit more. That
They wanted to make it less because like the thing is like TA was so hard countered by things in the
Good.
game, right? Which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. There are heroes in the game that are directly hard countered by other heroes, and to me that was like an aspect of TA that was unique, that made her balanced.
Dire team back.
And now they're just like, what if we just made it so she's not hard countered by anything in the game at all? And she's just really strong still. So yeah, I agree. I would be okay with them reverting that change entirely. But if they really want to keep it, I think you have to get rid of the refractor facet. And you probably still have to nerf the
10 seconds remaining.
like the barrier absorption.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd be up for that. But anyways, to this game, we got the Shadow Shaman that you and I have been seeing a lot of.
This hero's so
Big
broken.
fan of the Chungo War.
Yeah,
Hope we get to
dude.
see that.
I do too.
The other one's still good, Chicken Fingers. If you need extra lockdown, I'd say that one's better, especially in the laning stage where, you don't even get your ultimate till 6, right? So that facet doesn't do anything till then. But
Dire
really
team.
enjoying seeing teams
Radiant
push
team
objectives faster with the big ward. Tank Roche, let you get that. Use it for early towers, things like that. I think it's pretty nifty. Then we're going to get Doom here. So Doom, pretty solid versus the Bristleback. Pretty safe offlaner to reveal very early, just because
10
even in the
seconds
worst
remaining.
matchups, you just devour things, farm up, then you're good to go after
5
that.
seconds
I'm
remaining.
surprised they banned the Ursa, actually, because we see Doom picked as one of the counters to the Ursa in a lot of games. So maybe they just, maybe there's a carry matchup, that they really don't want there's still a lot of
team
other
pick.
tanky melee heroes available that you can go for. Clockwork will be picked up here, likely as a response to the Shadow Shaman more than anything, because you need to stop the Shadow
Dire
Shaman from
team
just
pick.
disabling your hero for 8 seconds. So that does make sense to me. They'll grab the Dark Willow as well. Great, a lot more team fight, great damage that it brings into the mid game as well. As for Edge, I think this is like an incredibly good Blade Mail Kunkka game. You can just pick
10
Kunkka here, go
seconds
Blade Mail.
remaining.
If you want to go offlane Bristle, it beats the Bristle offlane, and it's very
5
safe in mid
seconds
as well.
remaining.
So to me, it's just really good. I don't know. Like if you go mid, you go Blade Mail. If you go safe lane, you just go Radiance, and I think both are fine.
Yeah, you don't really have the flex to the offlane like you usually do, but like you said, carry Kunkka is a thing right now, so you keep that flex, and then probably pick another support. Save it for your last pick.
Yeah.
Which... Shadow Shaman can move to either lane, so I'm trying to think of where do you want him with Doom. Because if you're with Doom, you're probably first at Clockwork, and it's going to be hard to do very much as Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking position 5 Shadow Shaman. With that said, also into Dark Willow is kind of annoying, right? I mean, that's why they went for those supports. So you gotta bite the bullet in one of those lanes. Maybe as a position 4, you could just buy boots early and pull versus the Clockwork.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
I think that could be okay. I wonder if they are going to reveal a little bit more about why they banned Ursa, which, to be fair, can be a volatile matchup into Doom. Doom is strong with the ultimate, but especially if you're seeing the Doom and you get to pick a powerful 5 plus the Ursa, like Clockwork, I mean, you could have just had a miserable time and then Ursa gets 2 farms. So maybe that was
Dire
it.
team pick.
But maybe there's another hero they have in mind.
Okay. They go for the Ringmaster. Also a safe hero here in terms of the support. I still think Kunkka is a pretty safe pick. Just because it's not threatened by any of these heroes right now.
10 seconds remaining.
And
I
I
also
do
like the
think Kunkka
Kunkka-
carry is very good.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, whether it ends up being carry or not, I think Kunkka...
No,
okay,
not
it's
his
not going to
arch
be...
nemesis.
Whoa, wait. So Doom carry?
Yeah, it could be.
Doom mid? Tidehunter carry. Oh, we getting wacky out here. Forget
Radiant
Kunkka.
team back.
I was gonna say Kunkka, the nice thing is like you can X, and then if you get terrorized or anything, like you still can, you set it up so that the combo plays itself while you're controlled up. But Tidehunter won't have to worry about that. He'll have Kraken Shell, which will dispel him so that you'll still get the Ravage off in these fights, which that
10
AoE,
seconds
quite
remaining.
nice to set up with Wheel of Wonder. Some good combos there potentially.
5 seconds remaining.
Lina coming out here. We've seen Lina go mid a lot, but also carry, and Bristleback can still move around a little bit too. A lot of flex going into this final pick. They don't have the best heroes well, I mean, Doom and Tide can both get blinks. Shadow Shaman get a blink as well, but I don't know. They don't strike me as the type of hero that Lina is like super scared, like, oh no, this hero is like jumping me and I'm dying. Like an Ursa, for example. You get Ravaged. I guess Doom is good. You know, you like Doom her up, and if she doesn't have the stacks, her damage output's down. But I don't know. Maybe one more hero to get to the Lina.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I do like the
back.
fact that they still respect ban the Kunkka. I do think it's a pretty big issue for them this game if he gets picked, because it just, you actually have no response to the team fight of Edge if they just picked like something like a Kunkka, because they have such reliable catch and then 3 super tanky heroes, 2 of which are going to
10
have
seconds
probably
remaining.
blink daggers, right? So
Radiant team back.
it's pretty smart. They get rid of the Ember Spirit and the Tinies. Looking at the mid lane matchups here, specifically, that's what they're worried about. And so I'm kind of curious, because to me that indicates that neither Doom or Tide are going mid, because Doom and Tide would win those matchups. So
10 seconds
I
remaining.
think that like this is your safe and offlane. I know you were saying like maybe carry
5
Doom,
seconds
maybe it's
remaining.
carry Tide, like either or. We don't really know yet.
I think versus those matchups, Storm, maybe? He can zip to the Lina. The lane's a little rough, but Static Slide helps a lot compared to the past. And then later in the game, you can just zip on over. The Clockwork and the Dark Willow, they have a lot of various controls, but for someone very slippery like the Storm Spirit, it's actually tough to connect those spells to keep him locked down.
Team pick.
Yeah, there he is.
They steal it!
Yeah, as soon as the puck band comes out, I was like, yeah, there it is. Like here, you know, they read it.
You do have Doom and Shadow Shaman versus the Storm, so this isn't like a we totally gotcha kind of pick. But
10 seconds
Pango's
remaining.
who is there now?
Shadow
5
Fiend?
seconds
Like
remaining.
unironically? Shadow Fiend.
Maybe.
Like Shadow Fiend wrecks
I
this
also,
lane.
yeah, that's true. I also kind of think Doom mid would be fine versus Storm, and you could pick a different carry if you want here.
Shadow Fiend? Carry?
I guess you could.
No, I don't know. I agree though. I think you do have some options. You could go for something like a Slardar if you want to lean into more minus armor.
You may now select
Sniper
your hero.
is back. That's mean, PP. So that's gonna be mid sniper for sure. I should have seen this one coming. We've seen them pick this hero in mid before. It absolutely dumpsters the Storm Spirit. It will be Pike taking the Doom to the safe lane, and Vitali on the off lane Tidehunter. So, given all of that, it has to be off lane Bristle, right? There's just no way. There's no way you run like carry Bristle with an off lane Lina. So, I think maybe they gave up too much info on their draft.
No, it kind of works. I will say
10
Veritas
seconds
Brothers is a
remaining.
much more straightforward draft to play, I
5
think.
seconds remaining.
Edge with the carry Doom is a little bit out there, but it works because Sniper from the mid lane is essentially a carry the way he plays. So I do like that about it. It should do well versus Storm, but later on, Storm can get to the Sniper. So that is going to be something he has to be careful of. This is where I do think the supports actually help there a lot. You know, as Storm is zipping in, he's going to have to pop the BKB very early, lest he zips into a Hex. But then at the same time, you commit the BKB, I'm going to kill Sniper, then you get Saving Act, Escape Act, sorry, saved on the Sniper. You just buy extra time that Storm is wasting on his BKB. At that point, maybe there's a Doom coming in, right? So getting to the Sniper will not be easy for Veritas Brothers, unless they're ahead. You know, if you win your laning stage, it becomes a little easier. But in a close game, I definitely think it's going to be a bit tricky to get to PP on this Sniper.
That's exactly my thought. Like, this 24 pick Sniper is incredibly strong because it plays the same way as the Lina, right? In essence, they're both sit back, wait for the fight to break out, and then just start dumping in the damage. But Sniper is actually, in my opinion, a lot tankier and a lot more survivable than the Lina. He has way more mobility, which I know we're talking about Sniper here, but hear me out. He's a natural Hurricane Pike builder.
+1 armor.
Yeah, he's a natural Hurricane Pike builder. And then on top of it, he has Ghillie Suit. He's a little bit harder to see. You have the
Prepare
Concussive
for
Grenade in his Aghanim Shard, which gives him a disarm and a knockback. And then he actually builds tanky nowadays. Like, you actually want to build up things like the Hurricane Pike, the S and Y, stuff like that. And he's not as easy of a kill as he used to be, especially when you have the heroes surrounding him that they do. And I think overall their lineup tends to support a Sniper really well in that way.
I do think that becomes more true the later the game goes. Looks like smokes are going to break on each other. Let's see. It doesn't look like a fight's going to end up breaking out here. I think in the early game, Sniper is a little slow to get going, though, and that's where you could punish him pretty hard. And you have two of the best rotating supports in the Clockwork and the Dark Willow. So
30
a lot of power runes, I imagine, should go to Storm, which might then help him get to the Sniper. Or maybe Sniper gets ganked way sooner than he's expecting. Edge, going to have to be careful of that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some observers placed to scout this out. We've got the mid one.
There's two from
placed.
Veritas already played on this bottom river. So they're really focusing on the vision there, which kind of makes sense. You're like, depending on who's going to be rotating, like it would be Michael as the position 4 Shadow Shaman, likely to just leave the Tidehunter. There's going to be your Gush into Shackles. There's the dagger to follow it up. They have a Blood Grenade. This is probably going to be first kill, and it is for Yadomi.
Everyone is really
Gardic.
That's huge. Not only are you getting the first blood, you're now set up to do the body block down here.
Yeah.
If they, yep, there they go. And this is the Ringmaster getting involved in the kill, so he gets the Strongman tonic, which that just makes your lane even better. Could be aggressive, could be as a save.
Nice job from Gardic. Actually does block the wave and pull it back a little bit, so won't crash into the tower. I feel like it got a lot more difficult to block this lane specifically. I don't know why, but it feels like you can really easily crash the Dire safe lane, but the Radiant safe lane never seems to hit the tower. I don't get it.
In a recent patch, the safe lane tower just moved slightly south, so it's marginally further. I think a lot of people just got better at dealing with it because it became so common to block the first wave the way we saw them do that a lot of people just got used to dealing with it, whereas before it was kind of rare, so then it's like, oh, you know, did I do this right? Am I in the right position at all, or am I like somewhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually miss when the Dire tower was a little further away. They tried to make it a little bit more balanced, which I totally get, though I also miss at the same time.
Farming cogs on the Shadow Shaman. He got another. He's having a great
Money.
time. I feel like mid lane, there's obviously a slight CS advantage right now for the Storm Spirit, but I don't think Storm Spirit ever has like a great time in a lane against a sniper. He's gonna farm okay the first like 2 levels. It's now that Sniper's level 3 with 2-point shrapnel where this is gonna start getting a lot less fun to play the lane. So Slatums has to definitely avoid this completely. He's just going to drop a second shrapnel, put out a lot of pressure, maybe even a third. He will exactly, forces him off of the water rune as a result. So all 3 shrapnels down immediately, but now Slatum gets absolutely no CS. Well, he's going to get him under the tower, but he loses.
Doesn't get the bottle refill.
Yeah, he doesn't get the bottle
That's a big
refill
thing.
at all. And that's where this matchup gets really rough.
Yeah, that was a cool idea. He even got the Orb of Frost on the Sniper to
Yeah.
add extra slow into the shrapnel. Not something we usually see unless you know you're going to build Orb of Corrosion, which got nerfed, and it's not the greatest this game. But just using the Orb of Frost for the early harass when he has no zip was a cool idea, and I want to say it paid off for now. But we'll see as it keeps going if he can actually get a kill out of this. You have to wait so long because you committed so many shrapnels for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get any of the healing reduction value out of it, right? Like, the Storm is just going to wait till Orb of Frost expires before he pops a bottle charge, so it's. I think I'm with you that it is probably just for the slow setup into the shrapnel, or rather getting that extra maybe half a second to a second on shrapnel duration.
Top. I don't think it's easy to kill each other, but it's doable, especially if someone's too far out. Maybe it's super doable, actually.
Oh, that's a lot of damage in tonight. I mean, you gotta remember, Doom is more of a lane bully than he used to be. Like, people don't go the Devour level 1 like they used to, right? The old days of greedy Doom is just, like, not really a thing. Vitaly bottom lane does end up dying. Very nice play there from Gardic, setting that one up on the clockwork.
The Cogs and Battery Assault are a bit unique, where a lot of stuns don't work on Tide because he will eventually dispel them when you do too much damage, but go ahead and dispel the Battery Assault proc, you know, you're just going to get hit by another one.
Oh,
and you
no.
can't dispel the knockback from the batteries too easily, so
Yeah.
they actually do get the kill on Tide. I don't think that'll happen too much more, because I think he has Boots queued up next, and after that, it becomes a little bit too difficult.
All right,
Guarding
Gardic.
a return kill here, actually.
Yeah, may have come a little bit too far forward. He does have the Lina to back him up, but we're seeing the Storm Spirit's kind of giving up on the mid lane at the moment. He's just jungling. He does not have many options. Just Yodomi hit the ooh. Fairy Fires just in case.
Yeah, I think last time we checked in the mid lane, it was like 15-1 for both of them. Suddenly you look away, he can look back, 28-14 for the Sniper. All right, that's why the first couple levels are usually not that dominant from Sniper, but once you pick up a couple, the extra damage you have, the headshot procs, it just really starts to add up. Creep wave after creep wave after creep wave, and it's the right call from Storm. Just try to jungle, get your level 6, and with the level 6, then you might be able to do something about the sniper, especially at the 6-minute rune, right? If you can hit 6 before then, grab the power rune. If you get lucky, you can then kill the sniper, turn it back around.
Yeah, I think like 6 of his CS jungle creeps as well, so it's not like you can see it in the net worth more than you can see it in the last hit score. Like he's 25 last hits, but really low on the net worth chart.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And with the 6-minute power rune approaching, Shadow Shaman puts a deep ward to try and cover the sniper. Top side, though, we're going to see a potential rotation come in. Pyke tries to finish off Gardic. We'll get him. There's the shackles out from the Shaman. Yadomi with a blood grenade really needs to avoid getting caught here with any more quills, so he will just play with space as Pyke should be able to burn him down. Gets the double kill on the Doom, and the Dark Willow will be able to escape.
Pyke got the mana burn creep. So not only is he getting mana regen to spam this more, but you're burning the mana off the Bristleback. And Bristleback without mana really does not do anything in these early fights. Storm TPing top. They're going to see if they can get a return kill here.
Does Doom have any... Okay, he has 11 wand charges. They are going to make the play. Pops a Scorched Earth. Infernal Blade taking a lot of damage here. There's the stick. Fears away, but they've got him. With the help of the Bristle and the Storm, they finish the job. Kill goes to Knight on the Dark Willow. It's a great rotation from Slatums, trying to get onto the map and get something done here. Unfortunately for him, I think he just lost his ward.
Yeah, he placed it, but there's a ward unblocking the small camp from earlier. This is some small miscommunications that can happen, because it's not your lane, you know? You don't know what kind of fighting over the camps there were. So... maybe just slightly. That's where you gotta ask, like, where's their... do they have a sentry, like, opening up their small camp? Then maybe I wouldn't place it there.
Yeah.
But it can be easy to forget to talk about that stuff.
PP on the sniper. That shield rune's gonna expire, so a little bit more vulnerable than he was, but still getting a lot of damage into this tower. Has his treads, Wraithbrand on his way to his Dragon Lance. All pretty much standard stuff for the sniper. Ooh, over on the side here, Gardic gets the cogs out. Shrapnel, though, plus the shackles is a lot of damage. And Michael will actually be the one to pick up the kill. 8-minute power rune, though. They do not want to give this to Storm. And yeah, Yadomi just takes it away. It's an amplify damage, so just going to put a little bit of work here into Storm Spirit, force him away.
Would have been a huge rune for the Storm Spirit, who is trying to get active early, right? That's the strength you have over Sniper, is that all you need is level 6. You can start zipping around. Found a Doom kill, or the assist on the Doom. But this is Sniper strength. You win the lane, you take a very early Tier 1 tower, and looks like they want to try to get him involved bottom now, too, Doom. Which Lena's been doing pretty well. So if you can kill her, now you're kind of winning almost all the lanes. Yeah, I mean, Doom's coming through the Twin Gate, and I think they realized it, so they go to back away, but instead they're running into the smoked up 3 heroes of Edge. They take down Costabile first, as now the Clockwork will just burn here under the Doom. The Assassinate comes through. Pyke will eventually be able to finish the job, I believe. Yeah, he gets it. There we go. I'll just go back to the Twin Gate. Or not. Scorched Earth is a pretty big AoE. It's pretty tough to get away. Okay, they're going to stick bottom to finish off the tower. I think this is smart. They push a little bit faster than the side of Veritas Bros, so even though their top lane's a little bit under pressure right now, they're going to be a lot quicker at taking this bottom tower. Which actually, they're going to TP in. Doom has Doom. Does he get it off in time? He does not. And now, Pyke's in trouble instead. He will turn it around, look for the Doom again, but he doesn't. Sladen's with the Vortex into the Remnant. Gets the kill. Vitali here on the Tide. The big Ravage trying to finally find another kill. PP able to sidestep here onto that Terrorize. Doesn't connect, but he will turn around with a Bedlam here on Knight. Trying to get the kill, but the minus armor is too much, and PP's still alive. Another Assassinate coming through down to 205 HP. Vitali doesn't get him. Oh my goodness. That wasn't in range?
He's still...
Wait, can you Vanguard block Anchor Smash?
No. What? I don't think it connected.
It did? Okay. Maybe it didn't. It looked like it was in range to me, but it might have been like at the edge. Maybe we'll see in this replay. So Edge tried to really maximize on this. They wanted to get that bottom tower and defend top, so they send the supports first, but the supports get found right away, and just enough control on the Doom. You know, if the Doom is able to hit it on the Storm in the first try, I think Edge actually wins this fight a lot more cleanly. It's not even the worst at the end of the day, but I do think Veritas Brothers is not going to feel too bad about how that's going, considering how strong of a game Sniper's been having. The fact that you can at least get some kills, you know, it's like it's a 1K gold lead, despite the fact that you've lost. Well, actually, because they had to rotate so fast, they actually never lost their bottom tower. I just realized.
Radiant's
So,
bottom tower is under attack.
right.
That's a heavy death on the Doom, right? Because now he's in trouble here again. They're going to make this play. They do have the escape act coming in from Yadomi, but Pyke is still dead. There's no getting him out of this one.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So your carry Doom is really starting to struggle here in this game.
Doom usually
Dire's top tower
a tankier carry, you know. I mean, uncommon to play him as a carry, but into the Storm and the Clockwork, they actually bring so much early damage to an isolated Doom. They bring him down again before he can use this ability. Downside is going for the Hand of Midas, right? I mean, it kind of makes sense for a carry Doom, but it doesn't really help you stay alive.
It's all on Mr. Sniper here, as he is going to go ahead and rush the classic Hurricane Pike, what we typically see on this hero. It's just a necessity. Like, the Sniper can do enough damage, especially with the amount of stuns and teamfight control that they have, so rely on Shrapnel and the Assassinates. As long as he's alive, they're in a good spot.
Do you want to say, I'm looking at the Doom's build who got the Midas, and I see the Radiance queued up next. I'm not much of a carry Doom player, so I'll get, you know, I want your thoughts on this in a second, but I feel like Sniper is actually the carry, and you should be playing to enable him. I actually think you should just get a Blink Dagger and, like, get this Storm kill, you know, and they're gonna find a quick Clockwork kill, but, like, look how much damage he does, you know? It's like, just enable the Sniper, push these fast objectives, and I think you're more of a utility role, even as a, you know, quote-unquote position 1 Doom.
Did he Doom? Yeah, he Dooms, but he got Shadow Realm off as the Doom came out and just TP'd away. So that is the first Doom of the game, and it does not net you a kill, which is a real big issue for this hero.
And I think he had level 6 much earlier, right?
Yeah.
He just keeps getting killed in these fights before he could use it, but and that could be the second or third Doom used, which I think if you got a Blink instead of a Midas, right, it would be much easier to just Blink Doom, whoever, get those quick kills, sell it for the Midas. I know that's not as worth it nowadays because of the, you know, they're slowly nerfing that, but I mean, hindsight's 2020. You know, I could say that now, but I'm not convinced. Like, even with the fast Radiance, Storm's just gonna zip away.
Yeah,
You gotta walk at the Lina, which, I mean, there's two good supports at zoning you. I do think it should just be like a Blink.
I kind of agree. I think they honestly can do either or, because I feel like they do scale better than Veritas Brothers into the late game. I do like their lineup for that, but I also feel like they could have the opportunity to play pretty aggressive right now and punish them with how farmed this Sniper is. Let's say if he gets the deny off to a Mud Golem, that would be depressing. So I think the idea is they're playing like for late game on the Doom, right? Because what do they do if Doom gets to like the actual, you know, Blink, S and Y, Aghanim Scepter, Refresher stuff, you know? Like, what do you deal with him?
That's true. The scaling on Doom, it's like, where do you want your power spike?
Exactly.
The Blink would give you much more early pressure, whereas this Midas Radiance is more mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, he's farming. He's catching up. He was really far behind. And the Lina is actually catching up to the Sniper, which is a little bit worrisome for the side of Edge. The Storm Spirit's game, though, is just disastrous. Like, they don't have enough of a playmaking they really need to be able to make plays around the Storm and the Clockwork, but they haven't really been finding much. Like we saw them get a Tidehunter earlier, but Clockwork just dies for the Wisdom Shrine, so he was off the map for a little bit. So their tempo is slowing down on the Storm Spirit for sure.
Though I will say for the Storm, he's had a rough time versus the Sniper. He's bottom net worth, but he's 1-1-4.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of making space for his team, it's not been too bad, considering he's got a Lina and a Bristleback, who are mostly just, you know, farming up.
That is a very nice initiation from Michael, but the Ravage on the backside sets up the Doom. They get the Storm Spirit this time. Knight looking for the Terrorize away, but Michael trying to get in range to hold them down. A Dagger will connect in a long-range Shackles. Gonna be able to hold down this Bristleback for now. Meanwhile, the Clockwork is fighting his own battles on the other side of the map. Big Laguna Blade out from Costabile. The wards will trap down one hero, but do they get more? Kind of weird. You sent Doom and Sniper to chase after like a Clockwork, leaving these other heroes to the side of Veritas. It ends up being an okay fight for Edge. Like, they get the Storm. That's the big one. But I think they would have liked more out of the Ravage and the Doom.
Yeah, maybe going for a few too many different targets at the same time.
Yeah.
With that said, I mean, it was kind of close, so kind of, you know, they weren't too wrong on the fact that they can take multiple fights. Just a little bit off on the math. Okay, quick smoke up from Veritas friends right after dying. You lost some galvanized stack. You'd love to get some more real quick.
I mean, there's no ults on
blink.
Edge. This is really good if they can get the openings. And yeah, Storm's going to go in, try and start the fight backside. It's going to be an immediate blink with this Dark Willow to get to PP on the Sniper. He's dead first. Yadomi survived thanks to the escape act, but we'll see if he can get out as a Curse Crown will stun him up as the chase. No, he dodges it with the Funhouse Mirror. He is playing so well in this fight. There's even the Wheel of Wonder to hold them down, but the damage is missing. Your Sniper is dead. Your Doom's not here. It still ends up being a 2-for-0 and the mid tower. A great turnaround here from Veritas Brothers.
Sniper, he's so much of the damage in this early game, so even though the control was there for Edge in that fight, Sniper found and killed pretty quickly thanks to the Blink Dagger from Dark Willow. We haven't really seen it until this moment, but Bedlam does so much damage, right, that the hook shot onto the Sniper allowed her to just stay on top of him with Bedlam, and they did 90% of the work. Classic Storm contributions, snuck in there at the last second to help out a little bit, but it's mostly the supports that just killed the Sniper. If Doom was there, maybe they have the damage, but he was finishing the Radiance, disassembled his Midas, sold the recipe to get the Radiance online, but it wasn't fast enough to actually be in the fight. And he's rebuying his Midas again now.
Yeah, I saw this is where I was kind of wondering, is like I saw Dark Willow buy the Blink Dagger when they tried to make the rotation into the Dire Jungle initially, like on top side, but she just gets scouted by a ward and Shadow Shaman hexes her. So we didn't really see the Blink Dagger's contribution at that point. But this last fight, like you said, the fact that she and Clockwork can close the gap, get on the Sniper, even though he has the Force Staff, it's not enough to save him. So he's going to need to build a second defensive, something like a BKB or bottom lane. Dark Willow. She's going to
try to blink out of this one.
Nah, there's no way. Radiance and level 4 Scorched Earth is too much. That would have been amazing if the Blood Grenade got the kill, though.
Yeah, that would have been pretty funny. Bristleback. This is where you'd love to have a pipe, right?
Yeah.
Not just for this Scorched Earth Radiance, but the supports add a lot of magic damage too. But Bristleback, he did go the Snot Rocket Facet, which we don't see this as much anymore, but this is usually the utility build. But he does have the Sange and Yasha queued up. Common response to a Doom, so that if you get doomed, it's a shorter duration. But no one else is going to build a pipe on his team, which I think you could really use one right about now.
They definitely rotate top here on Edge to try and get ready for the 20-minute Tormentor. Both teams actually placing down Vision. Veritas Brothers, they get theirs at the Lotus Pool there, so they'll have a little bit of information to play around, but it looks like they're going to give up the Tormentor completely. See if they can find someone farming on the other side of the map, but they're bringing all 5 here instead, so Edge will not
Dire's middle
give
tower
this one
is
up.
under attack.
Appreciate that min-max efficiency from Yadomi right there. He's like, I'm gonna throw the dagger before it spawns, so it's in the hitbox as it comes up. Can't possibly waste 0.1 second lest it gets stolen from a flare. I will say, for everything that happened earlier, and as good of a game as Sniper was having, it's only a 2k lead for Edge after the Tormentor, which, considering you have a Doom with a Midas, that's actually not that big of a lead, you know? This Lina, top of net worth. So if you don't get to her, in the same way Sniper has been strong, this is where it starts to flip a little bit. And I actually think Lina has an easier time dealing damage because of how quickly you throw out Laguna Blade and everything, get all those stacks, than the Sniper. Especially if you find the Sniper in the same way. The same hookshot, Blink, Bedlam. It's still a little bit till his BKB, so there is a window here for Veritas Brothers.
I do wonder, like, if this, like, carry Doom is going to pay off, because it's a lot of investment right now. You basically kind of gave up what early lead that you had, and I know, like you said, they still have a little bit of gold lead, but you gave up a lot of pressure on the map for this. So it's really going to kind of be onto Pyke to kind of pay it back to his team once he gets to this, like, Blink Dagger in this BKB. They are going to smoke right now. See what they can find. Does Michael have Blink on the Shadow Shaman? I know it's probably close.
He got Aether Lens
Oh, he went the
instead,
Aether Lens this game?
so he's got the Blink queued up, but it's still
Blink Ravage,
still
though.
a while away.
Atos from Udomi. They go right in. There's the Ravage. They see the rest of the team. The Terrorize does connect, but the Shaman still holds down that Storm Spirit. And will get themselves 2 kills. As the Dark Willow actually gets a cheeky blink out of there.
Guess he didn't see the Atos coming from the low ground. Didn't react in time. Maybe thought he didn't need to, but
Yeah, it came out
maybe
of
from smoke.
Yeah, he didn't see it from smoke.
Just caught him off guard. It could also be like you just happen to move your camera somewhere else at the same time. You can get unlucky like that, but that Atos sets up all the rest of the stuns. Easy chain stuns, which is kind of difficult until you have the Blink Hex. So making it work without that is quite impressive. Looked like they wanted to try to do Roche off that, but because the wards got dropped in the mid lane, I don't think they actually had the damage to do this quickly.
It's kind of funny, like, he actually wasn't going to go for the Blink Ravage. He has Dead in the Water. He went for the Shard, so he was just going to blink and root the Storm Spirit, and then he sees, like, the rest of the team, and he's like, oh, I guess we do just Ravage here. Storm Spirit's going to go in, finds the Ringmaster, but gets Hex from the Shaman. It gets doomed up again. He's not making it out of this one, and Assassinate will quickly finish the job, but Costa Bile, he's dumping in some damage. Big Curse Crown's gonna stun them up for now. Michael continuing to burn Pyke with this BKB, surviving for the moment. They try to finish off the Bristle, and they can. A nice spear away from the Ringmaster. Still, LSA connects, trying to get some more damage in. Costa Bile has got a triple. It might be an Ultra. No, takes the kill on the Clockwork, but a Hurricane Pyke away. PP is on the run, but Knight will blink in instead, forces the BKB out thanks to the Terrorize. And this is where that Lina, like you said, it kind of flips. She's the strong hero now.
If she was willing to commit BKB, I think she actually kills the Sniper too, because he wouldn't be able to Hurricane Pyke, but plays it safe, or plays it greedy in terms of saving the BKB. Sniper gets away. Yeah, they commit a lot onto the Storm here, so he does get killed, but you see Lina also just free, attacking during this entire fight as everyone groups up. Sniper working away on a Bristle, but that means Lina is kind of free here. So at the end of this, she's still going. I was kind of surprised they didn't feel like they could fight her here, but I guess if you had tried, you would have actually died.
Yeah. I mean, you can see, like, the Lina right here was just... I think they very much underestimated how farmed Costa Bile was at this point, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, we are just getting chunked by this Lina. Now, they still have a slight gold lead, but mind you, this is, you know, a carry Doom with a Midas, who's, you know, and you got Tormentor. So in terms of, like, the actual value of your gold, it does feel like it was struggling a little bit. They will find both supports actually on the top side of the map, though. This is actually a really big find. And with Roshan being on the move to top lane, they could look for that, or they could just take the tier 1 tower.
I think you're not finding... Daedalus is in the works for the Lina. And she's almost level 20 as well, so I feel like that's a very strong timing. If you just wait for that. The tier 1 at this point, not that big of a deal. And in that time, if you can finish up Storm BKB, that's also quite good. You'd like to finish this all before they can take Roche, which, again, they're actually backing out.
They're all respawning. They don't want to risk it.
No Shaman ult either, which... Yeah, I mean, this is the downside of carry Doom, right? Very strong versus heroes, not so strong versus the Roche. So if you don't have Serpent Wards and the Sniper, I think it's quite difficult to do it quickly. A couple heroes under this Observer right now. Can they find anyone?
Dead in the water, out onto the Clockwork. Michael's trying to get in range. He does get the hook shot off. There's the Assassinate. But yeah, I mean, Clockwork, too far. Too far to drag that anchor. He's gonna die.
I didn't realize you could hookshot while dead in the water and then just drag it with you wherever you go. That's kind of funny.
Didn't know that either.
If he had a further target, I think he actually lives, but the closest thing was the camp, so not quite enough distance. Will this give them enough confidence to go Roche, though? It doesn't seem like it.
Seems they just want to keep farming.
Yeah, but I'm curious if this will backfire, because this is all time for Storm Spirit to finish the BKB. Lina has the Daedalus on the way now with her level 20, so you are farming, but so was Veritas Brothers, and the question who's getting the better end of that trade there.
It's like my gut leans to Edge because I do think that their late game scaling is better, but the Lina is so farmed. Like, he has done an incredible job.
Yeah, I mean, if we see the same type of fight that happened bottom where Lina's freely attacking, I think it's going to be quite one-sided. But that's why it really depends who gets jumped. Oh, almost would have gotten to live, too. How about that kill? Is that enough to go Roche? Because I do worry. Like you said, I like the late game for Edge, but there is certainly a window here where Storm BKB, Lina, as powerful as she is, you find a good fight, you get the Aegis on Storm or Lina. I mean, both are really good, right? And you just kind of like snowball it, you know, before you hit this very late game timing of the Doom. He's going for the Manta next. So, I mean, I guess it's going to speed up his farm more, but I don't know. It's really pushing for the late game with this build.
I honestly don't think I like the Manta. I mean, I'm trying to think of the use cases. It's really like Bristleback and Cursed Crown.
Pretty sure he saw Ringmaster dodge with his Mirror Shield, and he's like, dang, that's cool.
Right, yeah.
I want to do that too. Dodge and LSA is pretty big. Removing a lot of Dark Willow's spells on you, like the Roots or the Cursed Crown, is kind of nice.
Yeah. I think the only other thing is Goo. He just doesn't want to have to BKB the Goo. But Storm Spirit has BKB and a Shield Rune.
Just zip straight.
They're going to find Yodomi. On the backside of the fight, they do manage to get some vision of the Tidehunter, and they will start to try and chase after him and maybe find themselves a kill. Obviously, Escape back buying him a lot of time here on the Ringmaster, but also time for the team to kind of close on in. He rips the Ravage, goes to be able with the BKB, just going to try and finish the job around the Tide, and he's got it. More than enough damage. 2 dead on the side of Edge as Ravage is spent. And that, I think, might be the sign for Veritas Brothers to go Roshan.
Well, you get the Aegis, it'll be a win. I think if Storm had a couple back and forth zips there as they weren't sure to commit onto Tide or not. And it actually burned a lot of his mana. I think if he hadn't done that, they could actually push that fight further, dive the tier 2 for a bigger team wipe, but you end up not having to commit as much. and get Roche anyways, so I think they're going to be happy with that. They stick it on to Lina, who is doing so much work, right? Anytime she's free in these fights, so much damage is coming out. She has a serrated shiv for her neutral as well. So now you have a little bit more confidence that if they try to take Lina out of the fight too quickly, I mean, she's coming back. So pretty tricky fights for Edge coming up here. You got to survive this Aegis.
Honestly, a lot of the difference in net worth here is just the supports. Like, Clockwork is super poor compared to everybody else. He's 3,000 gold behind the next, or between the poorest support on Edge. So if you factor that in, the net worth of the cores on the side of Veritas Brothers is really starting to pull ahead.
The nice thing about Clockwork is you don't need anything, actually.
Yeah.
Your hookshot and power cogs, battery salt, it's so good without any form of net worth. So if any hero were to be poor, Clockwork is the best hero for their team. All right, they're pinging the tower. They want to get to work. I mean, this is the nice thing about Lina, right? You outrange tower, so just start chipping away here. You got 3 minutes and 42 seconds on this Aegis. Bottom has two towers left, though I see that tier 1 is like 1 auto attack from dying. You can kind of choose between getting all the outer towers with this Aegis and then going high ground, or maybe taking 2 and then just pushing from there. I don't think you have time for all of it outside of a mistake from Edge. And I kind of think you should push high ground with this first one, because the later the game goes, it does start getting kind of scary with the, Doom getting more and more farm, Sniper high ground as he has more and more money, right? I mean, how late do you want to go? Probably not that late.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Forward. I don't think this is to truly siege up here. I think it's more just, can you bait them to come back?
I mean, they're going to get a little bit of damage, but you're right. Yeah, they just want to force them back. They should try and focus on taking the remaining tier 2 towers, because I don't know if Edge actually wants to try and fight around the tier 2 towers. They have this Lotus Orb now on the Bristleback as he's going back for his BKB.
Setting up for the mid tier 2, got an observer in the enemy jungle. They'll play top side as they go for this tower. Now, if you can get a kill, you can go straight high ground.
Yeah.
But if Edge is in the full lineup, it's very scary. Sniper, Tidehunter, Shadow Shaman, and Ringmaster make it very scary to just dive up as well. You're gonna be zipping into a Doom.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
2 minutes on Aegis. That's actually better than I thought.
They're going to walk right onto the high ground. There's the dead in the water. A very quick Ravage from Vitalis. They will take down the Bristleback, so they get themselves their first target. We'll see if they can find more Slateums. Thinking about jumping in, they will find the Shadow Shaman, saved for a moment, but not long enough, as the double BKBs are out from the side of Veritas' brother. Pike's gonna be forced to use his, gets hookshot, and now Lina is just laying into him. Pike, you need to find something here, as he's got the Doom available, never uses it, and dies instead. They will look, take down the Aegis. A Terrorize gets thrown, doesn't connect onto anyone, but BKB here from PP, the jump in, the Hex. They hold the Lina down long enough to get the kill. Okay, a good hold from Edge.
Bit of a miscommunication. This move here is so aggressive when Storm went back for the creep wave. So great work on Edge, immediately jumping in on this. I gotta say, I don't understand the choice to move in at that time. I think they had the wrong read, is the only thing I can guess, that Edge was not there on their own high ground, that they were actually on the bottom half of the map. Because otherwise you're just walking high ground blindly into so much crowd control while the Storm is further away. Like, Storm would have to blow the entire mana pool to zip into you guys. And that does cost him the fight. You lose the Bristle without him doing anything. Lina, she got a Doom kill, but she had to chase back and forth so much that it wasn't the same as standing and attacking the entire time like we saw in the past. So they eventually get the crowd control, the BKB expires. Bristle tries to buy back, but can't actually join the fight, so that was kind of a unnecessary buyback in the end. Needed to use it much sooner if they thought they were going to take that fight. Bit of a overextension there, costing them heavily.
Speaking of buybacks, though, incredibly worthwhile buyback from the Shadow Shaman, right? As he's basically the one who set up that follow-up kill onto Lina. Gardic here tried to make a play for the Wisdom Shrine, ends up getting taken down in the process.
Edge back on track now. I do think that Aegis could have either cleaned up all the tier 2s or potentially broken the high ground, but getting away with only losing 2 tier 2s is pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. I think, as we've said, we feel like they are the better scaling lineup as the game goes on. Like, we really haven't seen this Doom contribute a lot into this game. He got like maybe 1 or 2 Dooms off that allowed them to secure kills onto Storm Spirit, but I also kind of felt like Storm might have already been dead in those fights anyway. So we haven't really seen the Doom kind of paying off yet, but at some point, this hero is just one of the best late game heroes in Dota. Especially when you get to the level 25 talent, regardless if you get things like Refresher or Aghanim up there, being able to just mute a hero and remove them from the fight is pretty massive.
You know, it's funny, I agree that it feels like a quiet Doom game. When I look at his stats, I mean, he's 10-5 and 8. He actually is in a decent amount. I don't even know where, you know? I feel like this snuck up on me. Maybe that's some of it. Gets another kill onto the Dark Willow.
Yeah, I mean, he swings hard now with the Pack Finder aura. Or the Pack Leader aura.
I guess that's some of the value of the Manta, right? Not only the dispels in this game, but that extra attack speed with that aura, and then now an AC being delivered. Actually got a Giant's Maul as well, so I mean, this is a pretty hefty right-click from a strange carry, but it's got the right-click nonetheless. Especially with the sniper in the back, maybe doing the real right-click damage.
Yeah, right. He's there to just be like, hey, look at me, everybody.
Oh, it's totally me, guys.
But he needs the armor, right? We saw the Lina just chunk him last fight, so going to AC here makes a lot of sense. I like this. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see him itemize for the Refresher now, just because it's one of those things where typically, like, late game Refresher Doom is just always good, but because you have like AC and no Aghanim stuff, you are going to be missing a lot of mana, so I am curious what his next item's going to be. Nope, he has Abyssal Blade queued up. Okay. No idea where he's going to fit that in the build, but maybe he gets rid of boots, keeps the Swift Blink, goes Abyssal Blade, I don't know. He should still be pretty fast with like Swift Blink, Manta, and Scorched Earth.
I
I can see that. I do like this though, the extra control for someone like Storm, right? The Doom animation we've seen several times this game, you just can't get it off fast enough. But now if you blink Abyssal, you got tons of time to Doom. And that applies to not only Storm Spirit, but any of the cores. Bristleback before he gets the Lotus off, Lina before she can do anything. It'll be very impactful when you get these Dooms.
Yeah, if they actually find Lina at the beginning of one of these fights, I think the game just ends. Because she doesn't have buyback, and she is pretty much all of their damage output. Like, it's enabled by the Snot Rocket Bristle, the Storm Spirit having vortexing, like going in and vortexing heroes. Right, like, it is all to make this Lina pretty much have, like, free reign to attack heroes. So, we'll see. We're going to see this jetpack from Gardic come through, looking for an opening. I don't know if he saw Vitali there. He will drop a ward. They will definitely see him now. There goes in on the Storm Spirit. He blocks the hook shot, though, and the Clockwork just gets deleted by the sniper. BKB now out from this Bristleback, as he will get a very quick kill there on the Ringmaster in return, but he will get shackled up and killed by the trio of Edge. Slatem's not able to find anything else as the Lina backs away. That is a dieback timer for your Bristleback now.
You feel good about
Dire's middle
pushing,
tower is
though.
under attack.
You're really just hoping to get Roche, I think, who, fortunately for them, is spawning now. So maybe quickly resetting, dealing with the waves. And as long as you go scout Roche, it should be yours. If it had been a longer spawn, you have to win a nether fight, and you get away with his dieback on the Bristle. But this should be Roche plus Banner. At least you have a Lina, who's pretty good at dealing with the Banner. But it should still give you some tools needed for breaking the high ground. Especially if you did it right now, you could place it really far back with a catapult.
Yeah.
And Lina would not be able to make it to that.
I mean, they're definitely setting up for Roche, right? Like, they get some ward vision, place bottom of the tally. He's trying to walk around with a gem here on the Tidehunter, make sure there's no vision from Paratus Pros. And he will see the ward now. Like, he has vision of it. He knows there's a ward there. They're just going to push them away as Roshan finishes his journey to the bottom pit. His annual migration, as you could say. Doom just solo killing off the Storm Spirit here. He's gonna get Glimmer caped up and try and hide in the trees, but I think it's enough damage, honestly. It's gonna be very close. Well, now with Vitaly coming in to finish the job, it absolutely is, but we see the right click to the Doom there onto the Clockwork, really kind of showing the strength of this build now.
2 more kills right before Bristle respawns. So a bit out of position, a bit too far up. That's definitely your Roshan being given away.
Yeah, I mean, just so much damage coming out from him now. He's almost level 25 after that, but the Infernal Blade talent is so good, man. That extra 2.5 HP burn is crazy.
It's quite a lot of damage. They get the next Aegis onto Sniper. So game plan really should just be to sit behind Sniper and watch him hit the buildings, drop the banner to keep... The catapults are actually still alive in this bottom lane. So if you're worried about Lina getting to the banner, you can drop it very far back.
They're pinging the... There it is. I was like, they're pinging the catapults like they want to drop the banner. I think that even might be too aggressive of a banner.
I think so.
But we'll see.
But Lina's not here.
Yeah. It will be long enough for them to secure the kill onto the tower, as the Serpent Wards are still alive. Like, the catapults and everything was tanking all of these hits from the tower. So with this, zip in from Storm, just try and clear, get some vision. It's not going to do much. And with this, that will be a full lane of racks.
Radiant's bottom barracks is falling.
Really well done from Edge there.
Right now, do they want to do a full reset, wait for all the cooldowns?
Oh, they found Clockwork. Someone found
Get a
Clockwork.
Clockwork kill.
He's like, get me out of here. They don't know exactly
They
where.
can't interrupt it.
Yep.
Doesn't want to ravage for that. Pretty understandable. But it's going to be a successful jetpack escape for that. I think that's okay. I mean, the bottom push was so good because they had a kill. You drop Serpent Wards, drop the banner. I actually think the banner's a little overkill in that situation, and they could have saved it for another push. But either way, you break the high ground, and now you just want to wait for Serpent Wards again, and then go at that point. No, if you can find a kill back, what am I saying? If you can find a kill first, especially if it's a dieback, that'd be great. Because you still have 3 minutes on this Aegis. You're actually not in a huge rush to go right now.
Oh, smoke right in to get the Hex onto the Bristle. Late Ravage, though, as he got the BKB off, pops the Blade Mail. He's surviving. Wheel of Wonder, cutting off any escape. The Doom deletes the Storm Spirit. Slatem's just looked like he has 0 HP. That was so fast.
That wasn't even the Abyssal. Just managed to get the Doom onto the Storm, and at this point, with the mute on the Doom, once you're doomed, you're quite literally doomed. There's no getting out of that. Serpent Wards are back up, going for the mid. They'll try to buy some time with this, but you really can't step up too far.
They
or
need
you're
to clear
gonna
these
die.
wards. I was like, you have Alina, you need to get to work on these, otherwise you're just going to lose too much of your base. They jump in, there's going to be Coast to be there with a BKB, trying to get some damage out here. BP, an aggressive force tap onto the high ground, does have the Satanic, but there's the hook shot in. Maybe you've come a little bit too far, but no, Vitaly bails him out with the blink, the Hex onto the high ground. You're gonna get the Aegis out of the sniper. But can you get more here? They're gonna turn their attention onto the lane of Rex. That will be the second lane to fall now for Veritas Brothers. Will they go for more? The Shadow Shaman having buyback, I wouldn't be opposed to him just buybacking and trying to finish the game, but Storm Spirit's up soon. I think you need to call it quits.
That was a really bold force staff in by the sniper. They started looting the chart, and I think he's starting to regret it. Fortunately, his team gets him out, and Vitali, being so tanky, jumps straight in on the Lina to distract her. Otherwise, I think Lina would wipe the rest of the team there.
Yeah, if that BKB had like 2 more seconds on it, that was going to be really bad. But Tidehunter itemizing to have a lot of control on his kit, having that Scythe of Ice, allowing him to kind of initiate instead of just the Shadow Shaman, right? So...
From here, you could wait Roche, but any kill.
They want any kill.
Oh,
they
my
actually
goodness.
get the Bristle back as well. He walks in range of the wheel, and he's dead. Another Assassinate comes through from PP, gets himself the double kill. And there is a buyback available on the Bristle, but 10 seconds till Shadow Shaman's up. He has wards. That should be their green light to go for the Mega Creeps, or potentially more, as they're going to walk right into vision as Costa is under a ward sentry, taking so much damage from the sniper. You get on top of Yadomi, but he gets the escape act off, as the Lina will TP to safety. Slatums does get the TP out as well. But that's BKB out from the Lina to get to safety, so that's a pretty hefty cooldown to lose.
I think you've got to try something there, because if you don't, I mean, it's just going to be 5 heroes sieging up your last lane.
Yeah.
So they're trying to act fast, get a quick kill.
Oh, she's dead.
They did, but like you said, that cost the BKB, and now...
Yeah. As soon as the shackles come out, Michael bought his own BKB. There is no surviving it. Bristleback goes in, tries to do as much damage as he can here, get as much goose stacks out. Storm Spirit's going to go with the BKB, but PP still has that Satanic available. And a couple Shaman wards still alive, as they're going to just continue to whittle down this lane of Rex. Melee will fall first as they turn their attention to the range, and the horn will sound. Mega Creep secured here for Edge with a 23,000 gold advantage as well. We're going to see another initiation in from Pyke, just a very quick kill onto the Clockwork. And with full HP on all of these heroes, I just don't know what you can do. Storm Spirit looking to go farm elsewhere on the map, maybe cut the bottom lane. But your base is falling in quickly. Tie back on the Clockwork. Jumping in here on the Dark Willow, doesn't get her hands onto the target that they want, and now instead a Hex comes out, and that is an immediate kill. She's gonna buy back into the game. Storm just died to Pyke. Okay.
He was looking for a bounty earlier because Lina's like 100 gold away from buyback,
you're
but
right.
Unfortunately, she is not going to have time for it. They're mounting their final defense, but Doom is on the Storm. The base is besieged by the creeps, objective gamers. Edge gets game number 1.
Beautifully done, Matt. Very well done. And we were kind of questioning, you know, is the Doom gonna pay off as the game goes on, right? Like, that was what we were wondering. You gave up a lot of momentum for like your mid game by like playing so greedy, and it does end up paying off, right? We do feel like they have the better scaling team, and that's just kind of what Edge wanted to do for their power spikes. And yeah, really good performance from them. PP almost deathless on the sniper, right? 14-1 and 17, really good from him, but an overall really clean game, I think, from them in general.
I think the supports did a lot with the sniper, Vitali, helping set up some great ravages. I do think Veritas Friends could have won this one, though. I really think they blundered on that first Aegis when Storm went to go grab the creep wave and other people walked up the high ground. I think that was the window where the Doom still wasn't really paying off, and the Lina was still far ahead of everyone else. And if you properly siege that high ground, you're probably not winning there, but you're getting the first racks, you're helping to build the lead, set up for future Roches. But instead, giving away the Aegis, giving that window away, letting Doom make it to that late game, right? That's where Edge then took the control back for the rest of the game. So I'm not going to count them out, but they definitely have to talk through that going into game number 2 to not slip up on that.
100% agree. I think that they had kind of a lot of options with that Aegis, like you said. I do feel like the Storm Spirit, it's unfortunate that you get 24 picked by the sniper, but it's just one of those things, like I was saying, where I think with second pick, you have that ability to just actually dumpster a specific lane because of counter picks being a little bit stronger than they used to be. And this is one of those matchups that never feels good for the Storm, even as the game goes on. Like Storm Spirit, yeah, you can get on top of the sniper, but you're always going to be behind a net worth. He's a lot tankier than he used to be. So really cool draft from Edge, but it's just game 1 here in this best of 3. So we're going to go to a break, everyone, and we will be back with game 2 of Veritas Brothers here versus Edge on the road to EWC, the South American closed qualifier. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit. What is up, everybody? We are back here for the Road to EWC, the South American Closed Qualifiers. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics, and we have game number 2 of Veritas Brothers versus Edge getting ready to start. And I think game 1 was surprising in a few different ways, right? Like, I think Veritas Brothers actually had a pretty good grasp on what was happening. They almost managed to get the win, but the late game scaling of the cores of Edge ends up securing them the victory. Now, what do you think we can expect as we get ready for game number 2?
I actually think the draft was fine. You can always adjust it depending how you want to play. But I do think Veritas Brothers could have won game 1 and just needed to change the way they approach the high ground, which, I mean, it's tough, right? We can all relate from our own pub games, but even at the pro level, it's tricky. So I think simply discussing that, improving upon that is enough to win them a game. But of course, I think Edge will change up their draft a little bit. We do have a swap in the pick order. So you talked about how good that sniper last pick was for Edge.
Yeah.
I mean, Veritas Brothers will be looking for something to that caliber now for their last pick.
Yeah, I would like to see... I think like I said, I would like to see more teams maybe prioritizing second pick because I don't feel like first pick has the threat that it used to. Because there are enough heroes that are really good, in my opinion, to warrant like picking in the first phase. But it's not like we saw a few patches ago where there's like 5 absurdly broken heroes, right? That are like at a class above everybody else. So I don't know. Well, we'll see what teams kind of decide to prioritize. But for now, it will be a lot of the same bans, right? The Death Prophet we've seen kind of rise up quite a bit. Monkey King, Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet still getting banned even since last patch. And then the Undying is kind of one of the new entries to the ban list as well.
Yeah, I would actually like to see, like you said, I don't think the top heroes are so okay. Everyone's gonna have their different take on this. I know some people hearing this are already like, "Are you crazy? Like this hero's got to go." We can always adjust a little further, but I would actually rather like to see the heroes at the very bottom be buffed up more than see these top heroes nerfed again. Because I think these top heroes can be fine-tuned, but like you said, don't think they're ultra broken at this stage compared to some past stuff. I'd love to see these unpicked, like Vengeful Spirit in the pro scene. I know she's good in pubs, so it's tricky, but
is she
dead
though?
In the pro scene. She is. She has like a positive like 53 to 55% win rate.
Dude, that's crazy.
Swap is so good in pubs.
That's true.
But it's not good in pro scene because they position for her. They're ready. So her weak laning state is punished so heavily. I'd love to see the weak heroes be buffed and see what that does to the meta.
Speaking of broken heroes, Darkseer still in the meta for 7 years running. This hero is probably the most stable offlane hero in history. I want to say over the last, I don't know. Yeah, I would say for years. If you had to pick one offlane hero that has pretty much been reliably in the meta, it's either Darkseer or Beastmaster. I can't think of anybody else that has been as good for as long as they are.
Doom.
I mean, Doom kind of, but there were patches where like Doom was unplayable. I can't remember a time where Darkseer has been like, you just can't play this hero anymore. Like, I feel like this hero is always good. Because there's almost no heroes in the offlane that can farm as reliably as Darkseer and then show up at 25 minutes with like pipe Crimson Guard. Right? Like, that's just what makes this hero so insane.
Pretty good, especially right now, but it does mean the TA goes over to Veritas Brothers. This is pretty interesting, actually, to me, because sometimes you see Darkseer picked in response to the TA. I think it ends up being a little bit of a supporting cast determines how this matchup goes, and Batrider actually could have been a good one to pair with the Darkseer, so taken away by Veritas Brothers.
10 seconds remaining.
And you can even run this as a core nowadays, so
5 seconds remaining.
a lot of flexibility. You got to be careful you don't pick a mid hero that just gets crushed by a Batrider.
I would really like to see more core Batrider. I don't think we see it I think it's almost always being played as a support. I do agree that I think this might be a little bit of a deny pick, but also just the hero has a lot of different builds right now, and I just think like it'd be fun to see people experiment more with core Batrider going the sticky napalm facet arsonist.
10 seconds.
Perhaps the Dark Willow. There was a time Dark Willow position 5 was good, but we don't really see it that much now. It's usually position 4. With that said, Tusk being picked up. Tusk. So I was going to say Dark Willow with Darkseer is not actually the greatest combo, even though they both have Dark in the name. Surprisingly, doesn't combo. But Tusk Darkseer is really good, so maybe we will see a position 5 Dark Willow.
5 seconds remaining.
I like the Tusk Darkseer lane. I think you're right. I don't feel like we've actually. I think I have seen quite a few position 5 Dark Willows lately. It's strong in lane ever since is it Pixie Dust? Is that her innate was buffed?
Pixie something.
Yeah,
don't remember
something.
what.
I'm gonna look it up because I want to know.
Pixie innate, heal me a bunch. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it was 100 before, buffed to 150, and now people are talking about
Pixie
it
Dust.
because it is good. But it's funny to me that
Radiant
100
team pick.
felt unnoticeable, but suddenly 150 feels quite good. It's
Yeah.
funny how Dota is fine-tuned, balanced like that.
Yeah. I mean, it allows her to get way more value out of her regen in the lane, and for 5s, like that means a lot, right? Your regen goes a long way,
10
being able to
seconds remaining.
trade and invest your money into other things like smokes, wards, blood
5
grenades,
seconds
and
remaining.
or just force feeding your own tangos because you know they need it. So it's one of those things where like we're seeing her played a little bit more as a 5. And I don't actually hate her into Batrider either. Like, if this ends up being Batrider Dawnbreaker offlane, Bramble is a great tool
Dire team pick.
to kite the Batrider out. And they're going to pick up the Jakiro, which very strong lane hero, high HP, so not easy for Darkseer or Tusk to kill.
So, interestingly,
10 seconds remaining.
Field Jakiro tends to be the strongest when you can
5 seconds remaining.
you can make use of the attack slows on your abilities. And Darkseer lanes function just through Ion Shell. So I actually think that's it's not the easiest lane for Jakiro in that sense, but if they do try to dive, you'll hit all of them with your AoE abilities. You can take good trades off of that. Do you don't really like taking Ice Path early nowadays? That's the other thing. Like Ice Path to prevent, like, you see the snowball coming in, you see them surging in, Ice Path them under the tower. But the current build is usually Q and E, and usually sometimes like 2-0-2. So you really push off that Ice Path. But kind of tempting if this is a Darkseer Tusk lane to help break up the
Dire team
aggression.
back.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit.
Okay. A little bit of throwback to last game as we get the Storm Spirit now.
Radiant
I do
team
think this is a
back.
very good Storm Spirit game for Edge. Last game we were a little unsure because you had Doom and Shadow Shaman, right, already picked, and you're kind of risking it a little bit by going into that much disable. For Veritas Bros, they don't have that, at least not as reliably. You have Lasso into Ice Path, which
10
is
seconds
not
remaining.
great in terms of controlling the storm. We will
5
probably
seconds
see
remaining.
the Puck Ember bans, but the question is, do you want to play a
Radiant team
sniper into this lineup?
Real swap up here, huh?
Yeah, right? You have a Dawnbreaker. Like, you could actually get away with running a sniper.
The initiation would be quite weak, though.
Yeah.
Which you mentioned it's
10
tricky to
seconds
get this
remaining.
storm, but I mean Dark Willow as well, right? Has the Shadow Realm, Tusk
5
has
seconds
escapes, Darkseer
remaining.
has Surge. So you're gonna be really dependent on this lasso to set up the global rotations of the Dawnbreaker or any type of play. Ice Path. It's not bad, but not the easiest to initiate with. So I do worry if you take a sniper, trying to
Dire
actually make
team
plays
back.
will be quite tough. But if you win the lanes, right, and you just kind of run it down, it can work. I think if you don't ban Ember, Ember's definitely preferable to me than the sniper.
Agreed.
If you banned some other pick for, I don't know what that would be, but if you did.
Like Pango, maybe? It's either Pango or
5
Ember. I
seconds
feel like are the two
remaining.
bans you're looking for.
Yeah, Pango sounds good. Kunkka could maybe be okay, but not the easiest to connect on
pick
the
the
Storm unless you
Kunkka.
get Orchid. Oh, 4 Edge? That would be
Yeah,
interesting.
what if you go Kunkka carry?
That'd be kind of cool.
It's a little bit weird. They banned the Tiny, actually.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, we're just back to carry Doom. Run it again, Pike. It's, again, not a bad Doom game. Into TA, it's pretty strong.
I mean, all the reasons I was about to list for Kunkka, saying, okay, you do Kunkka Radiance with the Ion Shell, could actually be really
10
strong versus TA.
seconds
You're also tanky versus the non-breaker Bat Rider combo that we're likely to
5
see.
seconds remaining.
Doom, he's very similar, right? Very tanky. Also will buy the Radiance we saw in the last game. You'll even have Scorched Earth on top of that with the Ion Shell.
Ember Spirit.
They will
There's
still
the
rip
Ember.
the Ember. I mean, you're
So
picking it into Doom, but I don't think you have many other options here.
Yeah, I think your mid lane matchup is good, and you have the playmaking potential that a lot of the other mid options we were listing would be lacking. All you need is level 6 on Ember, and you can set up the Solar Guardian, you can set up the easy Ice Path, Macropyre follow-ups, Bat Rider before Lasso can just walk in and lasso a chained target. So I like it. The issue is the Doom, like you said. That will be a tricky part, but this carry Doom, if Pyke does the same build, he didn't have a blink for quite a while, which means it's going to be very difficult to get the Slatums to actually doom him. I'm curious if that's something Edge talked about in the break. You know, we felt the early
5
impact from Doom
seconds
was a
remaining.
bit lacking. It did
Yeah.
pay off in the end, right? The late game was quite scary, but I kind of would like to see an earlier blink. This game, maybe it's not necessary when you have the Surge and the Zip. So maybe it'll actually be fine to skip this game. But we'll see how the lanes go.
We will indeed. I'm trying to like theory craft some ideas here. I do like the Chain Gang Ember Spirit quite a bit. We've been seeing this get a little bit more play, going like 1-1-4, and then playing around the Flame Guard talents as well, since the Flame Guard talents are actually really strong. Do you think he goes like the Vessel build instead of like a Mage Slayer early? Because we've seen some people like opt for the Vessel with that. This doesn't seem like the best Vessel game, but it is still a lot of damage to play around early.
I kind of feel like it's not worth... I mean, the damage would be good, but I think the Mage Slayer is 2 value versus the amount of magic damage they have. And then if you're not doing Mage Slayer, I think one of the early items should help you get even more control, because Chain Gang is good for that. More chains, which the team really needs. And I don't know what other item you could do. Like, Orchid's not that common on Ember. Atos, after the Gleipnir change, is not really a thing. Yeah, maybe it is just Mage Slayer into tanking up, I guess. You'll need a way to deal with the Doom, right? Maybe a fast Linken's.
I mean, I just doubt he's going to go Linken's. I feel like, if anything, he's going to play this game with either Sanjin. He's either going to go like Sanjin Yasha or a Manta and a BKB. I feel like we're just not going to see like Linken's on this hero because it just offers so little to him in terms of damage output. But, you know, we'll see. Maybe he'll consider it against the Doom. I think Doom actually wants to probably remove the TA from the
30
fight if he
seconds to
can.
battle.
At least in the late game. Maybe not in the mid game. It'll all be the Ember. Oh, Smoke. Setting up here as they look for Michael. The Bramble going to do some work here from Yadomi and try and slow them down. They did manage to get a Blood Grenade out as well. And Michael might be able to just walk this one off. Well, he's going to walk into Slatums instead. There's a Snowball. And now he is definitely dead.
The battle begins.
Who gets the
Thought he
first
was
blood?
going-
They give it to Slateums. Okay, that's huge. Mid lane, getting your first blood. Knight actually takes the bounty away from PP as well, and actually it's a little bit of damage in for fun.
That's as rough of a way you can start in the mid lane, right? Counter pick gets first blood, and you get harassed by the support to boot. So you have to already burn down one tango. It'll be a tough time for PP, which he is the early initiator. Both mid laners taking on a lot of responsibility in that regard for their teams, and it's looking to go the way of Slateums unless he gets the support help throughout the laning stage.
What did he buy with his first blood gold? I'm sure it wasn't the bottle, so like he probably just bought. Okay, he finished a wand actually. I like that a lot. I think a lot of time carry or like if you're playing the mid lane and you actually like get first blood and rush the bottle, you're actually like grief yourself because you're not gonna get a lot of value out of it until the water rune spawns at 2 minutes. So we've seen a lot of people, if you get first blood, just opts for like more stats, more things to secure last hits with essentially, and then they'll still get their bottle at a decent time.
I feel like it wrapped back around where I still agree with you, but then, and I feel like we used to talk to some mid players and they would say the same thing, you know? And then I would see it just went back where they'd get first blood and they would get the bottle. I'd be like, didn't we all just talk like this isn't worth it?
Yeah.
So I don't know what changed, but we sometimes still see the bottle rush and then it doesn't feel that impressive. So I do like finishing the wand, get like a little extra stats, and you see like he's still gonna get the bottle before the 2-minute rune. He has it at any moment he decides to buy it here.
Yeah, it's coming out now.
Yeah. So whether it's a wand or okay, finish the Bracer Wraithband, Null Talismans that we used to see a little bit more, like some kind of early item that you just need like an extra 100, 200 for, and then you go back for the bottle.
Yeah, now he has level 3, so 2 points in this Flame Guard, so can't really get broken by Storm anymore with the Remnant Overload combo, so very easily just shove the lane. He'll go pick up his first Water Rune. PP's going to do the same. So very even start to this mid lane, but that first blood gold will probably give Slateums like a slight advantage, especially as we get closer to level 6. Like it should go the way of the Ember.
Careful what you claim.
What about the side lanes though? What's going on over there? Do we have anything weird happening?
Pretty even. TA doing decent, no surprise there. Darkseer, we see him getting bullied, but the thing with Darkseers is you can just farm to catch up over time. They did commit to the... We were wondering if it would be, Dark Willow 5 or 4. It is the Tusk 4, and usually you could threaten kills. We might see them attempt it when they hit level 3 on the Darkseer. You get that next level Ion Shell. But otherwise, you just creep drag, stack, roam mid, and Darkseer will catch up later. TA will be having a good start, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise. I mean, being a carry and coming to lane with 90 damage makes a lot of sense. So, she's going to be very happy.
Doom struggling for the second game in a row, though. Seems like they are not picking this hero for the stronger early game and more for the ultra late game scaling. I do see he shifted. No Midas this time for now. She's got the Phase Radiance queued up.
He's really struggling in the last hits. I watched him just miss 2 under the tower, but he starting to clean them up on this wave at least. Yeah, not feeling great.
Look away, look away.
We'll get those ones. Bottom lane, Michael's going to go down there on the Tusk. Now Gardic going to turn around with a lot of damage as well here. Off the Jakiro, that's Twin Tear, man. It stacks up. Double kill for the TA. I'd say I say I'm not surprised, right?
The surprising part is that he committed to the level 3 Ice Path.
Yeah, that
paid off getting the 2 kills.
When do they nerf TA again? When do you think the next patch is coming out?
It will be the next patch, is my guess, 7.39C. When that's coming out? Whenever it's the least convenient to me. So let me think. I'll check my calendar.
You going on any trips anytime soon that we can put on our calendars to make sure that we can know when the patch drops?
No trips. Not till much later.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. 4 months on 7.39B.
Oh god. Wouldn't be the longest patch of the last couple of years.
Not the worst patch to be stuck on. I
Yeah.
feel like, although we're complaining about TA, you know, a couple others, it's not too bad.
Nah, there's definitely a lot more going on in this patch than several of the past couple of years, so I'm okay with that. Mid lane, he's gonna get some help here on Slatum's playing with this Bat Rider. Ooh, he almost flame breaks him to death. But Ember Spirit survives. He's gonna get level 6, go right back to the fountain, and reset a nice bait from the Ember and a nice follow-up there from the Bat Rider. That's a huge win.
You get level 6 on Storm with this creep wave? You might not. That really holds you back for the 6-minute rune. And actually, Ember's trying to rotate early off this, get another Darkseer kill here.
This is huge. Vitali,
Oh,
the
missed the ice
surge
bat.
does not last long enough. And again, this is max flame guard, so tons of magic damage to burn him down. The 6-minute power rune is going to spawn, and he will not be back for this, so they will be giving that one up unless they get lucky, and then they do. It spawns top, so Knight will take the Arcane.
At least it's onto the Bat Rider rather than the Ember, but that is an Ember who barely lives mid and then immediately kills the Darkseer, and they're looking to go on the Storm again. Okay, never mind. He just wanted to grab the creep wave. I thought they were about to make another aggressive play on him.
He's going to go farm their stacks, dude. There's no way he gets away. Does he have a Remnant out already? He doesn't. He needs to be careful. There are 4 heroes en route to try and get him.
Bramble hit.
There's his Remnant. Gets the chains. Snowball coming through. It actually mini slows him. Okay. This is so greedy from Slatum's.
I can't. I thought if you had Electric Vortex, you could get that kill. He didn't even have Electric Vortex. I thought for sure Ember was out. But
The overload
yeah, like you
slow.
said, didn't have the safety remnant down and had to throw 2 remnants to get out. Couldn't get there in time because of the overload slow. I feel like you just drop the safety remnant as you walk up the high ground to steal their stacks.
Yeah, absolutely. He should have dropped a Remnant on his own high ground there, walked over. I mean, maybe it was one of those things where he wasn't really planning that initially and then was like, oh, this would be an easy play. But yeah, definitely ends up regretting it. That's a big kill to give away. Slow down his progression.
I mean, he was primed for an excellent start. Not that he's doing bad, but now it's kind of even with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Whereas he should have been in the lead. That's not a mistake he'll make again. Definitely have the safety remnants down going forward.
Radiant structures are fortified.
His Doom having the mana burn again top lane is very funny. Playing around his Scorched Earth and Phase Boots there. Now, Knight is also up here. Let's see if he can find a wraparound, but I believe they see him under the ward. So know exactly what's going on. And here comes the TP in from the Tusk. So they do want to try and punish this. There's going to be the Snowball guarding. He needs to get the Ice Path off. Won't be able to. And a nice Shards block will trap Knight as well. So this will be both supports. And Veritas Brother dying in the top lane here, and PP desperately needing these. That is a double kill for the Storm, getting him 2 more Galvanized charges and a lot of gold. He has now catapulted above the Ember Spirit.
And in the meantime, the bottom lane, TA is farming, but I mean, Darkseer finally getting some much-needed space. I mean, he's been struggling, so the fact that he gets left alone now, I think, is quite good for Edge, along with winning that top fight. Because you were rotating. Like, you think bottom is going so well, you're trying to make other plays somewhere else. But now you get punished for that.
He is so farmed on this TA. It is ridiculous. Now, he did go the Helm of the Dominator build for Vitali on this Darkseer, which I actually like a lot. Allows him to maybe pressure this lane more so than if he was just throwing the Ion Shell on a creep. You know, the TA can kill it very quickly, and then he loses a lot of his farm speed. So instead, the Helm of the Helm of the Dominator will help him continue to apply pressure.
Meanwhile, top, they do rotate the TA over this time. And quick Searing Chains into the TA damage. I believe Solar Guardian got used there as well. Kill that Carry Doom. Okay, of course. He is getting the Midas. Get that farm speed going. Probably sell it again to finish the Radiance. It'll be good once he finishes it, but We're going to see that slow start from the Doom again.
Is under attack.
Bottom
He
of the
is
net
so
worth.
poor.
Yeah, I don't know. 2 games in a row. Kind of surprising. I know it's a tough lane, but...
Oh, that's a really nice find from the Dark Willow. The wall comes out as well, and goes to Bila. He's going to try and get what damage turned back the other way as he can, but
Is under attack.
the Ion Shell creeps, the slow. Okay, I don't know. This hero's insane.
No way.
He gets out.
I mean, Yadomi also got kind of unlucky because there were so many creeps alive. A lot of the Bedlam damage ended up going to the creeps. If the camp had been emptier, might be able to solo the TA there.
Well, but you get the tower, which is what they wanted.
Dire's structures are
Mid
fortified.
lane, a regen rune bottled up here for Sladems.
Dire's middle tower
Waiting
is
every
under attack.
generation.
Playdums is going for that Mage
Radiant
Slayer.
structures are fortified.
See what he gets after that. I think the Kaya Sanj
They're going to jump in.
or the...
Go for a play here with the rotation in from Pyke. Nice ice pad, but plenty of heroes to
Dire's
take down the
top
Jakiro. They
is
do not
under
want to give
attack.
up the mid tower. Done a smart play. The Doom needs to start getting involved with his ultimate now that it's available. I don't know exactly what that's going to mean for them or who they can rotate to. The Dawnbreaker is probably your best bet. But he is very far from having any major items.
Sitting in the trees, hoping someone walks up, but it's only so long you can sit there and do that.
Mid lane. They will get the kill onto the tower here, but they're going to finish off Michael as well. A nice rotation in here from Knight to help burn him down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, 3K gold for Veritas. They're building a really strong lead right now.
TA going for the Deso, so you can push objectives even faster when that's done. Start building some stacks if you get any early kills. It does mean if you actually get to the TA, though,
Scanning.
she'll be pretty squishy. You got a lot of damage sources, like small instances of damage to quickly break through refraction. If you do get the Ion Shell on, say, the Doom or the Storm. So she will have to be careful.
Are scanning.
Maybe that's one way Edge can start to punish her.
Radiant are scanning.
Trying to bait this top tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
When you have the wall, you could actually get
Ooh,
to
they get the
people.
shard trap, but the follow-up stuns there. Coming in from Gardic, and now the Dawnbreaker coming through as well. The TA surviving for a while. There's going to be a great terrorize, and they will finally take her down. Pyke dying in the process, though, is... Where did he... He didn't even throw Doom. Sladems is going to clean house with this haste rune, as Michael cannot stand his ground at all. PP here on the Ember, or on the Storm rather, trying to finish off the Dawnbreaker, but doesn't have the damage. Gonna have to zip further for more. Doesn't get him, he just chops him down. Oh my goodness, Edge are just getting completely outplayed in these fights.
Has fallen.
Dude, chipped vest paying off for the Dawnbreaker there. Returns enough damage so that Storm dies before she does. Okay, where did Doom get killed here? Because the fact that they had such a good start, like I can't believe he just walked up and ice sharded and that worked. A lasso into all
Just
the
died to Batrider.
all the other AoE damage. Yeah, if the Doom goes off, I mean, it could be such a different fight. Because the fact that you killed TA to start is so good, but the counterpart carry also gets killed immediately, and the rest of the heroes just clean up.
And the supports on the side of Veritas Brothers are actually doing so much damage in these fights. The Dark Willow had an amazing ultimate to try and lock down 2 heroes there, but the Tusk is not a heavy damage dealer, right? Like he's bringing a lot of control and some good team fights, but the supports on Veritas Brothers are dumping tons of damage into these fights with Macropyre, with the Firefly and Lasso. Like they're getting a lot of done.
That was before Mage Slayer was even finished too, so now that it's done for Sladems, Fight should look even better.
Nadomi might have bit off more than he can chew here. I thought maybe he was going to get a little help from the team, but they decide against it. Ends up just being a free kill there for Slatums on the Ember.
Lasso available. Dawnbreaker ult 2.
This Darkseer. Ooh, nice vacuum to stop the Starbreaker. Okay, he's going to make it out. In the mid lane, going for the Batrider. Dawnbreaker is going to jump on over to try and help, and they do get the kill with an Ice Shard to the last second. Michael Snowball to dodge that for now. I think... Yeah, I was like, I think they're afraid. They know the rest of the heroes are making their way in. Bramble is out, but you do not want to be fighting into this Ember Spirit and this Templar Assassin.
I think a bit unfortunate on that timing. I think they jumped the Darkseer. Like, Batrider was looking for the mid lasso, expecting the Dawnbreaker to help him, and then at the same time they find the Darkseer, so ends up jumping an Ember or a Storm Spirit without much help, and that's not a... It's not usually a formula success for support Batriders. Where are we on the Doom Radiance? He's got his Talisman. Could sell the Midas, but he's still a little bit short of the Sacred Relic. I think you just got to keep waiting for that. Get that Radiance online. Maybe get an Aura item for the Darkseer. Actually, he's going Orchid.
This is a really good smoke, but they just cannot find the opening. The Dawnbreaker barely dodging it out. The TP in from the Batrider and the Ember are now going to make this really scary. But there's an Orchid Dawn here. Hold on. Vacuum back. Going for the Snowball play. And Storm Spirit zips on in to secure the kill. Now Dawnbreaker pretty tanky. Knight nearby as well. Pulled back in with another Vortex. There's going to be the Blink. The Lasso. The Terrorize is there, but it's not going to save him. And instead, he's going to start burning down your Darkseer as well. The Dawnbreaker finally dies to Vitaly as Yadomi gets a double kill here. A bloodbath in just a tiny spot of this bottom river, going the way of Edge, though.
And that Orchid could not have arrived at a better time.
Yeah, really.
Just immediately silences up the Ember, commits too far, thinking, you know, he didn't have to worry about that. Finished up right before the silence ends. You do lose some heroes in return, but you're going to be pretty happy with that fight. I wasn't sure if we would see this build from Darkseer. We've seen... I think we saw Whisper do this,
yeah,
where you got the Helm of the Dominator, and you go for a very pick-off initiation type build rather than the auras we typically see, which this game, I mean, if you have a Doom who's not building Blink, kind of makes sense, you know, so that you can help out the Storm Spirit a little bit and just go in. Your team fight, I don't know, maybe the aura build could have worked as well, but I guess you do need an Orchid from someone.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
I think with the Helm of the Dominator, the idea was that he was never going to be able to farm against the TA lane, at least not reliably, or ever threaten the tower. And so with a Helm of the Dominator, he can do that. And now he's just really farmed because he just has a creep running around with an Ion Shell that is very difficult for someone to kill. And like you said, now he has pick-off, which is great with the Orchid.
It keeps finding these troll summoners as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of farming value from them.
Lasso, top side, I think onto the Tusk. He will snowball, but not making it out of this one. The kill goes the way of Knight pretty easily. They have 4 heroes here on Veritas Brothers now. There's also an Amplify damage rune bottled up on the Ember Spears. They want to get to work on the tier 2 tower. Jakiro and TA should make quick work of this. They will fort this for sure. Just to clear up the wave. It's a free fort. You're going to get it refreshed when it dies, so might as well.
This is so funny. In that fight that happened bottom, creeps got dragged over. There's a melee creep stuck on a cliff for Edge. They have a free ward down here.
Oh, Pog!
It's a rare situation for that to happen, but it's actually so convenient.
Dude, it's carrying the Dire flag, dude. This is the most lore accurate flag bearer creep I've ever seen. It's like, don't worry, guys. I will do the hard work. What must be done.
This is great. How will they even die? I guess Batrider can check that at some point.
Yeah, they have to just take the Watcher. If they get the Watcher, they'll see it, right? Because I think the Watcher.
No, the Watcher doesn't see. Doesn't see
up on that cliff.
No.
Oh.
It looks like it should, but it is low ground.
Oh, weird.
Maybe
Oh.
TA will randomly cleave it.
Huge.
That's a game-winning creep right there. I
It-
call it. Unironically, it actually could be, right? Like, that could set up a Doom pickoff or a Storm pickoff.
That's one of the most common areas that teams prioritize wards. It is like not even a joke. Is we literally see top side of the map, Veritas Brothers have their own similar ward placed right behind the what would be the tier 2 there. Oh, a little bit of server lag, but maybe we're fine. Okay. And the bottom ward spot there is exceptionally strong because that's where a lot of people are rotating to and from twin gates. Like they actually have their ward placed on that side, which just now expires, and they still have vision there. So kind of huge.
Thank you.
If they end up putting, if like Veritas Brothers end up putting their own ward on the bottom side of the tree line there, they'll see it. But mid lane, that's a really big pickoff if they have the damage to finish the job, and they don't quite yet. TA's gonna live. They get a quick kill onto the tusk. There's huge vacuum just holding 5 heroes, but it's not your macro pirate. And Pike, he just walks in and dies.
I gotta say, the carry Doom, the early impact is just not... I'm not seeing it this game. Dawnbreaker, we often see greedier builds, but she goes for a pipe, realizing how good it's going to be for her team, especially because Ember got Mage Slayer. Despite an amazing vacuum wall, there's no damage. No one even looks low in that fight.
I feel like maybe they thought this was their own macro pyre. They're like, yeah, we're going to get them all stuck inside. It'll be They'll be real sick, right?
It would have
Wait
been.
a minute.
They gained health in the vacuum.
Yeah. This is also just a scenario where like your Doom needs to be the one getting the blink Doom onto someone. Like he has to be getting the initiation onto one of these heroes.
They're gonna have to start switching their focus to late game again, because the early game, mid game timing is clearly not going their way. Now the TA with an Aegis. They already cleared up the top tier 2 as well, so you can easily finish these bottom 2 towers and then still have plenty of time to look for a pickoff and then siege the high ground.
This is very different from last game where we saw Veritas Brothers get the Aegis and they couldn't actually, they end up kind of blundering with it a little bit, but they only had like a couple thousand gold lead, or it was almost dead even. They have a 10,000 gold lead this time around. They are the much stronger team fight team right now. And you have a Bat Rider who is incredibly farmed.
Don't reveal the creep.
Yeah, they still don't know about it.
That creep's gonna start. It needs to do even more work for Edge. They're gonna need the help. Okay, I said they were going to have a lot of time to finish up the tier 2s. That was even faster than I thought, man. He's got 4 minutes on this Aegis after taking 2 tier 2 towers. And he's going to start looking to poke the high ground. You don't have to commit too hard here.
Too. They assume the team's behind him, right? They don't want to jump the TA and be like, oh crap, like we have to take a fight, right? And instead, they're actually smoking. They're going to run right into the Storm Spirit here, which is absolute best case scenario. Smoke's going to pop. Storm Spirit goes to the high ground. Okay, very lucky for the Storm, but the Doom will be the casualty instead.
Doom's so confused. Like, how did Storm just walk through there, and yet I am the one being killed? I mean, that was pretty risky from Veritas Brothers, but it does pay off with only running into the Doom, so it's an easy kill. If you ran into the full team, you'd have a much bigger issue since your TA could not join that play, but now that Doom is dead, you can try to force the buyback, or when he doesn't have buyback, possibly just take a tier 3 tower, because this is a Templar Assassin with a Desolator. This tower does not live very long. It's already dropping very quickly down to half health.
Yeah, I mean, they have no fort for this either, so this should be a very easy tower. Dawnbreaker nearby, ready to go. Storm Spirit's TP is going to get canceled. He can't get back to base. He's getting ran down from an Ember Spirit, so you will not have a Storm for this at all. Yeah, his TP's canceled. Yeah, he's just going to die to the Ember Spirit, so you're going to lose a full lane of Rax, and you might lose more.
Dyer's middle
But if Ember kept chasing, I think he actually kills the Storm.
think
He still might.
Dire's top
he
tower
just doesn't.
Playing
I
it
guess he
real
just doesn't
safe.
care all that much. He's just like, whatever. You have fun over there.
Okay, you kill him, but then he buys back in the base and defends.
Oh.
Versus, he has to run home, no mana, no TP. Is that the 5-head play?
That actually might be. That might be the 5-head play. There's Smoke looking for a wraparound. You have to get to the Dawnbreaker. You cannot let her survive the fight. They get a lot of damage actually out here on Tonight. Almost finished off here by the Darkseer. They do get the trade off, but the Dawnbreaker able to join on in. Orchid is out. Where is this Doom? He's stuck in a Yule's now, an Ice Path. He's just gonna die instead. Oh my goodness. Not the wraparound play you were hoping for, as now Michael will get deleted. Ice Path catches the Storm. He's going to be forced to BKB and zip away. This game, I feel like, is just over.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Some top barracks here, and then probably bottom. There's actually still a minute on Aegis. That's how long they have been pushing, and Edge has not been able to get rid of them. I don't think it'll end right here, but it does look like it's going to be Megas. You'll go for one more defense, and off of losing a fight against Megas, you probably just lose. I think that actually was a 5-head play to let Storm live, because by the time we see Storm join in, after healing up in the fountain, the fight was already over, which is maybe a bit of a mistake from Edge going for that. Like, it was a good vacuum wall, but your Storm couldn't join, you know, and then sure, Doom is there, but then Doom gets controlled up, doesn't get the ultimate out.
Well, they're going to try and make a play right there. Terrorize does not come out in time. They get on top of the Darkseer, on top of the Templar Assassin, and she's burning, but she has the Aegis for 18 more seconds, and with it, she's going to be forced to die now. Gonna buy back on your Dark Willow. Terrorize does comes out, but there's the BKB. Throws a couple auto attacks. Slowly retreating as PP gonna get caught for the moment off the Searing Chains into an Ice Path, taking a lot of damage. There's the silence. They'll pull back in. He's just dead. Michael can't save him with the snowball. He has no buyback. Your Tusk is dead as well. And GG, man. Edge just never getting a footing in this game.
I don't think this carry Doom is paying off. I don't think we're seeing it in Game 3. Or Veritas Brothers very much hoping to see it in Game number 3. Because the lanes are not going well. They're not finding the early Dooms. And first game, like you said, it wasn't as much of a lead. But Veritas Brothers had a chance to win Game 1 off of the first Roche. I feel like they learned their lessons from that. They improved upon their early game, and they had the exact same opportunity this time, but with a 10k gold lead, and properly closed it out this time. No split map heroes losing the Aegis for nothing on the enemy high ground. They're like, wait, that was dumb. Just go together behind TA, and she'll clean up the base, and that's exactly what they did.
Would you believe me if I told you Doom was not cast once this game?
That can't be right.
100%. Doom was never cast this game, not once. 27 minutes, Doom was not used.
No.
That's one of those things where it's like, why? Like, I don't know why you pick the Doom. Like, pick any other hero if you're gonna play it like this, right? The whole idea is that he hits level 6 and he creates a dead area of the map. Like, you aren't supposed to be able to contest him at all once he has Doom online, and instead, the hero goes 0, 5, and 3, doesn't cast Doom once the whole game. And it's just, like you said, I don't feel like we're seeing any value out of the hero in this game. Even Game 1, it looked sketchy. It was more of like...
The sniper saved it in Game 1.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, it wasn't really the Doom that gave him the win. It just, he becomes really strong late game, and he farmed with Midas Radiance for 30 minutes, right? So, I don't know. I am not sure what Edge are going to need to do in Game 3 to maybe, like, give themselves a better, like, opportunity. I don't know if it's just ban the Templar Assassin. Is it that simple? I don't know, Zach. What do you think?
I'll tell you what. The Doom carry is warmed up. Doom Game 3, you get the blink this time. I feel like that's the big difference. Like you said, just not seeing the Dooms. Even though we were like, oh, this is a good Doom game, you know, like into Ember, get the Dawnbreaker, get like TA. They're not gonna let you walk up and Doom them, man. You know, you need the blink help. This game, I was a little more open to it because it's like, oh, he's actually the carry. It's not like you have a carry mid with a sniper. It's like actually the carry. You've got Storm and Darkseer to initiate, so maybe it'll work. but you still want to set him up for the early dooms, and that didn't really happen. Didn't lane well either, so you're not really the carry. I think you have to pivot at that point. Play more like, okay, I don't have the sniper mid, but I still have to play like with a blink and fight my way into this early game because I had such a bad lane. But without that pivot, just, okay, I'll get my Radiance, buy another Midas. Like, when's the timing? We just didn't get to see it.
Well, we'll see what happens in Game 3. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with the conclusion of Edge versus Varex's Brothers here in just a moment. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, everybody, here to the road to the EWC. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, as we are jumping into game number 3 of Edge versus Veritas in this upper bracket closed qualifiers for South America. Game 1, I thought, was actually a pretty close, interesting game. Game 2, it felt like Edge checked out completely. They got absolutely rolled. So we'll see what happens in game 3, but the carry Doom, you and I are not impressed. I think 2 games in a row it has looked weak. Game 1, it gets the win, but it wasn't like main. This is a hero that wants to have like main character syndrome. This thing was like not even a B or a C character, bro. This thing was like the farthest on the supporting cast.
For the record, before we go into it, I do think Doom carry works, right? I'm not saying like this is a bad pick, like this is impossible. Doom carry works. Doom carry that far behind and never using Doom does not work, right? Like, you do need to get more out of it than that. And I think what got Edge there, and maybe in game 1, you know, he picks Doom and is like, you know, kind of messed it up. My bad, guys. You know, like, we'll be okay game 2. Game 2, the lane still doesn't go well. I don't know. Do you do a game 3? Like, do you like, oh, no, you gotta really figure out what I did wrong that time. It's just not having a good enough early game. If you win the lanes with the draft Edge has, I can see it panning out, being fine, but you can't be 3K net worth at 10 minutes on a Doom carry, right? You have Devour. That means on another carry, you'd be like 2.5 at 10 minutes. Like, that's really rough. So I don't know what was going on. I don't know if he didn't sleep well, like what's going on there, if he's lagging or something, but you just can't be that far behind on if you're gonna go for Doom carry. Like, usually that's the thing with off meta carries, is that a lot of carries start really weak and then get strong. So if you go off meta, it's like, oh, you start strong, you don't scale as well. But it didn't start strong, Ricky. So we can't be having that. I think that you gotta drop it. Go for something else. Give the Doom to the offlaner. Pick a carry, like normal carry. I don't mean to be too harsh on him because I know he's a great player. I've seen him do awesome stuff on other things, but Doom today does not seem to be it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just like an uncomfortable hero for his playstyle or what, but yeah, I agree. It has not looked great in this series, and maybe it's you need to pick it into a better lane, but this was like 2 games in a row where they like kind of saw what they were going up against, and it just didn't work, you know?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm even thinking back to that draft, and that was a preemptive Doom pick, expecting them to Ember, so I think it's actually quite creative, but yeah, I don't know, just not coming together. Let's go more straightforward. Go plain old Dota, carry, playmaker mid, or buyer off lane, you know, something a little more straightforward. The Darkseer, that's fine. All right, Darkseer did struggle. Part of that was the counter pick of the TA, which I'm kind of questioning are we just going to see that again? Now, I did say last time, I do think that's a volatile matchup that depending on the carries, or sorry, the supports can affect how that lane goes. And apparently, Jakiro TA beats Darkseer Tusk. So maybe we've got a different idea going for it in game 3, because it is going to be the TA repeat. So Tusk did not work out. I wasn't sure. I wasn't a full believer in the Jakiro versus those two, but clearly they knew better than me. So they would run it back again if you give it to them.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you go with the Darkseer here, because I was going to say, you don't want to give them the Batrider again. I think you would like to have the Batrider if you had the opportunity, but you're just not going to, so they have to ban out the Batrider. I'm curious, like you said, if like they're going to give them the Jakiro. Nope, they won't. So they actually ban out the support duo completely, as they realized that was a big issue for them. We did point out, like, their support duo was not bringing damage on the side of Edge, whereas the Veritas Brothers support duo was all damage. So quite a bit different, you know, potentially for what Veritas Brother can bring to the table now that those supports are gone. They still can pick some heroes here that are strong in the lane to try and back up the Darkseer, or to back up the TA against the Darkseer. And they'll go back to something a little bit more traditional, the Shadow Shaman.
Last time an Oracle got banned out,
Dire team pick.
I thought we might see that from Veritas Brothers. Still could, because Shadow Shaman can move lanes.
And now with an
for
AA,
now-
I think you definitely go for it.
Yeah. Edge ends up going Ancient Apparition Tiny. Classic combo from the past. Hasn't been as impressive lately, but this could be a position for Tiny to go with that Dark Seer and still roam around. You still get some
5
combo with
seconds
the
remaining.
Ancient Apparition. Could still be the mid Tiny. Not really loving the carry Tinies that we've seen lately, so kind of hoping it's not that, but it would be a step up from the Doom at least. I think Oracle is still fine here on Veritas Brothers. Shadow Shaman is enough of an initiator that you don't end up with some like really passive support duo. I think you can do a lot with Shadow Shaman to cover the weaknesses of Oracle. And then pick maybe a flex hero who can get some stuff done. I wouldn't mind Kunkka in case this is a mid-tiny, right? You kind of just trade in that lane. The boat and the X-Mark, good for Darkseer who's trying to surge away.
Radiant team.
I'd be okay with that. They go for the Pango. Okay, I was gonna say I think another like team fight mid-oriented hero would be a good option. Pango comes out very good against Ancient Apparition, good enough against Tiny mid as well. I actually think it wins the mid lane now against Tiny, whereas previously you would probably lose. And they will pick the Clockwork instead. So now I'm a little bit worried for the TA lane. But maybe Clockwork's enough of a body. We'll
10
have to see.
seconds remaining.
The other thing with Templar Assassin that is the reason she's so highly
5 seconds
prioritized in the
remaining.
ban list, even if you shove her out of lane, she can take ancient camps at like level 3 or 4, which just like nobody else in the game can do. So like she's gonna have no problem like finding farm even if you're able to shove her out of lane. And she's also a hero that farms faster the more creeps there are in camps, which is another thing that like other heroes can't really do. So she's I don't think really under too much threat at the moment. You definitely need a very positive carry matchup here, which the Terrorblade ban I think was really heads up.
I don't know, man. Doom that Pango, Doom that Shadow Shaman. You don't think so?
I swear to God, if I see another carry Doom, I'm done. I'm
Dire
out.
team banned.
Okay. That's a
That's
Pike classic, I'll be honest. This guy plays a lot of
Radiant team
Dusa.
banned.
It's like the opposite of Doom. Let's go.
Maybe not the way he's been playing, though.
The defusal from Pango will be a bit of a pain, but the rest is pretty strong. You know, you pop the ult, Shadow Shaman can't really control you up. TA likes to work off of negative armor, and that doesn't affect Medusa as much. Though later on in the
5
game, TA
seconds
just hits
remaining.
really hard, and that is good at dealing with the mana shield. So you get something going for you there. But you can hit a better timing than before. I am a little worried that Ancient Apparition Medusa is kind of a weak lane. But Ancient Apparition is one of the best stacking supports in the game, so maybe you're expecting to just get through the lane and then go jungle. I think Veritas Brothers... I'm trying to think who can punish that. Maybe you go for some... I was going to say Beastmaster. I forgot he's banned. Could you deal with a Tidehunter?
On Veritas Brothers? Like if they pick Tide here?
Yeah. Won't you just tickle him?
It is pretty rough. I mean, Ancient Apparition can do a decent amount of damage the first like level or two. But I think after
Radiant
that, it
team
gets really
ban.
rough. Ember ban. I feel like both teams want a Storm Spirit again. Who's going to get it? No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be... I actually really like the Tide off lane for Veritas Brothers, like you said.
I think you could sneak a
10 seconds
Storm Spirit if you
remaining.
wanted. I wouldn't hate
Just
it.
off lane Pango.
Yeah. But I
5
like the mid
seconds
Pango
remaining.
more because you get your defusal a little faster typically, and I do think it would be quite strong versus the Medusa,
Dire
but
team
just in
back.
general, the defusal's quite good. And I feel like it's too weak of an offlaner. I feel like you want to punish an Ancient Apparition Medusa, and Pango +1, doesn't even matter if it's Clockwork or Shadow Shaman, I don't see that being able to abuse
10
that weak
seconds
lane.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Edge, do you want to commit to the tiny mid, pick a new position for here? I mean, it would do okay versus Pango, but I feel like Tiny Darkseer is also fine. The Underlord, man, that would have been... doesn't really punish in terms of get kills on Ancient Apparition and Medusa, but you would pick up so much damage from your passive, and Medusa in the early game doesn't scale the damage that quickly, so you just get a million denies on her.
10 seconds remaining.
So I was like, I feel like there's probably a Storm Spirit here, unless they want to run the mid tiny. I just don't see the need to run mid tiny. But maybe they're afraid to run Storm into Shadow Shaman again.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's not like it's a dominant lane versus Pango, and then you are playing into the Shadow Shaman. But I think it doesn't hurt to have another playmaker when you have this Medusa who you know is going to want to farm up, and Darkseer's kind of waiting for someone else to make the play first.
What?
So it is going to be the Dark Willow 4 and Tiny mid, which... So that's what I was about to finish. Tiny is a playmaker, but as position 4, your blink is pretty slow. Mid would be an okay matchup into Pango. You get the blink faster and work with the Ancient Apparition, but you're not convinced on it. Like, you know, what were you thinking?
I mean, it doesn't beat Pango. Like, Pango's still going to win mid. And then there's the Tide. Yeah, okay. This is... it's such a good Tide game. And I just don't think Pango is going to struggle at all in mid. It's to me, this looks very similar to last game where TA is going to have a pretty good game. Because, like, you have this Darkseer, Dark Willow, which the idea here is Darkseer is not planning on contesting this lane at all. Dark Willow is going to be stacking. Same with, like, Ancient Apparition. And they're just going to play for late game. Like, they actually have no intention of fighting early, I think.
Actually, I wonder if last game, if you had swapped the Tusk and the Dark Willow, if it would have gone better. And I wonder if that's some of the thoughts going into this draft. They got the Dark Willow again, but this time with the Darkseer. And like you said, much better at stacking than the Tusk. So just avoid this Clockwork. Go for the stacks. Rotate mid a lot. This is a closer matchup that can easily go either way, depending on if someone messes up or if the supports rotate in, which favors Veritas Brothers a little bit. Shadow Shaman and Clockwork are better at rotating. Dark Willow, I'd say, matches that, but Ancient Apparition, not really that impressive of a rotating hero, but he's a very impressive stacking hero, so maybe you can't help PP in the lane, but then he heads over to the jungle, gets a triple stack that he farms under your Ice Vortex, and you go for the fast blink. I think that's the first timing for Edge, is the blink dagger on Tiny, the level 6 on the supports, and you can start making plays.
I just don't see, like, obviously the Medusa is good here because they are a pretty heavy minus armor draft on Veritas Brothers, right? Like, they have a ton of physical damage. Medusa doesn't care about, like, anything that modifies her resistances. Like, it's just the pure damage numbers that matter for her. So I like the pick for the Medusa for that reason, but I think you're just going to get massively out-tempoed here because the Pangolier, once he has Diffusal, I think he just goes Ags this game, and I don't know what they do to stop the Pango from just, like, rolling in and killing your supports. And then you also have, like, oh, looks like we're paused. That's causing a weird black screen there. There we go. All right, we're paused again. But yeah, I was going to say, I think the Pangolier is going to have, like, a pretty good game. Like, once he has just Diffusal, Ag's going to go back for Blink Dagger. And then you just ignore the Medusa. I think you actually just kill every other hero very quickly because you have tons of minus armor and tons of lockdown. And then the Medusa will just be standing there as her team dies.
I think that's certainly possible. Especially if we went off of how game 2 went for the lanes. But I do want to believe that Edge played those lanes, right? We saw them go for the Darks here again, knowing TA was available. And they said, TA is not the problem. It's the supports. And so they swapped it up, right? It's going to be TA plus Clockwork versus the Darkseer, Dark Willow. And they're going to go for the stacking, farm up that way. This should, in theory, be a stronger Darkseer, right? To match a little bit of the tempo that Veritas Brothers will take to buy space for the Medusa. That has to be the idea of the way they adapted the draft. Now, are they right or not? That's what we're going to see. If this TA ends up just as farmed as last game, despite the adjustments, then yeah, you're still going to have that problem where you kill all the other heroes besides Medusa, like you said. And maybe if Medusa is having as bad of a game as the Doom, maybe you are just killing Medusa first as well, especially with a fast defusal on the Pango. But if Edge has a better time in the lanes, I do think they have better tools this game to make plays. The Avalanche Toss with the Ice Vortex, Ice Blast is a classic, despite being nerfed. It is very strong, and it would let you get some of these pickoffs onto Veritas Brothers to... They kind of need multiple heroes to make the plays, right? So if you're getting these pickoffs, then your life is much easier. You make the space for the Medusa.
That's very true. I think as much as we saw them like playing aggressive and whatnot last game, I think they are going to try and play to leave the Tidehunter top. Like Tidehunter versus Medusa, I think is just going to be like two heroes staying there while the Ancient Apparition goes and stacks and the Shadow Shaman's like roaming to try and find kills. Like I feel like that's what we're going to see. It's just going to be two heroes that aren't going to leave their lane. Not probably until like we get closer to like levels 4 and level 5 and stuff like that, but smoked up from both teams. But here we go, we're gonna jump into game number 3 now as the pause finally comes to an end. Veritas Brothers here versus Edge, currently a pretty exciting series. I feel like you and I have been underwhelmed by Tinies of late, and so I'm curious how that's going to go. Top side here, Knight does manage to find Yadomi. Blood Grenade out into the Shackles. They're going to miss a Snake out, but now Pike is also kind of pretty far forward. He's going to lose a little bit of health, but first blood for Slatums on the Pango is going to be pretty painful.
I was a little worried that was going to be a little too far, but that's the strength of the Shadow Shaman with the chicken fingers. Is that you get that free disable on the auto attack into the early Shackles. Now, it does mean he's going into lane with Shackles, which is not always the easiest to work with. This time you kind of catch the AA off guard. In the future, he's going to outrange you, like double your attack range, and you're not going to get close to Shackle. But for the first blood, especially to the Pango, I'd say it's worth it.
He's coming to lane with a Blightstone against Tiny. Like that is such a huge win for the Pangolier. Like, it's just a free Blightstone from first blood. You know, that's pretty solid.
Still gonna get his Tangos as well, and then he's got a lot of money saved for that bottle. I'm saying this mid matchup could go either way. So that could be pretty impactful. They still get the body block here. Yeah, don't let that hit your Shadow Shaman for nothing.
Yeah, this is where the Blightstone's actually a problem, because normally you wouldn't mind taking a couple of auto attacks if it meant that like you're at least denying or getting CS, but like the Pango actually just has minus armor now. So it's really painful.
Yeah, for everyone watching, don't forget the spells are all physical damage on Pango too, so get a little bit more every time you use those.
Yeah. Slatums, he knows like he's not going to get every CS because it is just a Tiny, right? He'll get denies, but the fact that he's able to prevent any denies in those first 2 waves is pretty cool. That's pretty big for the Pango.
Scary part for this is that I think PP's been pretty stable for his team this series. So the fact that he is having to play into the first blood is messy, but hopefully the side lanes are going better this game. Right now I see Darkseer not being bodied right now. I feel like that was already happening last game, which was not a great place for them, but so far at least doing fine. It's not like TA's out of it, but he's at least having a decent start, and he's going to go grab the next creep wave. So he should just continue to farm. Yeah, he's got to dodge Clockwork a little bit. Saving the skill point, which I think is really smart, in case you do need to surge away from the Clockwork. Probably going to need to do that shortly.
Well, he's about to start losing. Oh, that knockback barely doesn't hit the second cog. That would have been a really important mana burn there.
You're a tactician.
Okay, they actually just farm it back here instead of doing the creep drag because of all this. Top side, I
Yeah,
think
working.
Medusa's already got more last hits than the Doom did in
In the first 5 minutes of the game or
yeah.
something.
Already off to a better start with the traditional carry. Love to see that for any Edge fans out there.
Yeah, turn, get some damage here into the Ancient Apparition, but I think they're waiting their level 3.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gets a lot easier for the Shadow Shaman in the lane once he has that.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Well, he goes for the Courier. He's going to get caught from the cold feet, and foul play procs. No high ground miss. It's a quick solo kill there for Yadomi. Baited by the Courier.
No one can resist the couriers. It's so hard. Not
That's
quite
big.
worth it though.
Yeah. Gets the kill. He'll get the Lotus now as well, and he's feeling pretty good about his lane.
It's where we need to see Tidehunter start picking things up. Ideally, we were saying that should be a good lane for him, but despite the first kill, now that Shadow Shaman got killed and now taking even more damage, I feel like Medusa's off to a strong start. Not going to feel the pressure of the Tidehunter like we thought we would.
Yeah, I mean, Tide's just going to get to level 5, and then you'll never be able to touch him, is a thing. I like, he's just going to become an unmovable object in the top lane, I think is his goal. Mid lane, Slatum's trying to play with the creeper aggro. Gardic actually getting the bottom water rune as both teams rotating top. Slatum's does get the bottle. Now looking at Ancient Apparition, who came in pretty far for this, and this might just be a kill here for the Pango. It is. That's another big amount of gold going his way. Very nice kill from the Shadow Shaman.
Man, this was all the supports coming over, realizing the side lanes are all either stacked for them or we don't need to do anything here, so let's all go for the water runes. So we're going to see more action happen there. Going to happen again in just a few minutes at the 6-minute power rune.
Does he have toss? He does. Okay. Slatum's takes a lot of damage there. That's a pretty big oversight. He loses like 3/4 of his health there to a toss into the tower. He was trying to shield crash to dodge it, but ends up getting tossed mid shield crash, so he doesn't even get the barrier.
Yeah, there's no rune spawning soon, so he'll be stuck at this
what?
for a little bit.
Gardic? All right. He was looking at. He thought maybe the Tiny was like gonna head back to base, I think, but nope.
Get a deep ward down while he's there. Scout out some of the stacks going on for Edge. This is miles better laning from Edge so far, but we'll see if that's enough. So many stacks going on this game already.
Yeah, the Pango, I mean, he really hurt himself with that dive there. Like, he's not level 6 for the first power rune when he probably should have been, considering... Oh, okay, now he's level 6. Rolling Thunder comes out, and Knight sets up a nice kill here. Potentially is... Does he have the damage? It's going to be very close. Shield crash into the toss away through multiple brambles. He doesn't have the swashbuckle range, so he survives.
You get him pretty low at least, so it does seem like he's going to have to walk back to the base. But good response from his team to keep him alive. Arctic trying to see what's going on here. How many stacks
is under attack.
are in play? He does get a D ward in that triangle for his efforts, while also
Dire
blocking
are
the.
scanning.
Oh, never mind. I thought he was gonna block the camps actually, but he was just checking for wards.
Last game we saw Costabile on the TA. He actually hit 5,000 net worth by 8 minutes. He's definitely not that farmed this time around. So we'll see if they can, what they can do to try and speed up his farm. But PP's going to come in here, drops a ward immediately. He will get surged as they're going to try and chase for Gardic. They do find him in the trees. Drops the cogs, gets tossed away, vacuum. He's surviving for a while, but they will finish the job. Does mean you lose Ancient Apparition top, but
Dire's top tower is under
let's see if
attack.
they can actually threaten that top tower, though, because if they can take this away from Medusa, that's a big deal.
Got a creep wave here, getting to work on it. Medusa does not want to try to defend this on her own.
Dire's
Who's
top
gonna come
tower
over
is under
here?
attack.
Yeah, they're giving it up. They're bringing the Ancient Apparition mid. They're going to choose to secure the power rune first. Maybe that'll help them take a different fight. It's not going to be the top fight. That one is falling any second
Are
now.
scanning.
This is kind of what I was worried about with the Dusa pick, but it's also one of the benefits of the Tide pick, right? Like, he's not going to let you ever really shove the lane into him. Like, he'll be able to just constantly apply pressure. They do manage to get a clockwork kill in mid, but this is one of the benefits of the TA, which is, like, Darkseer cannot do this bottom. We saw it last game. He had to buy the Helm of the Dominator just to try and, like, keep creep waves shoving, and she just keeps the wave shoving back the other way because she just cleaves the wave down so easily. What is his build this game? I'm assuming he's not doing the Helm of the Dominator.
Get a Vanguard this time to help him tank up, not get kicked out as easily. And
Very
so
good
far
Crimson
paying
Guard game.
off. Yeah, paying off so far. The fact that TA has like 1,000 gold less is a big win for
Radiant's
Edge.
bottom tower
Like that.
is under attack.
That's kind of what that last game goes back to. Is just I'm not sure exactly what happened, but their lanes were just so rough. I don't know if it's just missing last hits, but it just snowballed into not being able to play the game. You know, draft aside. They're gonna try to make a play here.
Darkseer is somewhat nearby, but so is Vitali. He's going to try and block them off. Costabile does get a nice Meld Strike. The Rolling Thunder's coming through. Does Costabile actually get out? No way. And now Sladeum's trying to just finish off the Dark Willow. He gets the kill. Avalanche, though, comes through. He's in trouble. Shield Crash to try and get away. Another trap here to slow them up. And now Knight's coming through as well. Gets the long shackle, cogs as well, holding them in place. Avalanche toss from PP. He deletes the supports, but now in trouble as the Ravage comes through. He's going to try and TP, but they've got the damage. Costabile survives the whole engagement.
Does force a lot of rotations down here, but the fact that you never get your original target of the TA, this is where Refraction is too good, man. You don't have Bedlam to easily break it down, so I feel like a lot of Tiny's damage got lost into Refraction here. And then you don't actually bring damage as Dark Willow until you're 6. Your early spells are, you know, if they walk into a bunch of Bramble, sure, but just one Bramble, not that much damage. So in the end, she walks out.
Yeah, Sladeum's very lucky he was able to actually get unstuck from that corner there. Otherwise, this would have been very different, right? So, good stuff from him. We're seeing the Tiny, right? This is the Arcane Rune of him. Ends up getting a lot done with this Arcane Rune, but the fact that, like you said, you don't get the TA and you end up getting a lot of gold for both of these, the mid and safe lane, Pango and TA, is pretty nice.
But Medusa, the space being given to her.
He has double his
Feel like
net
she's
worth
got-
on the Doom last game.
I know, that's what I was about to say. It's so much better than last time. Going for the Manta first. Still needs like 1,500 gold for it, but it's pretty on track. Butterfly this game sounds good. As your second item, you'll be really strong with that. 2 items. HP. He has been struggling a little bit here.
They're just gonna go ahead, Avalanche, kill Gardic here. More than enough damage with just the Ice Blast amp with the Avalanche. That's one of those things that, like, why we see these two heroes picked together a lot. That Ice Vortex, you don't even need like a full combo. It'll kill supports early game. Avalanche does so much damage.
Precious bounty.
I'm kind of surprised they got that combo without even needing the blink. Simply walked up and used the combo. Diffusal Pango is finished. He's going to go for the blink next.
Okay.
I like the idea of the Ags this game, but I do think you need a little bit better initiation first. Tidehunter going for auras, so it's not going to be easy to blink Ravage. Kind of need someone else to start the fight and then follow up on that. So that's going to be Slatem's job with the blink roll.
Dire's bottom tower.
Where
is
are we
under
on the
attack.
TA's items? Because last game it was like the early Deso into Blink Dagger. For the Medusa, she's on her way to Manta. Almost has it.
I think she's trying to do the same thing. Got another Deso queued up. Almost there. Only needs about 400 more gold. I feel like her net worth really jumped. I think she cleared some stacks in the downtime.
Bottom lane, looking for the Tide here. Ice Blast gonna connect. Has Ravage, but no real help coming his way, so they will take down the Tidehunter.
On the tides.
Very nice gank.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, they're doing a great job with Ice Blast already. They've managed to find some great connections
Radiant's
and
bottom
are
tower
doing
is
a
under
fantastic
attack.
job of putting this on cooldown pretty much every time it's up. And like you said, this is without the blink of the Tiny as well, so
Radiant
that's important.
structures are fortified.
I'm glad to see them play around it. Now gonna find another kill on the Clockwork. Bedlam damage, doing work here. That's not even amplified by Ice Vortex. That's just regular Bedlam. I will say, you and I were talking about like, oh, not impressed with Tiny as much lately, but there is something to be said about comfort
top
with
tower
certain
is under
heroes.
attack.
And this game,
Radiant's
they're
middle
playing
tower
much
is
better
under attack.
around their cooldowns, like you said. The Avalanche tosses with Ice Vortex, with the Bedlam. They seem... I don't know if it's comfort. I don't know if just that the last two games were not a great example, but felt very
Radiant's middle
disconnected
tower is under
in the
attack.
previous series. You mentioned Doom wasn't even used the entire game, you know? But this time, like, we pick these heroes, we use our abilities. They're off cooldown, farm. They're up, go use it, right? They're much better about that. And that's the more important part than having, like, the perfect pick.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Well, we'll see, I guess. There
Yeah.
is something to be said about having the perfect pick in the right draft, but having the perfect pick, but then you are 3,000 net worth at 10 minutes and you don't use your ultimate, you know, I'd rather have this, I think.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't... For some reason, I can't hear anything, but Swashbuckle comes out. They're going to find Yadomi here. Surge tries to get him away, but...
Does
Okay.
work. Shadow Shaman didn't quite have the cast range to reach. He's 200 gold for the blink, and then that won't be an issue again.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back.
EA Deso finished. They actually see the Medusa off of the track. A couple heroes up here.
Ooh, she popped
Wolf
Manta.
coming in.
He needs to get this done. He does. Very nicely done. He should get caught from the Stone Gates on the way back, but they do have heroes ready to cut them off. It's going to be the Shackles now out from the Shadow Shaman, and no way for them to get close enough to save the Medusa. A very nice rotation from Veritas Brothers. They get themselves a big kill. They're pinging the mid-tier 1 tower. They should be able to get that pretty easily.
Oh, definitely. You got TA with the Deso, 2 stacks
Radiant's
already.
bottom
There's that
tower
kill on the Medusa.
Gardic steals the Amplify damage rune right from
Dire's
PP.
top tower is under attack.
He's like, peace, I don't even want to fight you. I'm just going to take that away. I mean, that's a huge rune to steal. Tidehunter in some trouble. Ice Blast will not connect. PP goes in. Avalanche tosses him back in, but he's in pretty deep now himself. The shield rune will not protect him for that long, and Ghost of Bile just getting to work with this Desolator. Tiny is dead, and with all 5 members of Veritas still up, I think they can just go straight for the straight for the tier 1 tower.
That's exactly what they're doing. I mean, if he had that amplified damage, that might go better, but ultimately it didn't seem like his team was ready to fight there. Medusa was still dead. I don't know how much she wants to join the fight now, but she would have helped out. So kind of maybe a little too over-aggressive there. Maybe really upset his amplified damage got taken. Just couldn't help but jump in and try to get the Clockwork killed.
Are scanning.
Precious bounty.
Actually worried about the early Roche. They scan it. It certainly is possible with a Templar Assassin, lucky shot from Pango, Gush on the Tidehunter who tanks it for you. Serpent Wards will help as well, though that was used in the fight. When that's up, maybe that's when they try to go for it. You could even potentially sneak it, though it's a little scary into the Ice Blast. Maybe you do want to find a pick-off before attempting Roche.
So the pipe is done on the Tidehunter. He's going to go back for the Dead in the Water fast. Not fast, I'm sorry. Our Aghanim Shard. I don't feel like it's as much value this game compared to what we see in previous games, but you are going to be dealing with surge targets. So I can understand the kind of like desire to pick it up early. Do you feel like that's better than going for the Blink Dagger? Speaking of Blink Dagger, Slatum did go back for Ags. He's not going to go the Blink. He's like 1,000 gold away, almost. Hookshot bottom to his own death here. Gardic, was he stealing something? I'm not really sure.
Maybe just trying to get away, but not actually making it far enough. I think that hookshot, not that one specifically, but having hookshot and then the blink on Shadow Shaman, you're never sure when those blink timings are going to come online for supports, but Shadow Shaman has been having a decent game, so the blink's not too bad, and maybe that's what gave Pango confidence to trust the supports with the initiation. He'll go for the Aghanims. Same with the Tidehunter, I suppose. Instead of getting the blink, just trusting they'll initiate and I'll just walk in, use the shard, and ravage as needed from there. Roche now being taken. They are not in range to get this. They're actually setting up for Tormentor top, looking for a pickoff there, but it's the Roche going on. And they'll have Serpent Wards up shortly, a little after Tormentor spawns. So if you don't do Tormentor instantly, the Veritas Brothers is going to have a lot of tools to win a team fight around that area.
Yeah, I do think this is kind of what they need to be doing on Veritas Brothers, is they're about to get these big item spikes. They need to play around this Aegis and try and secure the Tormentor like you're saying. The game is still very close, and I think Edge, they can fight, but I do think Veritas Brothers, for at least a little while, is going to have quite an advantage. No, Yadomi's going to get caught here. Yeah, I saw them kind of like poking around on the top side here. That's a heads-up play from Costabile. He just was trying to prevent this AA from just cutting waves. They're going to get the D-Ward in the process, and that will be Tormentor, as Gush plus Templar Assassin will take it so quickly. So, who gets the shard? Gardic. Okay, I mean, that's the better of the two, in my opinion, so. You now have Jetpack.
There it is, showcasing it for the people. Helping him to find PP.
He has a shield rune. He's going to pop that. Gardic immediately turns the other way. He's like, all right, maybe I don't want to be here. Toss back into Stone Gaze. He's taking a lot of damage, and PP does get the blink away thanks to the shield rune, blocking off some of that damage. They're going to surge him back in, looking for a target, but there is a Pango up on the high ground. There's the Dead in the Water. Hold up. You need to be careful. Their Rolling Thunder's coming through. They trap him inside of those shards. There's the Ravage onto 3. They turn it onto Pike as well. You've lost the Tiny, and they're just chain CCing up this Medusa. TA going to get terrorized off for now. But they're going to continue the chase. Knight here to cut him off. The blink in from the Templar Assassin forces Michael away. Does have the Shadow Realm, but he is just locked down. 2 dead for Edge. A very nice fight and initiation here from Veritas Brothers once again.
Yeah, I actually thought they weren't quite on the same page when Clockwork went in. I think he just went in a little too soon. Edge probably thought that as well, so they decided to go play aggressive, but at that point, Veritas Brother had all shown up. Yeah, so we see here everyone rotating in on the minimap. They weren't quite ready. That's what gets Clockwork killed. But as he dies, everyone else shows up, and I think if Edge had just backed off, it would have been pretty good, but instead they try to go in further, and that means Tide, who doesn't have the blink, gets an easy dead in the water, and as they try to help out the Tiny, now you get the big Ravage hitting 3, the wall hits 2, but those illusions aren't really the best. TA and Tide.
And Ice Blast doesn't really, it just hits a Rolling Thundered Pango, so like even that doesn't really connect.
And finally Shadow Shaman. No Tiny, then it's not easy to deal with the Shackle, so she's finally controlled the Medusa. She can't do anything.
I mean, that's a pretty good fight. Good use of the first Aegis. They still have that. They built themselves a 6,000 gold lead now, and we'll see what they can do with the remaining duration.
Feels like a closer game, but that
does,
Veritas
yeah.
Brothers does seem to be in control, I would say.
I think the Pango's next item is pretty big because your Tiny, it has Blink Force, which is like a lot of the build that we saw coming out of this hero. He's going back for BKB. He's going to fall off damage-wise. Like, your damage is going to just be this Medusa and, like, Darkseer trying to get an illusion of the Templar Assassin, right? Like, that's going to be all your damage.
But the TA illusions aren't even
Dire's top
that
tower is
great.
under attack.
Great, yeah.
Medusa, she's actually gone for a Scotty first. I don't know if this might be an adjustment to dealing with the diffusal, but
Smoked up. All right, Clockwork's deleted. Almost gets the Force Staff off there for a moment, but they are going to chase for more. Knight, he's going to get his Blink broken, goes for the Shackles, goes to Bale on the backside, does try to get onto Vitaly, but there's the Rolling Thunder coming through once again. Terrorize, it does connect, but the damage, it's being dealt. You got to get these heroes out of here, and you just can't. They do manage to get a kill onto the Shadow Slam, so both supports are down, and now it's just Templar Assassin going to town here on these others. PP trying to get on top of Slatums, does get a nice toss back, throws him right onto the Medusa. Slatums actually now in trouble, surrounded by these illusions as well. And TA just isolated, walking back and forth in this wall. Aegis in one, hold up, he's gonna be forced to BKB, he's just gonna die. Force stabs forward, tries to get a kill onto Yadomi, now gets the blink away, but he doesn't have mana to TP. Oh my god, no way he gets out.
can't believe that. Refraction's dumb.
Okay, I don't know when the BKB got delivered. If he had BKB that whole fight, he like ruined the fight for himself.
I think it just got there.
Okay.
I see his money is dirt poor, so I think he bought that in the middle of all that,
Okay.
just delivered at the final moment. A little, you know, maybe a little unlucky, but also maybe you gotta wait as a team before getting into that type of fight if you know the BKB is that close from being delivered.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great fight from Edge. They pretty, like, TA didn't get to do anything. She just literally was standing on top of a wall inside of brambles, got terrorized, or got stone gazed. Like, she didn't get to move for like 20 straight seconds, which is a pretty big deal if your biggest damage dealer is not able to attack anyone during Rolling Thunder, during Ravage, during Shackles.
Which I thought, literally right before that happened, I was about to highlight that although it was pretty close, I think 12 to 12 at the time, now 13 to 14, Gardic is 9 of the deaths on the Clockwork. 2 were on the Shadow Shaman, now up to 3. So that the actual kills being found by Edge were on support, not as valuable. But this time they finally convert support kills into then getting some core kills. But if you had just left the Clockwork after he dies, you know, I think that would have been perfectly fine for him.
That's a good hook shot. Finds 2. Stuck inside the Rolling Thunder. Slatums actually makes it onto the high ground. That ruins your initiation, but it's all right. Big back wall, though, coming through. There's the Ravage. Medusa is out of mana. Costa Bela is going to come in and finish the job. Ice Blast off the mark. Great Force Staff to save the Pango. And, well, Gardic is going to chase to try and find more. They don't have a way to cancel a TP out there of the 2 supports, but that is all 3 cores down, plus your gem. That is a huge win and an incredible hookshot setup onto Medusa and Tiny.
It was such a good hookshot that Pango got stuck on a cliff and it didn't even matter. They still absolutely swept the fight. The Serpent Ward's doing a bunch of damage here into the Tiny at the start of this. So much that roll didn't actually do anything, but upon trying to help those two heroes stuck in the cogs, just sets up a huge ravage. TA, now with the BKB ready at the start of the fight, gets to jump in, do the damage necessary. You get 3 core kills easily. Almost get a support here too if she couldn't just TP out. And
Dude,
they clean up the mid tier 2 while we watch that replay. So there's only 1 tier 2 left. They're gonna wait for Roshan, and you're gonna be in a good spot to just siege up the high ground.
I don't know if it was Clockwork's Force Staff that saved him or the TA's, because I thought he was stunned with Cold Feet. But I think it might have been TA actually saving the Clockwork there from the Frost Blast, which is kind of cool if that was the case. Either way, they're looking very good now. Back up to an 11,000 gold lead. And this Templar Assassin is proving to be pretty strong as we continue this game.
Trying to clean up this tier 2. Roche is about to spawn a pretty fast one. You can get this, get the Wisdom Shrine, head on over.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
What do you have now? This is, so even if you lose Aegis, you are going to be pushing into high ground against a Darkseer, Tiny Tossback, Medusa, right? It is going to be a very difficult high ground siege for Veritas Brothers, despite having a pretty solid lead. 12k gold, Roche spawned top.
We'll pause here for the moment. The next Roshan being up, I think, is pretty much the win condition for Veritas Brothers. If they get that, I think we're just going to see a scenario of like Shadow Shaman ward dropping the high ground with like a TA behind it, and even with like tossbacks potentially, I don't know if you can do anything about it.
I feel like
But
there's
we'll
always
see.
a chance you do something, like especially if you mess up the BKB. TA, I mean, her items are like Deso, soon to be MKB, Blink, and a Hurricane Pike. You know, it's not the tankiest items, especially if you backpack BKB for the Aegis. So there is a chance that you get tossed back too far, get killed, and before BKB comes off cooldown, you get killed
Radiant's
again.
top tower is under attack.
Chain stunned up a little, so I think that's something you have to be careful of, but that's hard to orchestrate.
Shadow Shaman rushed BKB. He did not go the Aether Lens that we typically see, like Blink Aether Lens. He's gone straight BKB, so he wants full duration Shackles. They're going to run straight at Pike here on the Medusa. Ice Blast going to come through, but Slatums has the Rolling Thunder. He's going to need to ult, but it's not coming out in time, and he's just completely out of mana. And with this, that's a fantastic find. Medusa dead. No buyback for 60 seconds as the Ancient Apparition gets bashed from Slatens right before the Cold Feet procs. Oh, well, we said like it'll be difficult to hold the high ground when they have Aegis, but if you're just down 2 heroes without buyback, they're just going to walk high ground without the Aegis.
Didn't even have to use Ravage, so as you push for this, you can always just Ravage, disengage.
Hookshot.
Even hookshotting
They
for
find
more.
Darkseer. This is an insane catch if they finish this kill, and I don't know how he could possibly survive. Another kill for Costa Bile, and no buyback either for 50 seconds.
Dire's middle tower
This is
under attack.
easily a lane of Rex, if not more.
Dire's structures
They
are
have
fortified.
Fortify, so they're going to use it now. The top lane is actually coming in, though, and it's not going to be hit by these fortified towers. So you can just keep tanking this tower. Don't go too deep, I would say.
You do get the toss back here with Tide.
Dire's
do have-
middle tower has fallen.
Okay, I mean, do you just back for Roche now? Are you too afraid? They don't know the buyback of the Darkseer, I suppose. And Roshan will be at the bottom lane of the bottom pit here in just about 10 seconds, so they might be able to finish it quickly.
Yeah, I think the safe play is to go for
Radiant are
Roche.
scanning.
If you somehow knew the buyback status, I think you can just push mid, but, you know, play it safe if you assume he has it. If you throw that fight, they're going to get Aegis, and you don't want that. So
they're faking it. The scan connects. They're actually about to walk right into the enemy team. Gardic drops the cogs here, blocks off that follow, and they blink out of the vacuum, so they will not find the TA either. Tiny's in pretty far. He does have a BKB, but Knight is just going to be looking for the Medusa. If you actually prevent Stone Gaze, I don't know how you take the fight on Edge. They're going to smoke up.
Be careful about this. I think you maybe could force a head-on fight, but that's kind of one of the only ways you throw. So
the Ravage catches for both supports. Dead immediately into the buybacks. Vitali gonna try and get away, but cannot do so. Medusa with the Stone Gaze doing a lot of damage here. Takes down Gardic, but I don't know if you're getting away now. Surrounded by the Tricore, Veritas brothers. They get a nice avalanche, or a nice toss here. A good terrorize as well. They're gonna try and buy themselves some space, but they just don't have the damage. Costa Pile with the BKB. Godlike spree as he just chops him down. Edge dead on 4. With a dieback as well onto Michael. I mean, what do you do now?
I don't know who made the call, but that is a game-winning wraparound. Ravage on 4, both supports out of the picture before they can do anything. The Dark Willow buys back, but by the time she gets here, I mean, this fight's kind of decided. Pike, at this point, he was doing some decent damage, but you're not going to live on your own, so he's got to try to get out of there. That's what everyone comes in for, but you kind of see, you just don't quite have enough damage. Shadow Shaman loses his life for this, but some final control to make sure the Medusa gets killed. That's going to, I would say, lead to Roshan, but now you know you killed some heroes through buyback, so you can just go straight for some buildings, clear up mid. Could go back for Roche at this point. I'd say would be your safest choice. I think, again, you can force bottom, but it's always a little scary. This is game 3, you know, so just, yeah, wrap this up safely, get yourself onto the upper bracket. You don't want to drop down.
There's no reason to not go for the Roshan here. You know Edge can't really contest in time. Ice Blast is going to come through, but they're not going to make it into the Roche pit to take anything. The Shadow Shaman is ready to go on the backside, sees the Tiny. They realize, okay, we can't go in. The pipe allows them to blink on out and get to safety as Gardic. Well, he's actually popped the jetpack and the Gogs. He just drops a ward sentry to retreat. They drop Serpent wards even as well. They're not even going to be able to get to the Tiny in time. The whole team is being blocked off by the Rolling Thunder. He just got baited into the wrong side of the map as Slatums takes down another one. Dark Willow next on his hit list gets the kill. A wall gets dropped, but the TA is just getting to work onto the Medusa. She's just hexed up, nowhere to go. Tries to survive here at the tail end of this, but it's not gonna work. 4 dead again. An incredible call there from Veritas as they just completely outplay Edge.
That was such a good roll.
He gets the bash.
Another bash.
He finds Vitali. He is out of mana. The trap does hit, so he's going to be really slow when this ends. And I think they will just... Okay, he had just enough mana for a surge.
It doesn't even really matter if he gets away, because you're still going to make it to the base while Medusa is dead. Now, maybe she has buyback, but guess what? That's Medusa buying back, and you still have so much Aegis time, right? It's such an economic blow. Turned out she does not have buyback, so with this last Fortify, once this is down, you're going to clear up the bottom barracks. Think you just head straight top unless you got a bunch of money to spend. I don't think they do, so probably just heading straight up to that top lane. You get one more fight from Edge, which I will say, TA dropped kind of low in that fight when Medusa was hitting her and there were illusions. So if the rest of the team had not been zoned and both supports killed by a single roll, yeah, maybe you can kill TA once. She still has 3 minutes on the Aegis, though. I don't think you can kill her twice. And that's now the very tricky part for Edge.
I mean, she's also level 25, which is a big deal for this hero, right? Like some heroes have kind of one choice for a level 25 talent. I think either of TAs would have been good this game. but has opted for the refraction instances, which when you have refractor just means more damage. And she's harder to kill now. You know, she wasn't already difficult enough to take down.
Do you think Scotty paid off this game?
No. I mean, it was the idea is that she needed to like be in the middle of the fight and force the attention from Veritas Brothers, but that's what the Pango is so good for this game. He can just ignore you and go kill the rest of your team. If you manage to get on top of the Tidehunter, the Ravage is out. There was a Tiny there a moment ago. Costabile stuck inside the wards, gets the Hurricane Pike off to go forward, taking down Vitalia's next. I mean, the whole team is just falling to pieces here as it's just Pike on the Medusa. Is he going to be forced to pop the Stone Gaze? But you're going to be walking into a myriad of heroes. The GG comes out knowing that there is no hope left for the side of Edge, and that will be Game 3 going the way of Veritas Brothers as they just wipe them off the map. An incredible performance, and honestly, Game 1, I feel like Veritas Brothers might have been able to get the win, so they definitely just seem like the stronger team here today.
Yeah, which is going to be a bit of an upset for a lot of people. Edge, considered one of the top teams of the South American region, but that's why we love this region, right? Any team, even a stack recently formed, is usually filled with a lot of experienced, high-level players that can always take a game, sometimes a full series, off of more established teams, and that's exactly what we get to see today. I do think Edge is going to maybe rethink some of their draft. Game 3 here, we do see a closer game. I think they still ended up falling apart to Veritas Brothers, but the first 2 games just didn't feel great around that carry. Doom, a little too late to go back to the basics here in Game 3, where it was better, but I think Veritas made some amazing plays, especially the wraparound at the Roche, and then the follow-up fight right after that. Gardic finishes the game 0-10 and 24, right? Very space-making deaths, right? Those are actually the good deaths on the support, gets his cores the space they need, and then has a lot of great hook shots later on. There was one amazing hook shot earlier too, right? Where it catches yeah, I think it was Tiny and Medusa, traps them off. Maybe it was the Darkseer, but
no, it's Tiny Medusa.
Okay, yeah, Veritas just outplayed, I feel like, not just the draft.
Yeah, that was super well done, and I'm not surprised to see them doing well. This was a team that I had a lot of faith for in a previous qualifiers, and unfortunately they had to take a forfeit because I think one of their players didn't show up, and so they pulled Costabile in, which we haven't really seen in a while. Like, this is a great South American Dota player, one of the best carries of past years, all the way back to like the DPC. He was considered one of the best carries. And he's back, and with a vengeance. Dude goes 10-0 and 15 this game. 2 incredible performances on the Templar Assassin. I don't think people are going to be willing to give this hero up to him again. But again, that's where you said, like, maybe revisit the drafts a little bit. But yeah, this series is going to come to a close, and there is one more series still left to go today. It is going to be a long day of Dota, but that series is going to be in about 50 minutes. It will be Heroic taking on Starbucks here in the upper bracket semifinals. So a very exciting series. You will make sure you will not want to miss it. So we're going to go to a break. Again, that series should be starting in about 50 minutes. And we'll be back with that final series of the evening here for the South American closed qualifiers on that road to the EWC. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no.
fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the road to the EWC. My name is Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. We're into our final series for the South American closed qualifiers here today. We got plenty more days to come, but for day number 1, not a bad start. We've had some pretty fun games, pretty exciting series. We had I guess a bug over on the other stream, which feels bad for them, but we are into our upper bracket quarterfinals right now with Heroic versus Starbucks. Going to be starting here in just a few minutes, which will be a very fun series. You and I obviously just had the opportunity of casting Heroic recently. They look exceptionally good, and they're going up against Starbucks, which another really strong team, but we just haven't really seen them too much lately overall.
Yeah, they had a strong start to the day at least, but prior to that, they had done some open qualifiers that didn't quite go through, but maybe were a learning experience because they did look pretty good versus Team Den. Lumiere went for the Divine Rapiers to close out the games, which is always fun to see that item come in. I don't know if I'll have the same confidence to do it versus Heroic. I think Heroic is a step up in terms of caliber for their opponents. I don't know if you take such a big risk versus Heroic, unless you do, which would be a pretty big confidence statement, and maybe that's what you need to be able to beat a team like Heroic.
Yeah, it's very possible. I do think Lumiere is a very good carry. There was like a couple events recently where I was kind of surprised to not see him, or at least like on like a really strong and competitive team. But yeah, I think he has the potential, especially with this lineup, because he's got some other great teammates to play with. I do feel like this team has I don't want to say like they're not like they don't have a great chance of taking down Heroic, but there's like a chance. Like, it shouldn't be a stomp. I think this is going to be a competitive series.
I think peak Heroic is 2-0, like pretty handedly.
Yeah, true.
But the thing with Heroic is that sometimes they're not really at their peak. They are still working on their own stability, I feel like, the consistency of their performance. And if Heroic's not at the top of their game coming into this, and a Starbacks is, then I can certainly see a Starbacks being able to take this series. Wouldn't be surprised to see Heroic, get in gear, do a deep lower bracket run after that, and possibly still qualify. But that's more trouble than you'd like to go through. You think you want to win this, keep going through that upper bracket.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how this is going to end up going down. I think Heroic, obviously, they're not warmed up. They didn't have like a series earlier today. They started this tournament off with a bye as the number 1 seed, which kind of makes sense. I think a lot of people would consider Heroic to be the strongest team in South America most of the time. Now, they don't win every time, but most of the time, they are going to be the strongest team. So we'll see if that carries into today or if they're going to get caught off guard, because I think, like, I agree with you. I think peak Heroic is probably the best, but it's not always a guarantee. So take a look at some of the series that happened earlier today at Starbucks. Like you said, off the back of Lumiere's gyrocopter, absolutely mowing down the enemy team in the fountain. That's we love to see that.
I kind of thought Divine Rapiers to close the game, hype. Divine Rapiers to throw the game, hyper. So when he walked into the fountain like that, I was low-key hoping that we'd see a crazy turnaround there. But they do close it out cleanly, and they deserved it. They played really well that series. Hoping that that carries over here, because you'll need it versus Heroic, and no matter who wins, it'll be a very fun series for us. So definitely hoping both teams are in tip-top shape, bringing some fun drafts. I don't know. Each team has everyone's got their own takes right now. We're still in that exploratory phase of the patch. Some have definitely risen to the top or stayed at the top, like TA. We've been seeing a lot of like Death Prophets, Undying, things like that. But there are still some changes. Like we saw Abaddon carry from Heroic that seemed to have dropped off. They brought it back. Yep. Team Starbacks, not fully sure yet. Like you said, haven't seen as much of them recently. From a quick look at their various drafts, doesn't seem too crazy. I think I saw them play a Chen, which you and I haven't gotten to catch anyone play Chen in a while. He has made a little bit of a comeback. Helm of the Dominator has encouraged more Zoo-type drafts, but we've seen Helm of the Dominator, but you and I haven't seen full Zoo. That could be fun to get a game of. in this series.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if people are having more faith in heroes like Chen, because it really has fallen off and it's been out of the meta for a little while. And I'm not even upset about that. I think Chen is like kind of a boring hero to watch when it comes to Dota. Right? It's a lot of times like, well, their support Chen has like 4,000 net worth in our supports, and they're just going to walk at our high ground, and there's nothing we can do about it, right? Like, I feel like that ends up happening more often than it should. But I also don't want it to be like removed from the game, so I'm not sure where the balance is. Maybe it is actually fairly balanced right now, and just teams don't like playing the hero that way. I don't know.
Team ban.
I'll have you know, I happen to find that very exciting. Watching Chen farm up auras and then A-clicking down buildings.
10 seconds remaining.
Thrilling.
Is
I'm
it
at
thrilling?
the edge of my seat.
Turn to ban.
Trolls backdooring, hilarious. I love that. Some cool
10
centaur
seconds
chain
remaining.
stomps, some cool hurricanes. Absolutely thrilling.
5 seconds remaining. Heroics turn to ban.
Well, we'll see what happens as we see the first phase of bans coming out, and a lot of core bans this time
10
around.
seconds
A lot of stuff we don't typically, or a couple things we don't typically see, but a
5
lot of
seconds remaining.
the typical bans, like the Bristleback, the Templar Assassin, making their way back in.
Some whisper-focused bans from a Starbacks.
True,
right now from
actually. I
Heroic.
think that's fair. I think you should ban
Yeah.
out Whispers heroes.
I mean, when you see TA Gyro banned out, you got to respond with the Enigma. He's very good with the Enigma. The Timber, which you can flex, but I mean, Whisper's really scary with it. Maybe one more Whisper ban into whatever you want. We have a lot of strong support still left in the pool. You could ban someone, grab something like Undying, so that whoever Whisper gets, not going to have a fun time. Tusk, pretty strong support as well. You can move this to 4 or 5 too. But if you do want to fight it out, potentially versus a Beastmaster. We have seen this go to the mid lane on Analog.
Yeah, he played it
could be the off
last
lane.
2 times, I think, was
Team
Analog.
ban.
Yeah, it seems the Helm of the Dominator build is more popular for Beastmaster offlane lately. The mid Beastmaster seems like you still go Ags even after the nerfs. We'll see. 2 cases of that anyways. That's kind of a small sample size.
Yeah. I am curious if they want to pick up the Darkseer for Whisper as well, because it is something that they've ran together with the Beastmaster.
10 seconds.
And it would
remaining.
reveal your like pretty much 2 lanes immediately, right? Unless they want to run
5
carry
seconds
Beastmaster for Yuma, which they could do, but it would at least deny the Tusk Darkseer lane and still give you one of Whisper's classic heroes.
Another one to look out for is the Dawnbreaker,
turn to
probably for
pick.
S Starbacks if they want to do that. That's been popular with the
Dire
Tusk.
team pick.
Mereska has arrived.
Okay. Darkwillow. Don't mind that. Also, banning out Brewmasters makes me feel like they might be trying to lean towards an illusion hero. So something like Terrorblade still in the pool. Great for
10
Yuma. I know he
seconds
loves that
remaining.
hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Also just generally really struggles into that type of lane.
Gyro's already taken out. I'm trying to think what carries, because this could be the off lane right there. Beastmaster, Dark Willow. Gyro, I think, would have done fine. He's out. Old PA, common to see versus Beastmasters. Not so hot right now. Unlikely to see that one.
I'd be down to see. I think they're afraid to pick the
Dire
Darkseer now.
team pick.
Yeah, okay, so they go the Bat Rider. I was going to mention Bat Rider, and I wish I did. I think you can go Bat Rider Darkseer now, and this gives you the ability to play into something like a Terrorblade safe lane a little bit better, because I think with Tusk Darkseer, the Terrorblade is actually
10
really
seconds
scary.
remaining.
Because if you, like, depending on the 5 that they would pick with it, you
5
could actually just
seconds
fight the
remaining.
Tusk or the Darkseer if they try to go aggressive. But Bat Rider is a lot less of a committal hero, and it does have a lot of magic damage. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Okay, I like this decision quite a bit.
You can potentially even move stuff around. Darkseer pairs well with both of these supports. So depending on the support and safe lane are revealed by Heroic, maybe you'll want to swap things around.
10 seconds remaining.
Knowing you're into Darkseer, Oracle is still in the
Heroics,
pool and is
turn to
quite good
battle.
versus Batrider as well. Nailed it. So that's a nice pick. What are they going to go with? The Ursa. Okay. So Ursa, pretty strong into Darkseer, especially if you don't even get to work with Ion Shell. Possibly the Surge, though that one's a little tricky to dispel before he gets at least some distance away from Ursa.
10 seconds remaining.
But the lane should be pretty straightforward
5
for
seconds
Heroic.
remaining.
S-Star back's going to look for creep dragging and stacking, I imagine. You're going to need some heroes to get to the Oracle. Could come from the mid lane.
It's
Carries.
I mean, like, I don't know if you want to pick something like an
Dire
Ember, but you... Okay, they go for the Terrorblade. Okay, that's kind of cool.
I mean, you
Good
do so much
matchups.
damage. Natural Scotty builder, too, so that if Oracle does save someone, there's a decent shot they're dying anyways.
I wonder if
10
you can
seconds
get away with
remaining.
running this into the Beastmaster, though, because Beastmaster is considered usually one of the better
5
lanes
seconds remaining.
against Terrorblade.
Heroics turn to ban.
Beastmaster, Dark Willow, that is a good amount of magic damage with the Terrorblade. Though again, I mean, either of these supports are pretty strong with the Terrorblade too. Flame Break into the meta,
10
or
seconds
Snowball
remaining.
saves to dodge some of the spells from Beastmaster Dark Willow into like the tag team with all the
5
illusions.
seconds remaining.
These could be some very scrappy lanes. Like whatever ends up in that dire safe lane, gonna have to be a bit careful. That's where the first bloods could really come into play. I do think the safe lane, Ursa Oracle, should do fine versus Darkseer plus whatever support.
What if they
Heroics
run mid
turn
Darkseer
to
and pick a new
ban.
offlane like a Veno? Well, you can't even into an Oracle. Never mind. Yeah, Oracle Ursa is rough. All of the heroes that like actually hard counter Ursa, Oracle really has a good time dealing with.
You can maybe
10
do
seconds remaining.
like a Doom and just
5
accept
seconds
that
remaining.
lane and then move the Darkseer mid. But that's a bit out there.
Yeah.
And I think only a few people are really prepared to play Darkseer mid. So I think likely that is just the Darkseer off lane that is just going to depend on creep dragging and stacking and farming up that way. It's part of the reason why Darkseer is so good is that even if you do get hard countered, like you still kind of have a game. So I think we're likely to just see that and then pick a mid laner who can get to the Oracle, because that's what you know is going to happen in the mid to late game. Oracle going to be sitting far back, looking to just save Ursa, save Beastmaster, whoever, probably buy a blink, and anytime you try to lasso, like, that Oracle save just coming in right
Dire
away.
team ban.
They banned the Tiny. Okay. So Ember and Puck are still available. If they want the Ember Spirit or the Puck, they can just, or if they want the Puck, they could pick it. But if they want the Ember Spirit, they could ban the Puck and then go for it.
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
Ember Spirit with the Darkseer is usually pretty nice. But again, like Oracle can dispel a lot of
5
Ember's
seconds
damage.
remaining.
So I'm wondering if there's a better option of a hero that can find the back line. So I think that Tiny ban actually is really good when you think about it. What about Death Prophet?
That's true. Death
Dire
Prophet actually
team
slipped
pick.
through a lot of this draft. It has been quite popular.
It's a really good
Tusk
Magnus
is an-
ban.
Okay save. I kind of like Death Prophet for Heroic, actually. I don't know if that's what you meant or if you meant for a
10
Starback.
seconds remaining.
I was thinking either of them. Like it's not banned quite yet, and it works in both drafts. Like
5
Oracle Death
Yeah.
Prophet's
seconds
insanely
remaining.
strong. If you have auras from the Darkseer and a Death Prophet mid, you can keep it alive. The Magnus ban makes a lot of sense though, because it would just go to Whisper, and then they'd put the Beastmaster mid, and then you have Whisper on Magnus, which is terrifying, just in its own.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing. The Beastmaster being able to go between multiple lanes. I do think whatever they end up going for, I hope it's a playmaker.
I speak for the trees.
Huh.
Kind of, right? Like kind of a playmaker if it's mid lane. This hero can be around, like all over the map. I mean, it's weird though because you don't really want to build Vessel here.
Yeah, I actually suspect this is going to be a
10
mid Bat
seconds
Rider
remaining.
instead. I really think Natures has dropped off as being a
5
core
seconds
hero.
remaining.
Mid bat could be sick, which I know Alone has played it in the past. Like I know that's like not a hero outside of his wheelhouse. He's like kind of one of the younger players. He actually started getting a lot of attention back when the DPC was around. He was one of the main players on Hokori who made a pretty solid run that year. I think when a lot of people were trying to keep their eyes on, South American stars. So Alone he's very talented. He just hasn't been on too many teams recently. And I know he's like a big Batrider player as well. So it might very well be Batrider mid.
Choose your hero.
Dang, that's a pretty good pick.
Arena, really nice versus the Surges trying to escape from you, but also the Terrorblade Illusion is going to be blocked off quite a lot of the damage.
Wow, Alone is going to take Nature's Prophet into the mid lane. I mean,
Okay.
do you go Soothing Sapling still, or do you go like Nature's Prophet? Right? Like, I feel like the Nature's
No, it's a
Prophet
meme.
facet is terrible. So,
It's a meme.
yeah,
I mean, I would like to see it. I literally haven't seen it because no one takes it.
It's terrible.
It's whoa. Carry Batrider?
Dude, honestly, against a Mars, this is actually super smart. But you're against an Oracle, which does make it a little bit weird. But in terms of the lane matchup, this absolutely destroys Whisper. Dude,
But
I've
are you
been
playing
wanting
carry
to see.
Batrider into an Oracle?
Yeah, I mean, that's the part that's
Isn't
sketch.
that's a little scary.
That's the part that's sketch, for sure. But I've been wanting to see a carry, like a core Batrider with the Arsonist build. And I was like expecting to mostly be like mid lane or something or off lane. But carry Batrider is hype. Most likely the item build will be just an immediate rush into the Hurricane Pike. But I'm curious if he wants to build anything else earlier. Like Witchblade is typically like necessary on this hero, but again, it's just another dot that gets dispelled from the Oracle. This is cool. I don't care. I'm excited. This is a sick draft. I want to see it.
I'm excited to see it. I don't know if it's gonna fall flat, but that's what I'm here for. So carry Batrider should at least have a good time in the lane. Though I wonder, now that you see it's moving, if it's worth bringing
swapping
the
the
Oracle
Oracle?
there. Yeah. Though I feel like you just give Ursa a good game, right?
Yeah, because you
In-
still have the Darkseer lane to worry about,
Mhm.
right? So I think you're in a situation of like, they've now basically created 2 lanes the Oracle has to deal with, and you can only pick one, so
You
Yeah.
can't destroy all of us at the same time.
yeah. I like it. That's a cool pick. Take a look at the facets. Anything else kind of standing out? Clairvoyant Curse, so it is going to be the damage-dealing Oracle as opposed to the healing Oracle.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's catching on a little bit more, at least in this region, the Clairvoyant Curse to do a little bit more in the early game. It's kind of fun to see. I feel like in the end, you don't actually play any different from being a regular Oracle. You just happen to sometimes get a couple more early kills or just do a little bit more damage. And you still just mostly sit in the back save. You're not seeing like Dagon builds and stuff, which there's a real pub theory craft mid Oracle with this facet.
Yeah, I mean, we're not Topson here, right? That's something Topson would do. but
That's the next level. You're excited, you're hype about Batrider carry, then you're like, wait, this is Oracle mid. What? I'm interested to see how Nature's mid's gonna do, because this has really dropped off as a core hero since they took away Ironwood Treant. Soothing Saplings has been much better for supports, just kind of going back to old Natures, just play the lane, you're pretty annoying, spam Sprout. You're going to do the same thing from the mid lane, I imagine, but that once you actually rotate and maybe you win the fight, you're not going to do as much tower damage as you did before with the Ironwood Treant, which I'd say is fair. That facet was just too good, had its time in the sun, time to
I'm glad it's
shove
gone.
that one.
I think everyone's glad it's gone. I do want to point out, Batrider's building damage is correct, and Oracle can't save the towers from the Batrider damage.
Limb from limb.
I wonder if you use... So he actually did start with Nature's Call. Sometimes you see Sprout maxed in the mid lane just because it is some farming speed. Curious to see how far he's going to go with Nature's Call. Is it just the one level to do the scouting? Is he going to use it to stack versus help him in the lane versus, Beastmaster's own summons? Is he maxing this? I don't think he would. I think you'd probably just 1 point and then max your first 2. But this is our first mid-natures in a while, and there's clearly some cooking going on this team. So looking forward to see if that's going to be any different.
There's the unpause, and we are ready to go.
Now, the real cooking question is this Terrorblade support. Gonna get Armlet Shadowblade.
Dude, I like completely forgot that this is Terrorblade support. Boy, I don't know. I imagine he just like tries to get pipe for the team still, but you have a Darkseer, so what does he build?
All right, listen. You can't destroy all of us at once. Reflection is actually
30 seconds
dispellable,
to
which doesn't usually come into play, but Oracle's got it. But listen, can't dispel Ion Shells and Reflection unless we all stand next to each other. So, someone is doing something in that lane.
Man,
It's
I
probably
cannot.
Ursa, and it's farming.
I cannot for the life of me. If I'm the Batrider this, or not Batrider, Terrorblade this game, I actually have zero ideas on the items that I could build. Like, do you just start building like a carry? Like, does Monty just like go Dragonlance, like or something? Like, or just get the shard at 15 minutes and start farming, and then you just have like a useless support? Like, I actually have no idea.
Just do the armlet. We all know. We know we want the armlet.
The armlet would be hype.
I want to see how Batrider does here. Zoning Whisper. Fortunately for Mars, you do have the spears and you have God's Rebuke, so you can push the Batrider away as he runs in, and maybe we'll get to see some cool spears through multiple brambles. Certainly something for a Starbacks to be careful of, but generally, Batrider should have a good time here with the Arsonist facet. If you're tuning in for the first time, the way this facet changed that now your attacks always apply 1 stack of Napalm, which Napalm now is up to 20 stacks, and each stack is worth half as much, but it's much easier to build them up than it was in the past.
Yeah, and then of course once you get the shard, it just removes the stack limit, which is pretty good, and it allows you to affect buildings. So you kind of want to play around the shard. Like if you happen to get like an Aegis and you get the shard around the same time, like you can just bulldoze down buildings. The enemy team can do very little to stop it. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. This is a really cool draft.
Maybe we'll see the Hurricane Pike for the Batrider. The Witchblade used to be one of them. I feel like the extra mobility might actually do you a lot of good versus the the Ursa, but also maybe can help catch the Oracle, you know, in rare situations. We don't really see the blinks on Batrider carries, at least not to start. So Hurricane Pike is kind of in that middle ground of it does help you attack and build up stacks, but also gives you sub mobility in case you do get a lasso.
I feel like this mid lane should end up being pretty good for the Beastmaster. Like, Sprout and just the auto attack damage from the Nature's Prophet is a lot, but Analog is going to go for Bottle. And I don't think Nature's Prophet will, so should be a pretty decent lane for him.
He is getting peppered. You're right. But I think at some point you just stack with the boars, and then you just farm that way. You can do stacks better than Nature's can, although Sprout does help your farm speed on that hero.
Well, the boar trapped in a cage. Unlucky. I don't think you're allowed to do that, honestly. That feels kind of illegal.
That's why the Beastmaster howling for that boar. Oh, what's Terrorblade been up to? What do you even get done in this lane? It seems so awkward to be Terrorblade here. This is where, okay, so as hype as we are about seeing Batrider carry, and it's like, oh, Nature's in the mid lane, it does require someone to play this Terrorblade that ended up in a kind of a weird spot. And this is where sometimes you cook too hard. So I think you're very quickly just going to go stack. Maybe at level 3, you get the point in Conjure Image, and then you just stack multiple camps for Darkseer, and then you soak the lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss with it. It's very bizarre. Not something we see very often, but...
Step 1. Pop meta, secure Lotus. Taking notes.
That's huge. Okay, I'm taking notes.
Step 2. Pull hard camp in meta form. People think it's for trading, but the extra attack range makes it easier to pull the camp.
Yeah,
Honestly,
at the
Darkseer's
moment,
doing better than expected.
Yeah, I was gonna say, at the moment, no one's really struggling too much on CS.
Dire's
There's like a little bit of a difference
bottom
being
tower is
built in
under
the mid lane, but both of the offlaners are doing just fine.
Mid, we saw Beastmaster get really whittled down, but because he's getting the water runes, he is getting by, and he's getting a lot of denies, thanks to the boars helping him out.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ooh, that's a big courier to lose, actually, because Batrider needs the mana regen. I'm kind of surprised he's building a Null Talisman. Because, like, part of me feels like this is a Falcon Blade hero if you want to play it as a carry. I know that I'm, you know, maybe more obsessed with Falcon Blade than others, but it does seem like it fits the bill of this hero.
I don't know if you actually need damage on carry Batrider, though.
I mean,
Same with health. Like, you're relatively
Dire's
healthy.
middle tower is under attack.
I don't
Not-
think it's bad, though, right? Like,
I don't think it's
Smoldering Resin
bad.
is, like, built on, it's, like, based on your own damage. So, like, that is a dot that does scale with his attack damage.
I guess that's true, but I think the bigger thing is just being able to use Napalm more in the laning stage. And I feel like the mana from Null Talisman is more for that. First Roar,
Wow.
gonna destroy that Nature's Prophet.
He built up a lot of stacks onto him. Just instantly cuts him down alone. Gonna be dead. Potentially some lag there, it looked like. So, yep, there it is. So first blood into the hands of the Beastmaster. Or actually, no, I think the Dark Willow got it. But either way, to the side of Heroic as they dive the mid tower. This lane's not going to get much easier. And this is why I was a little bit confused on the
Dire's
Nature's Prophet's pick, but
Step 3, gank mid.
yep, step 3, gank mid. Nice shards block there from Prada. Analog, pretty tanky, but a lot of damage with the tag team. Monty will be the one credited the kill.
Okay, pretty strong with the tag team. We usually see that as a safe lane duo rather than a support duo, but it is still strong. Ryu now in some trouble here. I think one more attack.
Yeah.
Ooh. Almost
Kill
made
goes
it,
to
but
KJ.
that's clairvoyant curse right there for you.
Poggies? Did like 10 extra damage, I'm sure.
It was a close kill. It mattered right there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or was there a stack there? No, not quite.
Well, Ursa is off to a great start. Like, this hero is going to have a very fast Battle Fury this game. He's already got his phase boots done. He's kind of thinking about buying the wand, but I kind of agree. I think he should just buy the Cornucopia and have himself the extra mana and health regen immediately. Schofield going for a stack as Prada.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's trying to distract them, but it's not going to happen.
Bat Rider was thinking of going in, but doesn't want to risk it, so...
If he gets Arena and killed there, it's really rough.
Yeah, Bat Rider... kind of doing the best for his team. I mean, Nature's not that far behind, but you certainly don't want to lose your carry nor your top farming hero at this time.
Analog is
Playing it
level
safe.
7. That means level 4 axes, and that means the jungle
Dire's courier
farm
has
of the
been
triangle
killed.
now belongs to the
Dire's
Beastmaster.
top tower
So
is
he's
under
gonna skyrocket in net worth here in just about a short minute or so. Arena is out. Ooh,
used
it's
from
onto the Tusk. He didn't have mana for
Whispers.
Spear. Oh, man. He might still get the kill. Prada. Oh,
The
my
uphill miss.
gosh. The high
He
ground
might actually
miss.
live now.
He does have a
He's
soul
got
ring.
Soul Ring. He should get the kill at
He gets
some
the-
point.
Double bounty rune before he dies, though. Prada, an absolute gamer.
Now that actually started with Bat Rider coming in wanting to get the Mars, which is why the arena came out. So the fact that Bat Rider wasted some time and you end up killing the support, pretty good for Whisper, who has outperformed in this lane. We thought it would be
Is under
tough.
attack.
Actually TP'd the Beastmaster bottom here with a regen to try and maybe punish Ryu, but doesn't quite happen. I feel like they could maybe pressure the triangle, though. That would be huge.
That's what I was thinking. I thought that was part of the movement. Whether you kill Darkseer or not, you keep going into the triangle and then steal it. I suppose it's scary, though. If they could rotate a lot of heroes in, kill you, and then easily move back around the map because it is a Nature's mid. Bat Rider, he's going to work on a Maelstrom. I don't think I've seen this version of the build.
That's hype. He needs attack speed. This is where I was saying, like, against the Oracle, it feels weird because you don't want to build stuff like Witchblade. So I wasn't really sure where you go with it, but this is actually kind of cool. It's going to give you a lot of damage. It will proc on Napalm, of course, which is nice. So it is a little bit slightly amplified depending on how many stacks they have, but it will be a farming item as well. So it doesn't actually have to only kill heroes. Award immediately placed will
rotating in
scout
for the
Yuma.
next arena. Like you said, already scouted. And he's back.
Radiant's
A
bottom
very
tower
quick visit
is
to the
under
top
attack.
lane. Amplified damage for Analog now. That's a pretty easy kill if you get close to anyone.
Dire's top tower is under
The
attack.
roar. This could be the perfect time to invade triangle,
Yeah, I agree.
but you gotta go up. Someone.
Oh, they're afraid. Well, Lumire's going to
Okay.
scout it now.
They're looking
Prada
for
is
the
only level
Beastmaster.
4. All right, they're going to be able to close the gap. Roar does come out, but he's got to get away from this Bat Rider. tag team is there, TPing in on the Mars Whisperer. He has an arena, but in comes alone. There it is, gets dropped. The shards are gonna block off one. Analog gets outside of the arena, but he will tick down to Monty.
Oh,
nice
nice.
God's Rebuke into a Bramble. Nicely. I mean, we talked about Mars being able to reposition heroes for Dark Willow. That's always a concern.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That was
good
sick.
invade attempt. The slows preventing Batrider from actually getting close enough to lasso. So you do lose your own mid and the Tusk, but get the Beastmaster and interrupt him while he's doing stacks. You know, maybe okay. The Ursa free farming in this time though, and that's a little scary.
I mean, you didn't clear the stack though, and Beastmaster is just gonna go right back to clearing the stack. Well, Lumiere.
They still have lasso though.
He's dying to creeps. He needs to get out of there. One more Axes might connect and be all he needs to find this kill. As they go into the pit, and they do just snipe him. Schofield level 6 now as Spear comes out. Monty can't get asunder. Now looking for Prada. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that is 3 big deaths.
I like the idea of what a Starbucks is going for. You know stacks are happening. You know you got lasso. You want to use these things. But this brings us back to, on that last pick, I was saying, you need a playmaker. That what I thought would be support Batrider would have a slow time getting a blink. Instead, it's a carry Batrider that doesn't want to build a blink. And you have a mid Natures. So they're trying to get Beastmaster, but every time they just slow down the Batrider who has to just walk in for the lasso, and surprise, it's not working. So 2 overcommitments into the triangle now. That's actually just speeding up Analog's axe time, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, Whisper is level 10, dude.
He
I
was
gonna
also
say,
supposed to have a
he has-
bad time.
I was gonna say, I think he's gonna have Blink Dagger on Courier, and there it is. Yeah, Blink Dagger being delivered. It's gonna get scouted on the ward here, so they know about this, and they do see him coming bottom. So Darkseer should not get caught by this.
No, he's already miles back, clearing out some ancient stacks in his own triangle, so this rotation will not really amount to much. Now maybe you keep going together. I don't know, head to... Where can you go next? Maybe you just group up with the Oracle. Clairvoyant Curse, the 2 of them can kill just about anybody. Go head mid, perhaps.
I was curious if they were going to try and invade the enemy triangle, right? You have Blink now on this Mars. You have a Beastmaster who's pretty dang strong. I was like, they tried going into your jungle. It failed. I think you can go into their triangle, and I'm pretty sure you would win. But it does require that the Beastmaster be there.
Yeah. I think you could do that, and if they try, I'm up for it. At the same time, because the enemy attempted it and messed up, you actually should know you're ahead, right? It helps that you're also 9-2 on the kill score. You maybe don't know it's 5k, but you probably have a good feeling that you're ahead of the opponents, and you look at your own timings, you say, the Battle Fury just finished on Ursa, we're almost at the Aghanims on Beastmaster, like, we want to get a play with the Blink, but at the same time, don't need to go too crazy, don't need to attempt the same... you know, bad fights that they did in our triangle, because if we just maintain this for a few minutes, we're going to keep pulling ahead. We're going to keep hitting strong item timings. Is that a Blade Mail I see? Huh. Mid Blade Mail Natures. I mean, you're healing yourself with Sprout, but I'm not sure that's worth it.
Blade Mail used to be like a super OP item on Natures, but it's been a while since we used to see that. I was going to say, I was wondering how long Whisper is going to sit here bottom. He was standing on that Wisdom Shrine area for a long time to see if someone was going to come over to contest it. Now, it does mean that they get both Wisdom Shrines for that rotation. Obviously, gives a little bit space to the top side of the map, as no one was really up here, but that's okay.
Radiant's bottom tower
This
is
top
under
observer
attack.
has been so valued.
Radiant structures
It has scouted
are
the Ursa rotation, it scouted the Mars rotation, scouted Oracle coming up here and placing an observer, and now it might die before Oracle can come up here and D-ward, so it's gonna beta Sentry. This is such a value observer for a Starvex.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Well, they lose the top tower. They're still 5,000 ahead, so the golden lead not
Radiant's
really
middle
moving
tower is
much.
under attack.
As the Mars is going to go for a Yule Scepter as his next
Dire's
item,
top
which
tower
I
is under
actually
attack.
kind of like.
You can just lift up the Bat Rider if he does lasso someone. Darkseer trying to surge away, lift them up. A lot of uses for it.
Oh. They see Prada for the moment. They were, I think, walking up here to get a D-ward, but the Tusk, which way he's going to juke,
Radiant's
goes up
middle
to the
tower
north.
Has been denied.
There's no way, right? There's surely no way he gets out of this one. All right. Spear back into the wall. God's Rebuke and another Purifying Flames will do it. And the ward did expire, so let's see if he baits a sentry. He did not. Okay.
Immediately going mid actually for a fast play. That's going to save his sentry. Nature's.
Ooh, nice deny, but
Dire's top tower is under
yeah,
attack.
no real follow-up to the Terrorize there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Blink for the Beastmaster is not quite here. Otherwise, that would have been an easy kill.
Dude, he's so farmed.
Could still just push mid. Yeah, like, he's so farmed. I think you just sit behind him with the Oracle and help him take that tower. At the same time, if you just farm up to get the Blink, then you can easily get a pickoff kill and then take the tower. And that seems to be the option they want to go for right now. They're lining up some good timings, right? This Ursa has been free. He's got his Blink Battle Fury. The Blink, like I was just saying, almost done on the Beastmaster. Mars, Yule's is being delivered right now. So lots
Radiant's
of
bottom tower
lots of
is under
early
Dire's
items.
middle tower has been denied.
It's actually really funny. The Oracle is following the Darkseer's summon
Radiant's bottom tower
and,
has
like,
been denied.
just purging it, so it doesn't have the ability to like cut waves with Ion Shell.
It's messed up. Dormant Curio on the Darkseer, but I'm looking at his options. They're not great.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Dormant
attack.
Curio round 2, perhaps. Poor man's shield just feels weird.
I like that item. I think it's
Dormant Curio?
no
Poor man's shield.
Poor Man Shield. Yeah, I think it's pretty good right now. I think a lot of people were like it's just Poor Man Shield, but it's actually crazy good stat wise in terms of tier 2s. Man, this Mars having
What if we
Yules
put-
right now is going to be really scary.
Little early Roche for the Beastmaster. I forgot to add that in the power spikes that are being lined up here.
Yeah.
So gonna look for some early fights now. Maybe get that bottom tier 1. Tormentor should be pretty straightforward. Keep growing that gold lead. 10k is not that far. I was excited to see the Bat Rider carry, but
Radiant are scanning.
not really sure where it comes online. You know, I thought it would be better in the lane. Did okay, didn't crush the Mars. Darkseer getting crushed.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. He also has the Dormant Curioed Searing Signet on the Beastmaster, so just a single Axes will burn like another 100 damage.
Whisper, I think just... Okay, Whisper soloed Bat Rider and forced a big rotation. Bat Rider actually should have been okay. Bat Rider got confused with the... Oh no, I got confused. I don't even know what Bat Rider died to then, actually. I was thinking it was the... Oh, it is the Mars Shard. Okay, I thought I was crazy for a second there. Mars Shard was blocked by the Firefly, and I don't think he realized he was standing in there and then just died to it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, here comes the Yules from Whisper. Sets up with a spear back into the hands of the Ursa. The Angry Bear will find the kill. And this is why the Yules is incredibly good this game. There's really nothing you can do to stop the Mars initiation now. It just allows you to reposition heroes pretty much every single time. You have technically Tusk who can go in and snowball to try and mini stun Whisper, but it's gonna be a while before that hero has anything to get on top of him. Bottom lane. See a little fight here break out as they look for the Dark Willow. Vacuum back, but Yuma actually comes in, just gets a kill with the help of Analog. They just jump right through the Twin Gate. They're going to start deleting the side of S-Star Box. They lose 3 heroes. I thought this was just going to be a simple pick-off onto Schofield, and instead, a heavy price paid.
It's not easy to kill a Dark Willow if you're not willing to commit your stuns a little sooner, like just lasso this Dark Willow. So she buys so much time with the Shadow Realm. She's got a Yules. Plenty of time for everyone else to show up. This is, I feel like the games we have cast today, man, we had the Doom carry that really fell flat, and unfortunately, I feel like this is a Bat Rider carry that's fallen pretty flat.
Yeah, I
Dire's
mean,
bottom tower is
I was
under
excited to see it, but it has not looked good since the lane stage. Like, Bat Rider is decent in a lot of 1v1s because he's really good at just
Dire's
trading,
bottom tower is under
but
attack.
in the 2v1, in the 2v2, we didn't really feel the strength of the Tusk in that matchup, right? Like,
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I guess it's tricky since Mars can push you back and Dark Willow has so much junk to throw on the ground that you can't just run at them the way you want to. But I also think you saw that when you committed to it, so maybe you just misread it. I mean, Bat Rider carry is... It's under the exploring territory, so maybe you tried it a couple times, you felt its strength, thought it could work, but you don't know every single matchup quite yet, you know? Oh, the surprise Sunder.
oh, he gets out, gets the jump over the wall. Oracle's going to save him as well, as he's just going to jump in aggressively, gets the bash, and both the supports go down. I mean, that was a sick play from S-Star Box. We'll give him that. That was very close to working, but Yuma, incredibly quick response. Oh, that hurts. I mean, that was the armlet Sunder play that you were talking about. It's like, do you just go armlet on Terrorblade? Like, what other options do you have? And, oh, they tried.
Unfortunately, he wasn't low enough yet, so they do get the Sunder, they get Ursa low, but then suddenly we have a question, can Terrorblade and Tusk do 200 damage to Ursa when you're 18, 19k behind?
Is under attack.
And unfortunately, the answer is no for them.
Radiant are scanning.
Beautiful spear
Mars.
from Whisper. Yeah, just goes right in. Finds themselves a kill here under the Dark Seers. Analog will find that one with ease. And now Terrorize as well as the Cursed Crown. We'll set up the follow-up kill here. Schofield gets that. Lumiere dead another time here.
They are aiming for 1k gold per minute on Heroic right now, which historically is almost always a guaranteed win. It is very difficult to come back from this amount of gold difference at this stage of the game. If you go late enough, I mean, you technically have like the Terrorblade position 4, you know, the scaling could
Dire's
eventually
top
get
tower
there.
is under attack.
But I think Heroic's going to be knocking on your high ground within the next 10 minutes. And I don't even know what kind of items you could finish at that time to scare Heroic.
I mean, I didn't even, like, look at how far they are at this stage of the game. That's the shocking part.
That wasn't even a roar from Analog.
I mean, it's 24 minutes of the game. You have an almost 18,000 net worth Beastmaster? How is he this? Like, that's an insane amount of farm.
They're winning. They essentially won every lane. And even the lanes they didn't win, the plays that came right after that, especially the initial invades from a Starbucks into the triangle, heavily went Heroic's way. So since then, they've just kind of been freely going around the map. As pointed out just there, I mean, Analog has a bunch of kills. It's 22-2. Something real funny
we need one more
if Yuma
kill.
wants to overcommit
Hold on,
here.
hold on. Terrorblade, 0 HP, looking for the Sunder.
He's getting
Terrorblade.
low. Yeah. Okay, Terrorblade.
Oh, come on.
Well, he had the barrier. He has the shield rune.
No, I saw that too. Oh, no. He ruined it.
To nature.
I was hoping to get the 3-2-2 score
We
line.
still could.
We need
just
9 more
need
kills
9
unanswered.
kills for heroic.
It can happen.
I actually think there's a very high chance of it happening.
I think there's more of a chance of that happening than what we previously had.
Dire's middle tower
That's
is under
true.
attack.
That's a rough spot to be in. I'll tell you what, though. Oh, yeah, commit. Okay, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say Terrorblade is getting kind of close to a blink. He's actually sold all his items besides the armlet to get the blink. They know they're in desperate territory.
Is that why
He's just
Alone
gonna
tipped
start-
him?
Might be. He's just going to
Dire's
start
middle tower is
armlet
under attack.
armlet blink kills. All right, this is the comeback. Let's go. Who's got a big kill streak? Who's first on the chop and
I mean,
block?
Mars
Whisper.
is 6-0.
Yeah, Whispers, I think the highest.
Dire's
Well, actually, I don't know when
middle tower
Analog
has fallen.
died versus got these kills, so he might be on a higher kill streak.
Wait, who has a Lincoln's? This is the sixth. Okay,
Beastmaster.
if you were to take a picture of this in your pubs and post this and be like, this is oh no! Oh god! And this is exactly why I was gonna finish that point. If you saw this in your pubs, this guy's getting reported by nine players straight up. But
But remember, I bet his team put him in this situation.
yeah, this was a drafting situation. That's why, like, early on when I saw draft, I was like, I don't know what you can build on Terrorblade this game at all to be helpful. And it's like, yeah, I guess I go the armlet meme build. What other options do I have?
I mean, it's tricky, but I genuinely believe, like, okay, new hero to Dota, Ricky. Let me tell you their
Dire's middle
abilities.
barracks has
They
fallen.
have none. There's one ability. It's a 10-minute cooldown. It instantly kills a hero. Broken or not.
They have no other ability?
No other ability. It's simply an instant kill. You click it on a hero when they die. Every 10 minutes.
Global?
We can give it a cast range. What do you want it to be? 500? 1,000?
Global.
Global? Okay.
Yeah.
Global.
Like Spectre Shadow Step. You just see it and then they die.
Broken?
Global. No, I think that hero would lose every game.
I don't think so. I think at a pro level, the ability to get late
Dire's top
and then
tower
delete
is
a
under
hero is actually pretty good.
Can you sustain a game playing 4v5 that long, though?
Potentially, I don't know. Is this Terrorblade about to make a comeback? And
Because think about it. You get to kill three heroes in 30 minutes.
Dire's top tower
Right?
has fallen.
That's the contribution, right? It'd be
you
like...
can still right click and farm up items. I'll have you know.
Yeah, but... You'd have to get an
You would just be
Octarine
like
real
a carry
fast.
Terrorblade going for
Dire's
armlet
tower is
blink.
under attack.
Dude, imagine how value Octarine would be. Like cooldown reduction.
There you go. Yeah, refresher,
Yeah, yeah.
ramping up the insta kills.
Hold on, we might be cooking here. Into Roshan they go. They're actually like aware that this Terrorblade might kill them if they go onto the high ground, so they're gonna get themselves an Aegis so that even if it works, he has a second life.
I was about to ask you if you ever, because Nature was spamming his teleport in the pit, and it reminded me of in the fall where you sweep leaves together and you play in them as kids. And I was gonna ask you if you had that experience, but then I remembered you grew up in California and now you're in Arizona, and I don't think you've seen leaves fall off of trees.
In Arizona in general, I don't think I think leaves are like an extinct species. They don't really exist here.
That's fine. You're not missing much. Bugs get in that pile. It's gross.
Ew. Good to know, because like I feel like if I ever had the opportunity, I would take it. And now I'm not going to because I don't want to be covered in bugs.
Yeah. I mean, do it quickly. Like, sweep them, run through it, be done, get out.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
otherwise, it's gonna be bugs in there.
Oh, Monty, this is
All right,
the
here we
time
go.
you've
Here
been
we go.
waiting
Sunder,
for.
Sunder.
Dire's middle
He's got the
tower
ion
is under
shell.
attack.
Find your targets. Scouting.
With the Ion, all you need is the Sunder, and the
Dire's
kill will
bottom
happen on
tower
its
is
own.
under
Yeah.
attack. Dire are scanning.
Oh man, it doesn't work.
Don't worry. At some point, they'll have to show. That's when they're taking your throne. But when they're doing that, you will know where they are.
Don't worry, we've got them right where we want them. Lincoln Sphere on the Mars. Bottom lane, they get vision of the Bat Rider. Lumiere will instantly be punished. And that's just going to be one more kill. This one actually goes to KJ. Funny enough. Oh, he saves him on KJ! You're kidding me!
Radiant's top tower is under
The Sunder play doesn't work!
attack.
Yeah, there's the GG. They're like, guys, it'd be really funny if we get it once. We just got to get it once. And then KJ is too quick.
Has fought Radiant's
I mean, it's both of them. It's a really fast enrage and then the follow-up save from KJ. I wasn't watching to see if he was sitting. I mean, he can't have been sitting at 1 health, right?
Yeah.
It must have not been low enough when he went for it. Would have been a funny way, though. Probably not going to change the game. I think they cooked a little too hard. In hindsight, a little bit too much cooking from a Starbacks.
I think they get that kill and GG out immediately. I'm not even joking. I think that's one of those moments where like they knew they lost. They were just like trying to get a funny, like clippable moment and then just GG out. Be like, all right, we did it. We got him. Go next.
You need the mental reset for game 2, right? You're talking about it throughout the game. You're like, okay, we cooked too hard. Here's how we should approach game 2. All right, so do you guys want to play this out? Let's get one armlet kill and then and then we go. You know, so at least you're in a good mental spot. I hope that's the case for them.
Yeah, that was if you could see the kill scores right now this game, it is very funny. Analog is the only person that died on heroic. He has 2 deaths, doing 8, 2, and 9. Every other hero is deathless. And then on the side of Starbucks, the only person who has kills is the Terrorblade. And it was right. That's the best part. Is that the only person who got a kill this game was the 4th position Terrorblade. So
This is where someone
comical.
makes a post like, this Terrorblade is griefing my games, and then someone looks into it and they post the rest of the screenshots like, what do you mean? None of you have anything else. It's the Terrorblade who has the kill.
Gold. I love this. Very interesting game number 1, but Heroic do not falter. They just play their game. Walk away with a very easy victory here. But we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 shortly, everyone, so stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the road to the EWC, the South American Closed Qualifiers. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. Game 2, Heroic versus Starbucks, is gonna be starting soon. I don't know if Starbucks really started yet in the series, I'll be honest. This was one of those ones where it's like they're in the middle of the world's longest warm-up, and it got rudely
Slow
interrupted.
simmer.
Yeah, right? Like, they're still heating up the pan right now. I don't know. Like, this was a rough one.
I will say I do think Heroic is the favorite.
Yeah.
And when you're the underdog, one of the ways you can potentially beat a more experienced team is throw someone wacky out there, right? And you've practiced against all the standard strats as a pro team, and you would beat any team that's worse than you at standard gameplay. So you go, all right, we get weird, you know, we go Bat Rider carry, we get like Armlet, Blink, TB, throw the game into chaos, and maybe it messes with them. It was kind of okay to start, right? Like, the lanes weren't, I'd say Heroic is winning the laning stage, but it wasn't a landslide. But then the early rotations is where Heroic showed their experience as a team playing together, fast responses, just a little bit better execution on the individual plays, and because of that, they
Heroics turn
quickly
to
take
ban.
a, winning-ish laning stage to a dominant show of force,
Radiant team
crushing
ban.
a Starbacks. So round 2,
Radiant team
do you
ban.
go back for a
Heroics
more
turn to
standard
ban.
game, or do you lean even further into the weird drafts, wacky game?
10 seconds.
What do you want to
remaining.
see, Ricky?
I mean, I feel like you gotta go back to something a little bit more
Team
straightforward. You
Look,
do.
they
you
were
do ban out
scared
the
of that
Beastmaster. They were. But they do ban out the Beastmaster. I do feel like Beastmaster
10
has
seconds
been
remaining.
unstoppable in Analog's hands. The last several games we've seen him play
5
this, he has
seconds
just
remaining.
face rolled the enemy team. Even in a game where we're like, man, this doesn't even look like that good of a Beastmaster game, and he's like playing it into a Medusa who's like super farmed, and he just like shows up with a Disperser Manta out of nowhere, just like roars and kills this Medusa, and you're like, oh,
Radiant team ban.
I guess that's one way to do it. Like, not really what we expected, but he managed to make it work. So I think, removing the
10
Beastmaster, I think that's a
seconds
big part of
remaining.
Heroic's success right now. They get rid of the Death Prophet next.
5 seconds.
I'm curious where they go with it, honestly. Like, the pool's pretty open still.
That said, last game we had a lot of bans around Whisper. Feel like that shifted. That might mean Whisper might get a signature hero. Now, the picks did switch. So it could have been something that a Starbacks felt, as first pick, we have to be more careful of Whisper's counter picks compared to a Starbacks now having second pick.
Heroics turn.
We'll see if
to
that's
ban.
true or not. I mean, Whisper he was given the last pick on the Mars, something that's It's in a decent
10
spot.
seconds remaining.
I think most people don't consider Mars broken. It's just like, yeah, it can be a good Mars
5
game.
seconds.
You can offer a decent amount. Sure made it look broken, I gotta say. Handling a tough matchup in the lane versus that Bat Rider, and then, just constantly finding kills. That is what we expect of his Magnus as well. That is going to be the first pick. It doesn't even have to be his. Yuma, one of the best Magnus carry players, kind of the guy who started it, really.
remaining.
And you can stick it in mid lane, too.
This team getting Magnus
5
is so
seconds
scary,
remaining.
right? Like, for that exact reason that you just mentioned. But I do have to say, I think typically they're just wanting to give this to Whisper because he is such a good playmaker and such a reliable playmaker that you give him a hero like Magnus and he just always performs. Oh, Lumiere's going to get his gyro. Okay. Comfort for comfort.
Yeah. But it's not set in stone completely. You could move it to support. We saw they're clearly willing to flex some
10
stuff
seconds
around, but
remaining.
Lumiere has been doing quite well with a gyrocopter. He got earlier on that hero, so it also
Heroics,
protects them
turn
from
to
the
ban.
Enigma pick in case this does end up being the carry Magnus. You get that offlane Enigma. Now much less likely into the gyrocopter with the flat cannon. Just kind of farms those Eidolons. I think that Tusk
10
ban, pretty
seconds
good.
remaining.
Snowball save when you're trying to RP skewer everybody is a massive
5
headache.
seconds remaining.
Take that out. I keep wondering if we'll ever see Rubik's banned. I feel like there's so many good heroes that Rubik loves to play against, but just hasn't made it into the meta quite yet.
We'll see where they want to go with this because I am surprised to actually see a Tusk ban. This is not a hero that does get banned very often, which is why we're seeing it pick so much because it's reliable, but getting a ban is actually, I don't know, a little bit of respect. Good for the gyro lane, I suppose, is the reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's good with Gyro, good against Magnus. And there might be some other stuff that they're also interested in picking that they don't want the snowball save to account for. Centaur ban coming out. I wonder what they have in mind for that one. We see it often as a response to Doom, so that you
10
can't just
seconds
stampede that
remaining.
person away. I mean, something similar is
5
kind of there for
seconds
when you get
remaining.
skewered out of position, but not usually a ban we see as a way to protect the Magnus.
Radiant team pick.
Okay. I do like the Centaur ban. It is a great way of kind of getting the gyro in and out of danger, but also when you're dealing with a Magnus, it can kind of be difficult because the whole idea is he wants to skewer you away from the team. But if the result is, okay, well, I'm just going to stampede my team in, and then suddenly you're not actually getting this distance, or maybe you stampede your ally out. They go with the Naga Siren, which is a kind of a similar idea. So the Song of the Siren to reset on the Magnus spells potentially, but
10
also just a
seconds
strong
remaining.
lane with the gyrocopter.
You can find a support
5 seconds
or
remaining.
maybe a mid-hero, initiating hero, whatever. Someone to get to the Naga, keep her out of the fight. She's just going to be a support, so she's not going to be that strong. So one, especially a mid laner,
Heroics,
could go jump the
turn
Naga
to
and free up the Magnus to get the big ultimate. Or actually, Shadow Shaman could work too. You hex her, shackle her, or just prevent her from getting the song off while you get the RP and kill that target. We're going to see the natures for Heroic this time. I'm pretty sure is going to stay as a support.
10 seconds
I would
remaining.
hope so. I mean, this is a KJ classic. It's one of his most played support
5
heroes
seconds
for
remaining.
quite some time. So I would imagine this is going to be
Radiant team
KJ
Heroics, turn to pick.
on the Nature's Prophet. They're going to pick up the Mars themselves into the Dark Willow. I feel like I've seen this before. Have we
This is
seen
a
this before, Zach?
Most standard of standard shifts from game one back to some real classics here.
10
Yeah,
seconds
Mars
remaining.
Dark Willow looked very good in the last game. The
5
Bramble
seconds
Spear
remaining.
combo, Arena Terrorize combo, all set up from the song. And then you got Flak and Call Down going in the same time. So the Wombo combo is there. It is something that Starbacks used to win their first series, sorry. So, yeah, cooked too hard in game number 1, and they want to now go for the basic food possible here.
I like it. I mean, I think it's just a reliable duo. It's pretty, like, it brings you a lot more good team fight when you already are running a lot of team fight from your first 2 picks. Great counters to the Nature's Prophet as well. Like, this hero cannot play against Mars, which we saw evident in the last game. Anytime he finds you, you're just basically dead. We'll see where they go with the rest of the draft here. This 18th pick needs to be very good against the Mars lane and the Gyrocopter.
Heroics turn to ban.
Void incarnate.
That is not what I had in mind, but they will go Void Spirit.
I like it. You're going to ban to protect it here,
Radiant
and
team
then
ban.
it can get out of arena easily. It can dodge a lot of these stuns, actually.
Yeah.
You got Rocket, you see the Ensnare coming, you see the Spear, the Arena, the Brambles, the Curse Crown, right? Terrorize. Like, it's all dodgeable for Void Spirit. And then this is a hero who can go for that Aghanims, that
10
AoE
seconds
silence that I was
remaining.
hoping to see. Someone who just jumps at the Naga, controls her up, and she just can't get the song out while you're killing someone else with RP, with Skewer, Shackles, whatever. So I really like the idea.
I agree.
You just can't let it get countered too hard. So we do see the Huskar ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe Monkey or one of the other Spirit
5
Brothers
seconds remaining.
could be the next ban.
I do think the Sven ban makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I was trying to figure out what carry is left in the pool that you want to play into the Mars lane, but is also good against Gyrocopter.
Heroics turn to ban.
The Abaddon, okay, that's definitely a good one. I know we don't see it often. Hear me out. Troll Warlord.
Loves Troll.
They probably might just
10
pick Lifestealer,
seconds
to be honest.
remaining.
I was thinking Lifestealer too. Rage to
5
get out of arena
seconds
yourself,
remaining.
and for all the same reason I just mentioned, Void Spirit can dodge. I mean, you can do the same thing with Rage
Yeah.
and Infest.
And you have a Magnus
can-
to help you out with farm speed, right? Lifestealer's probably going to go Radiance, but kind of struggles a little bit in keeping up with something like a Gyrocopter, but you can just get a little bit of help from the Magnus on that one.
Infest gangs could be super easy too. Like any of your teammates can just deliver you straight into the fight, which is very nice.
Heroics
Like you said, though, the
turn
one
to
downside
pick.
is maybe you can't match the same farming speed as the Gyro unless you're having a good lane, which they did in the first game. But if you wanted to go for something else, that could be a good argument for it. I'm trying to... I don't know. So many carries are banned, though, so...
I feel like Lifestealer
10
is the
seconds
no-brainer.
remaining.
It's good and it like doesn't struggle at all to Mars. It doesn't really stop Mars
5
from
seconds
farming,
remaining.
especially since it's a Dark Willow in lane and Shadow Shaman's not going to be able to like reliably offer a lot of damage into this lane. So, or I guess it
Radiant
might just be the
team
Nature's
pick.
Prophet 5. Yeah, so no-brainer pick here. Would love to have seen something like wild and creative, but this is like an obvious pick. It gives you everything you need for the game, and it like wins the Gyrocopter matchup
10
once you have
seconds
Aghanim Scepter.
remaining.
That's when the table turns quite a bit, and I think it's a pretty good Axe game.
You may now select your heroes.
Okay, cool.
Ooh,
I was
that's
thinking you need
cool.
something...
That's
you
offlane
need to do
Slardar.
well... Oh, it is... Okay, I mean, that's good versus the life... I was thinking you want to shut down Analog, which I guess Mars will be okay in the mid lane, so maybe go even there, and you're going to aim to shut down Yuma instead. But I feel like Void is actually more pivotal to the early tempo. I think I would have preferred to see a mid Slardar.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I do think it's still pretty good because the minus armor he's bringing will help a lot with Lumire's Gyrocopter. Like if they're on different targets, or he gets a multi-hero
10
crush or
seconds
something in the
remaining.
mid game, like that's pretty massive. But I do agree. I feel like you might need to shut down this Void Spirit because it's Whisper and Analog that are going to be getting a lot done.
Maybe some of the ideas that you in the mid lane, it's not like Void Spirit's now going to have a free lane because Mars is there. It's still going to be something you have to fight out, and the supports can help and all that. Whereas if it had been Mars in the off lane, that should have been pretty free for Lifestealer, and there would not have been a lot to do about it. Whereas this time, Slardar should have a decent time, and then you can hopefully affect the mid lane by freeing up your support to go help out there. So in a way, you have a chance to win multiple lanes rather than only win the mid lane and then off lane is a loss. See if it pays off for them. KJ, I think, could get a lot of work done this game on this Natures in the early game, just because Lifestealer is a hero that you can usually leave for free, and if you see a Shackle, it's an easy teleportation on up there. Even the Remnant from the Void Spirit can buy enough time for you to show up.
I really...
How about that Spirit Vessel game?
Yeah, I was like, I really like the Star, but it is all now just a really good Vessel game for the Nature's Prophet. So that part's a little scary. So we'll see how good of a start KJ gets, because I think that's a big part of it. Like, if KJ gets to an early earn and can start contributing to kills around the map, that's when things get a little scary. But overall, I think the lane should be fine for Starbucks, especially like Lumiere's lane. I don't think he's going to struggle at all here.
No, he should be fine outside of some, like skewers under tower. So as long as you're careful of that, respect the threat of the Magnus, I do think you farm.
This will be just fine. This will be
Everyone
just
respects
fine.
Whisper Magnus. If you don't, you will surely pay. All the facets, everything looks about the same. Victory Feast, actually, is a little bit different from what we've been seeing. Some people go the Bloodsport, but typically seen as the counter to heroes like Oracle or other types of saves. So in this game, when you're not dealing with something like that, I do kind of like Victory Feast. It is pretty good if you manage to get kills in the arena.
I'm wondering if that will happen, though, when multiple heroes can actually get out of the arena. But I suppose if you use it on the supports for that reason, you get the buff, then you go take the rest of the fight. Could be another way to go about it. Shadow Shaman is a support worth killing off pretty quickly. Otherwise, he just controls up your
The
team
battle
too much.
begins.
Three bounty runes going the way of Heroic. A lane swap from both teams here?
I mean, that would be interesting, but first blood here, Schofield, yeah, he's gonna get protected for the second, but the flak hits. Ooh, first blood into the hands of Lumiere's Gyro.
Oh wait, I'm crazy. Okay, for some reason I thought they were on opposite sides. I was like, is this a double lane swap? How'd they know? I'm just crazy. I just thought we're getting late in the day. This is our last series. The mind's going. I got cooked from that first draft. All right, normal lanes, but you do get the first blood for the Gyro, which I don't think they're supposed to crush this lane, but the fact that you're getting that first blood will help you have a good time in the lane and just farm up. Whisper will be doing the same, though, and once he gets a blink, we've seen this guy do so much work on the Magnus.
Top lane, they're gonna actually do a pretty good job here at putting some damage into Yuma as well. And again, ooh. KJ, definitely mispressed Sprout there, I guess. I don't really know. Just very awkward.
Oh, Speared back in the mid lane. Analog taking a lot of tower. He might fall.
He is dead.
First, oh, it's not first blood, second blood.
That's a
Mars, a
solo.
solo kill.
That's huge. He's gonna have like a full level advantage almost when he gets to level 6. Like he's getting almost a full creep wave denied, plus the solo kill. He's looking for a ward too. He's like, just in case, maybe. But yeah, that's absolutely massive. Is he going to get it again? Oh, no, he doesn't.
He
think
was
has
trying.
mana. But bottle's delivered. And Alone's going to be very happy with this start. That's pretty... It can't be understated how much of a deal it is when you get a solo kill in the mid lane at like level 2, you know? That stuff just doesn't happen often.
As soon as you hit level 6, you pretty much can't die on the Void Spirit. So the fact
Yeah.
that there's now a guaranteed level advantage means you do have to be very careful.
That's a
at that
skewer
point.
back for sure. I don't know how the gyro would be there otherwise. Yeah. So gyro next to the tier 1 tower ends up dying there. Prada does manage to get the Lotus, so that's actually really nice for him. But that is going to be the first kill on the board here for the side of Heroic. Oh, Hurricane betraying him, potentially? That forces an ensnare out of Prada, though. Meanwhile, top lane, Yuma getting quite low. KJ going to try and body block here, but is going to get bashed up. They're going to turn back around here with an open wounds, but can KJ hide in the trees? No,
Almost.
not long enough. Monty will get the kill. Laughing maniacally as she does.
A nice try there, but Starback's off to a good start. Way better than last game. I don't think Heroic has to win the lanes, though. I think their timing is actually a little bit later. That's not to say you want to lose lanes. Yeah, you got to be careful, stuff like this.
Yep.
But once you have the 6 on the Void Spirit, you get that blink on the Magnus. I do think that's where the plays start to ramp up. That's where you get the threat of the teleportation a little bit more. KJ, I'm trying to leave, man. Stop needing me.
I want to go farm. Gives him a tango, give him the saplings, trying his best to keep him alive. Looking for the teleport bottom, but I don't think they have the grab, so... Give it up. Oh, he is going to teleport. He's teleporting mid. He wants to prevent the water rune pickup for Alone. All right, so... I mean, you prevent the water rune pickup, but it does kind of leave your lifestealer in a little bit of a weird spot.
You do need to help out the mid lane a little, though, I think.
Yeah.
Based on that first blood, he is going to be your play.
Oh, surprise!
Real quick kill into the Dark Willow.
That's a voice line from the lifestealer, if you were wondering. Just was relevant.
A role play. I got you.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite ones to use, actually. Oh, the neutral creep deny! All right, Schofield, pretty huge.
Oh, I was going to say, sorry, I lost my train of thought for a moment there. The Lifestealer, I mean, he's just going to AFK farm anyways, to be real, no matter how good of a lane he's having. But it's your Void Spirit who's going to make the plays for you first before this Blink Dagger is online for the Magnus. So I think that's why it's worth Nature's leaving the lane, helping out the mid. For example, coming in one more time onto this Mars, perhaps?
I mean, okay, Remnant is going to pull him back, and then he's going to get pulled back the other way, thanks to the reel-in. So, Schofield foul play. In 1 second, it pocs, and he's dead. Okay, really good stuff. I was like hyping up foul play because I hate that ability, but doesn't save him there. Nice kill there from the side of a Starbucks.
Same time, Nature tries to TP bottom for a kill attempt onto the Gyro, who TP's back to his tower, so he lives. Pretty low health though, so it does have to play it carefully. Mars off to an amazing start off that solo kill. Top of the net worth. Just behind Magnus, kind of like back and forth on that. But should hit a pretty fast Blink Dagger on the Mars because of this.
Dude, Magnus is gonna have a fast Blink Dagger too. Like we've seen Whispers show up with like a 10-minute Blink Dagger before, so I think you need to be a little worried about this Mag showing up with that Blink.
Sure, KJ making some stacks in the triangle.
Love that.
For the Magnus, gets that Blink a little faster.
He's level 6.
That's pretty crazy.
This guy always is.
Radiant are scanning.
He just does. I don't know how he does what he does. I'll
Dire's
be
middle
honest.
tower is under attack.
Ooh, you know what I do like? KJ. So he's gonna get the Spirit Vessel because we were talking about how it's a pretty good game for
Yep.
it. Then he's got his Ags queued up. It's one of the ways you can potentially address Song teleport outs.
Reel in, bottom. Into the Bramble. Whisper just drops the RP to TP out. The spear from downtown will catch him. And that hurts. Your first RP for almost nothing. Well, for nothing. Yeah, actually. For nothing.
Radiant's
Actually
middle
for
tower
nothing.
is under attack.
Space for KJ to stack the jungle again.
Ah, yes. That's what it was for. I love my jungle stacking RPs.
I know the way.
You ever RP a creep out of the spawn box?
No, but it's on my list now. I'll get to work. I'm like late for the stack, and you're like, hold on, I can make it. Skewer into RP.
It's the old vacuum stacking that Darkseer used to do,
Ah, yes.
but way worse.
much longer cooldown.
In the end, I actually don't think that... I mean, of course you would like to get a kill with your first RP, but ultimately, Heroic is clearly just waiting to hit their timings.
Yeah.
So if it's 4 heroes to kill Magnus, that's honestly not that bad. And you kind of see that in the net worths, right? It's 5-2, and yet the gold difference is less than 1k. And that's before these stacks have even been farmed yet.
Yuma had a little bit of a rough start, but he's kind of recovering. Shadow Shaman gonna be recovering in the fountain here in a moment. Just gonna get bonked once, and that will proc foul play, maybe? He's just gonna bait him under the tower, and it works, because foul play is a crazy ability. And Monty will be able to finish up the job, but that's gonna cost him 2 kills. That is 2 earned charges as well for KJ.
You're such a hater, man.
I
That was
hate-
definitely the
dude, foul
infest.
play is the
that was
worst
the
of it.
infest bait more than the chicken, the foul play.
I mean, the infest came out after the foul play,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
right? Like, he
Even
gets
happening
bonked
bottom
here.
right now.
That's
Nether kill happening to the Magnus.
Magnus.
Really trying to slow down that blink timing.
Yeah,
Dire's
I mean,
bottom
I
tower
can
is
appreciate
under
that. I
attack.
think putting focus on Whisper is really important. We've seen him over and over again
Dire's middle tower
just
is
get
under attack.
so much done on these types of heroes. Schofield sacrificing his life here so Analog can get a haste rune. What a good support. In comes the Nature's Prophet, though. Hold up. He's trapped alone onto the high ground, and Analog, he's still got a haste to play with. In comes... he clips a Bramble, but they're going to try and make enough space, but the Terrorize will pull him back in alone. I think he's safe. Well, Spirit doesn't really pin him down, and I was like, with the haste, he's going to get a little bit of amp damage there from the Magnus, but yeah, no real chase continuing. He's done.
Where those earlier plays do pay out in their favor. The heroes from Heroic just aren't quite as strong as they would have been. They're having slightly better time. Again, though, don't think they care too much. They go straight to farming.
Radiant
They
are
just need the
scanning.
blink on the Magnus. They're going to be a lot stronger with that.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom
I mean, this
Serpent
last fight, you
Wars.
can see the difference. If he has Blink there, he gets an RP onto 3 heroes and skewers them into a tower. Right, like, it's
And if-
so different.
Yeah, and if the lanes have been going better, Schofield might be 6 for that fight as well. You can use Serpent Wards there. Instead, he just kind of gets controlled up and killed. They actually find the Natures now in the jungle.
Lumiere is so farmed. They'll block out the Ancients as well, so no more Ancient
Dire's
camps for
structures
you. They
are
block even the
fortified.
hard camp.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Starback's looking pretty good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And hyping up
Dire's
the
middle
blink
tower
for
has
Magnus. He'll have it after this next creep camp clear. You gotta get stuff
Dire's
done.
middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if you commit to the Infest gank. That is available to you, but maybe you just want him to keep farming up the Radiance first before you get him involved at all.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, the Slardar is closing on a blink as well, and that is such a big timing for this hero. Like, being able to play aggressive on Slardar with other, like, with allies, once you have, like, Blink Corrosive Haze, is massive. And Alone is going to come to the top side of the map here and smoke up. They have their eyes on Yuma. Not the easiest kill, like we said, right? He can rage, get out of the arena, assuming they don't get chain stunned.
Which you have an amplified damage on Mars, so if
Yeah.
you do chain stun anyone, I mean, they'll die. The combo with just Mars and Dark Willow is already quite strong. I thought they were going to try with the Slardar. For now, hoping to get the Void Spirit, it seems. This is one of the tricky ones. See the reaction time on Analog.
I just don't think he's going to
No,
come
he's
forward.
suspicious.
Yeah, he's playing very defensive right now.
Radiant are scanning.
He knows that this Naga Siren would not be here if it was not a bait, right? Like, there's just no way this hero's sitting at your tier 2. So top side, they're going to make their rotation back up here. Ryu going to try and get some damage in onto Yuma. Actually gets a lot of damage over onto Ryu, and Schofield unable to connect in with the shackles. And there's the arena, the rage with the turnaround here from Yuma. They just have to invest to try and get the Shaman out of here. Here comes the Void Spirit. He's going to get terrorized off. The Bedlam takes down one. Whisper deep onto the backside here, trying to maybe find an opening, but the Song of the Siren will zone out Heroic, and this is a very costly defense, as it will cost them 4 heroes in a tier 1 tower.
Patience from a Starbacks pan off there. They started top on that smoke gank, went mid, came back top, Ryu baiting them in. Schofield comes up. You get full sight of everything you need. Nice double arena. The Infest does save them for a little bit, but the time it takes for everyone to rotate over is just a bit too much. So you lose all the key heroes, and Whisper just immediately gets out of here, despite the TP in.
Yeah, Lumiere coming to the Twin Gate pretty much seals the fate on this one. If it was just the 4 of them and no Gyro, I think you might be able to make a play. But the second your Lifestealer is dead, and you like really don't have an answer to the Song of the Siren, like, you're just not gonna have damage coming out, right? So Yuma needs to desperately get towards this Radiance. He's working on it, but still very far away.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under
They
attack.
do use the Shadow Shaman ult to at least clear up the bottom tier 1 tower. Start opening up the map a little bit for themselves. And I think it's clear they don't want to take too many direct team fights at this point, so rather than save the ult for kills, just get what you can.
Oh boy, they're gonna look for another play here onto the Magnus, and they got him. Less the bonus kill of the Shadow Shaman. Alone has had an amazing game on the Mars. Every single arena has netted them at least something. Usually multiple kills, and now they're gonna smoke up, go aggressive, look for the enemy triangle. As they did see KJ get a sentry ward kill there, but they're not gonna find anything else. He's trying to get in there to unblock his camps, but the Ancients is still blocked.
Pushed out of here by the
Dire's bottom
smoke.
tower is under
Oh.
Can you find Magnus again?
Well, or is Magnus gonna find them? Skewer does pull back the Dark Willow. We'll just RP here to find something. Prada, no ult quite yet. Wrath of Nature coming through. Now, do they have the damage to finish off anything? Ryu is gonna survive. He's able to get away. Yuma going in aggressive, looking for the Gyro, but you can't do this alone. He's gonna infest Cardi. Start drifting around the lane here and see if he can find anything, but that is, I guess, a 1-for-1 trade, but you committed RP for this.
You were also down a few thousand, and it was pretty close. They almost killed the Slardar too, which would have, I'd say, make that all worth it. You take what you can get in these situations.
Ooh, is that Nature's Prophet
Radiant's
about
top
to
tower
get some
is under
couriers?
attack.
Heck yeah, he is.
Radiant's courier has
You
been
better
defeated.
TP fast. All right, yeah, he's out. Very close.
There's 2 others in the area as well. He could have
Yeah.
gotten baited to stay.
Radiant are scanning.
I think Heroic has realized they've been off to a rough start, so He got a Mask of Madness on to Magnus just to speed up his farm.
Whoa,
Some recovery
really?
time.
We do not see that hardly ever. Blink Mask of Madness.
Usually only see the Mask of Madness for the carry type Magnuses. No matter what lane they're playing, if they are, you know, going Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, Harpoon, going for right click damage.
Oh, we got him. Alone
Sidesteps.
traps Whisper again. He's not stuck yet, but with the rest of the team coming in, there's your reel in into the Slardar.
This is like a different team from game one,
It
man.
really does.
Starbucks stepping up so much with their comfort picks after cooking too hard. And Gyro, we saw it in the, well, I saw it in the first series. Well, your power was out. But Gyro, he absolutely popped off. And recently, all these plays are giving him so much space. And, I mean, he even participated in some. He's 7-1-1 right now. So he is reaching raid boss status. Has the Aghanims, has the Crystallis. He's queuing up the Satanic, and I feel like once you have that, even if you skewer him into a weird spot, I don't think you've got the damage to finish the job.
I'm trying to think like where they can make plays right now, or if they really are on just full defensive, we need to farm. Which, like, you actually have some pretty good farming heroes. You can't do anything on the life shield until you have your Radiance, but... Okay, he does have it. Alright, so... It's something? Copium? But, like, your Magnus, I don't think has any intention of fighting for a while. Like, he is farm mode. Like, he is going to go BKB after this Mask of Madness.
Do you think you need the BKB? There's too many
Yeah.
things that make Magnus's life difficult, like the arena and song, all the brambles. There's too much junk. So you need this BKB. I mean, if it's early enough, you can play with the blink, but now you're behind. Now you need the BKB. And the longer you drag this game out, I mean, 4K gold lead, that was an issue when it was 10 minutes. 20 minutes, it's unfortunate, but not the worst. The longer the game goes and you keep it at a 4K, 5K gold lead, it's really not that big of a problem. Magnus especially, one of the best late game heroes just because of how strong RP Skewer is, always gives you a way to win the game. So Starbucks going to be feeling good about where they're at, especially compared to game one, but it's not an easy win from here by any means.
Nature's Prophet's got a ward here. He's wondering if they're going to go for Tormentor. The thing is because they have a Slardar, you're really not going to take that much damage as a team. So, I don't think he can really snipe anyone with Wrath of Nature. But the rest of the team, maybe they can. Schofield, he's going to get found on the side here. Analog actually catching the call down as well as they look for more, and they do manage to find more. Analog has to double Astral Step away. And the question is, will he finally escape? No, he's going to walk right into the hands of Prada and friends. He pops the Manta, trying to finish off the kill. He's not going to have the reach. Oh, the Wrath of Nature does, though. Okay. KJ is still here. But yeah, that is a really, really solid find from the side of Starbucks, which means they get themselves the Tormentor.
Good call, reading that wraparound. Not giving an opening over to Whisper, who had the Lifestealer infested, but they could not find a good RP target. So right back to farming. The farming efficiency, though, I know they're behind, but they are keeping this gold lead from growing too much. Compare that to game number one, where we saw once Heroic got a lead, it just absolutely snowballed into what quickly became, I think, like 22K gold lead at this time. They've been very careful about it. Another arena going to finish off Nature's Prophet here.
Is that his
Like a
vessel
space
charge,
making
too?
Nature's Prophet.
Bottom lane, they're going to find the Shadow Shaman. That being said, Schofield, I was like, he might live, and he does. Whisper bails him out with an RP. He's like, I'm not using this anytime soon. I'm just coming to save you, and I'm going to go back to farming. So, very funny seeing the solo RPs being thrown here onto the supports, but that's the best that they can hope for.
I think that's 2 onto Dark Willow now.
Yeah, it is, right? I feel like that's the same spot we saw it last time, too.
Well, saving the Shadow Shaman does get him enough gold to get the Blink. So maybe now you won't have to commit the RPs onto the supports. You can just use the Hex Shackles.
Okay, this is actually a good idea from Starbox, because I've been curious like how they can start pushing the advantage. They're just gonna go ahead and force Roshan. Looks like Heroic, they should know about this. Like they actually have a ward seeing this entirely, but they have zero intentions of actually contesting. So they're gonna try and get as much out of the map in the moment. Aegis will go to Lumiere. Magnus has his BKB. Prada does have a Blink, which is pretty big for the Naga Siren. Being able to blink Song and cancel the fight is pretty massive.
Heroic used RP earlier, so if you have that, you can maybe fight Roche, but since it was down from that Dark Willow kill, they're just going to give up the Aegis, and they've got to survive through this. I think if you're as Starbacks, the safest play is to get all the outer towers first. Just going high ground a little bit too soon is always very scary against a Magnus.
This is very funny.
Solidify the lead.
He knows Schofield is going for this creep wave. Yes, he will immediately drop the wards to try and cut the wave. He has to blink away. And Schofield, yeah, he's going to give this one up. Did manage to cut the wave, but that's also going to be a full set of Serpent wards farmed for the Slardar. Unless he can deny them all, which... Okay, yeah, I think he realized he'll just start denying them.
It's pretty funny. The important thing, though, is that it does delay the gyrocopter from taking the bottom tower. And in fact, you see the Treants are also dragging a creep wave around. Maybe we should have let that go into the Serpent Wards, though, actually. I think the Serpent Wards can finish the job. But either way, you prevent the bottom tower push, so they've shifted their focus over to the mid lane.
It's actually kind of working from Heroic. I mean, look at the net worths, man. We're starting to see their heroes get towards the top of the net worth. Now, they're never going to catch Lumiere, but you're starting to distance yourself from the Mars and the Slardar, and I think that's really what needs to happen. I think as the Tricore, they are stronger than Lumiere's Gyro as we go late game, but he has a full Satanic now. Working towards a Hurricane Pike. He's about to be level 18, and the level 3 cooldown is massive. Nature's Prophet needs to be very careful. Yules. Does Analog get the dodge off? He does. Now, he needs to be a little bit more careful as they're going to continue the chase. There is a Mars. Comes in from the backside with the Blink Spear. And he is dead. 50 seconds without buyback, and now we get to go high ground.
Bring in the Magnus. The infested Lifestealer.
Blink,
back pretty
Skewer,
deep.
Hex. He's very deep. The Song of the Siren. Is it going to be enough to kill him?
Shard's healing him so much.
It's not. He's still going to live. Pops the Satanic to get all of his health back there as now they look for more. Terrorize comes out, but Prada will get chewed through by Yuma on this Lifestealer. Now they've got to be able to be... They have to be careful. Whisper can do this again. He won't have RP, but he can definitely get another Blink Skewer. They will respect the high ground here of Heroic.
That was really good positioning from the Naga Siren, and Heroic tried to account for it. They TP in the Natures really aggressively to use Curse of the Overgrowth to try to cancel the Blink, but Naga is actually on the left side, so he's not affected by this. Pop Song blinks in, and you see Lumiere so low, and if he dies there, he's actually in a pretty deep spot. You might even get a second kill, but allows him to reposition and not even die off of this, so you can continue pushing aggressively. Another minute and a half on this Aegis.
If if Yuma actually had Rage for that, that was definitely an oversight. I think he did, right? Like, if you're going for that kill, I think you actually have to just pop Rage knowing that the Song of the Siren's going to come out. So that's potentially a pretty big error on his part if he had Rage up. Because that would mean Aegis would be down, Song of the Siren would be down, and then, you know, you'd be in a pretty awkward spot on Starbox at that point in terms of the location of the base. But either way, they do manage to hold the high ground. That's the big thing. They delay a little bit more of this Aegis timing. They're not losing the
Dire's
net
top
worth
tower
advantage
is under attack.
by any
Radiant's
more than they
middle
were
tower is
previously.
under attack.
Gofield ratting the mid lane now. This gives you more room to creep cut. Slow down the
Radiant's middle
pushing.
tower has fallen.
As Starbucks is finishing the last tier 2 top. But
Dire's
for
top
this
tower
Aegis,
has fallen.
they got it with a
Oh,
4K
God,
gold
Scofield's
lead,
so
and
dead.
it's still at about a 4K gold lead.
This is exactly why
Dire
Shadow Shaman
outstanding.
is considered one of the best heroes in the game currently. Because even when you're okay, this is an awkward pause. Even
Probably
when you're
wondering how I
losing-
got here.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. He's just too good. Even when he's behind, he can just go take a tower and it works. Like very few heroes in the game are able to accomplish that type of stuff when you're this far behind.
I think as you see this happening, this Shadow Shaman being killed mid, you've got heroes, 3 heroes at the bottom side. One is going to cut the next wave. Oh, Lifestealer might already be doing it with his illusions. Someone's going to head through the Twin Gate, start cutting top. If you're fast enough, you might be able to catch that creep wave right there. And this is how they've just been able to, although they're losing and although the enemies have Aegis, they've been delaying the game, avoiding direct fights as much as possible, only when they're forced to, such as that high ground push, and otherwise just keeping their distance, farming as much as possible, because it's the enemies that have to be grouped up in order to push. Otherwise, Heroic just TPs defensively and fights. So you're making use of the map efficiency here, especially thanks to the natures with the global teleportation.
I do think that despite everything going the way of Starbucks, the longer this game goes on, like each minute that this net worth doesn't drastically go in their favor, I think it favors Heroic. And if we looked at like the net worth graph, it's been pretty flat. Like there's like a little bit of like ups and downs here and there, but for the most part, it hasn't really increased that much. I mean,
I'll declare it.
they had like a 4K gold lead at like 15 minutes, you know?
I declare if
I
Whisper
do
gets
declare.
to Refresher and they haven't lost any barracks, they're gonna win.
How close is he to Refresher?
A Refresher away from Refresher.
Okay.
But if he gets there and they haven't lost barracks, which, I mean, if we think about it, there's 10 seconds on Aegis. Probably not going to push too hard without the Aegis. So 3 minutes till the next one spawns. And then you try to run around more shenanigans again, right? There's a decent chance this Refresher is done by the time you're pushing high ground again. Maybe that's a little too soon. You know, you have to wait through the second Aegis a bit. But I think if you successfully do that, I don't know, man. Double RP, double BKB skewer, that's really difficult to deal with.
It really is. Back to live where we watch Shadow Shaman get slain once again.
Very surprised by that. Totally
I don't know
thought
how
he was
that
gonna get
happened. I mean, foul play is pretty good. I really thought he was gone.
Where's my pension?
out. Well, you know how Monkey King just got that fast so that he can teleport to different soldiers?
Yeah.
Shaman needs. You like choose which you're gonna show off at. I just think foul play's not good enough, you know?
God, I hate foul play so much. I'm never gonna like that ability. Giving a bottled amplify damage rune here to Lumiere. Very good stuff from Alone. Magnus does have the harpoon done.
Can't say I'm too surprised. In the first series today, Lumiere at this point already have the Divine queued up, working towards it. But this game much closer, being a lot more careful. Already down a game too, so I'm gonna do the safe stuff. Daedalus, Swift Blink, BKB, all queued up. Getting closer to
Radiant are
Refresher.
scanning.
He's at 800 gold. It's right around the corner. Starvax is grouping
Radiant's
up
bottom
top,
tower is under
trying to
attack.
hold set up for the Roche position. So Whisper's down here farming up a storm.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been the nature of the game for them. No pun intended. Top side, I think Mars is trying to get a kill there onto the Void Spirit, but okay, he's got him, I think. Yeah, he does. That's a solo kill. Oh, it's not a solo kill. Monty was there. Okay.
Classic clear. It's just solo. Monty. 2/3 of the damage.
Yeah, I couldn't see Monty on the minimap. Yeah, Monty does a lot. That being said, Void Spirit is closing in on a BKB. Like, once he has that, those kills are probably not going to happen, or at least a lot less likely to happen. And Lifestealer's kind of catching up. He's almost got his AC. After that, it's going to be Basher into Abyssal Blade, which are really game. Eventually, Aghanim Scepter is on the table as well, which is a great tool. Schofield.
Hold that thought.
He's like, nah, bro, get out of there. Does he have first hit bash? He didn't anyway.
Scary.
Okay.
All right, take a look at the Radiant Triangle right now. KJ TP'd to the no, KJ, where you going? Okay, I thought what he was gonna do. I thought he was about to sit on that hill and have the trance bring the
creep waves
the
to
jungle
him?
camps to him. Yeah, and he was gonna cliff jungle as days of old. He just TP's back to the side and starts farming again. I mean, he's catching up despite losing. You know, the supports are in a bad spot, but he's getting Dark Willow again for how much farm he has just been sneaking on the enemy's half of the map.
I do feel like Tormentor should have been picked up by now. Oh, it is, right? No, it's still alive. Yeah, I feel like Tormentor should be taken by a Starbox just because of how easy it is for them. And there's a lot of good Aghanim shards. I don't know if they have any that are missing, but there's the Breeder Terrorized, perfectly layered. And with Lumiere nearby, they have more than enough damage to find another kill onto Whisper.
I'd like to know Whisper halfway to the refresher orb. It's getting there. Roshan now up. I don't think you can really fight this, especially without the Magnus. So this should go to the gyrocopter here shortly. I believe it got scouted.
They do have a Treant in there, though. So they will know when it starts.
Much you can do, even though in fact, I think what you do is you go push out all the lanes.
Yeah,
again.
you just go to the other lanes, right? So Aegis and Banner will be going the way of Starbox.
This did end up being a pretty Roche. So if it had been a slow Roche, that's a lot more time for the Magnus to get to the refresher. Now, because it's a fast Roche, you're gonna head in. Oh, Gyro does it. He's got the Divine Rapier. They're pretty in on this. I think they know. They're there with me. They're like, dude, if we don't break this before that refresher comes out, this is too hard. Let's go. Let's finish it right now. Divine Rapier, Aegis, head to that high ground. Bottom lane already halfway dead on that tower.
If there's any team that can make you regret buying a Rapier with Aegis, it's going to be Heroic or Whisper specifically. So you need to be very careful here. Schofield drops the Serpent Wards. The Hex trying to take out the Banner. The Harpoon, the Skewer does not connect Lumiere. Be very happy to see that happen. But he needs to clean up these wards. He's taking a decent chunk of damage from these.
What happened to that? Was that the tower, like,
yeah,
him
I think the tower, like, put him in a weird spot. Hex
Round
comes
two.
out. Harpoon. Oh, Blink. Yules comes through. There's the silence. Do they get the Hex? They do the stun onto the Magnus. He's dead. He's going to buy back into the game, but you just lost 3 heroes immediately. And that's what you get for not popping the BKB. Nature's Prophet TPing into no man's land. He is just dead. I think that might be game.
Yeah, that might be it. You take this bottom barracks. They're pinging straight for it. They don't wanna risk this game going any longer than it needs to. Gyro getting to work on the tier 4s. You know this is the buyback on the Magnus. He's got to be so careful of how he goes in. He got deleted when he got stunned up. So damage came out at once. And you still have Song. You still have Song just sitting in the back. He's not breaking the smoke. He used another one. He's just sitting, waiting.
They found the Magnus again. He's forced to BKB and run because this Lumiere Gyro just does way too much damage. He's actually just dead. He just kills him with the flat cannon. 99 seconds, no Magnus. That's going to be the game. Absolutely. No way to defend outside of just sprouting your fountain over and over, which only works for so long. KJ instead will get speared into the fountain and be turned into money for the enemy team. Lumiere is too powerful. And that will be game 2 going their way. As Starbacks tie it up, we're going to a game 3.
I can't believe Lumiere is undefeated in Divine Rapier purchases today. 3 games today he's gotten Divine Rapier and he's won them. That is... I love it. It's so rare to see it this often.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I agree. It is super rare. It's not something we see in Dota, you know, in general, but I do feel like Gyro is becoming this like kind of carry where you can kind of get away with just like being greedy and buying a Divine Rapier, which is kind of nuts. So very good stuff from them.
I'm trying to think about where this started to fall apart for Heroic. That first blood, or I think it was actually second blood at that point, but the solo kill for Mars, I think, really set the tone. Mars had such a good game ever since then, and it didn't... I don't know, they weren't really able to come back. They dragged it out, but couldn't find good fights to actually take the lead back.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back. Final game of the evening, everybody. It's going to be a Starbucks versus Heroic here. Game number 3. Stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the road to the EWC. This is the South American Closed Qualifiers, and we've got one final game left here today after a very long day. It is going to be Heroic versus Starbucks, game number 3. Game 1 was weird. Let's just chalk it up to weird. I don't know what else to call it. It was not what we really expected. Heroic absolutely slaughtered Starbucks, and then here in game 2, Starbucks dominated the whole game. Like this was them in the driver's seat pretty much from the lane stage.
I do think there was some luck there for Starbucks. Not that they weren't doing a good job, and a huge improvement from game 1. But I do think that game looks extremely different with a slow Roche spawn on its second time versus a fast one. I think that fast one really let Starbucks push right before Heroic, because they'd been delaying this whole time, right? It's like, we gotta delay till we make it to this final power spike, 2,000 gold away from the refresher, and then I think that game suddenly becomes so much harder for Starbucks. But the fact that they get the fast Roche spawn allows them to seal the deal. That's not to say they couldn't have won going late, it just would have been tougher. So the important thing is that it was a much better performance than game number 1, which I think they, like you said, we'll call it weird. They cooked too hard. You go back to the basics for game number 2, and it looks way more competitive. So game number 3, I think we're going to see something similar, and maybe a gyro ban, because, I don't know, Lumiere is just playing too well on this hero today.
Yeah, I do have to say, like, his gyro looked very good here. They never really answered it in the lane, and they gave Magnus, like, knowing that they had the backup of the gyrocopter, so this is something that Starbucks clearly had planned, saying, like, all right, if we let the Magnus through, they'll probably pick it, it will probably go to Whisper, and now we have the gyrocopter for the lane, and you didn't really, like, slow Magnus down too much, but you definitely didn't slow down the gyro. Like, gyro had an exceptional lane, and then it was mostly Alone who was overperforming in mid lane. Mind you, this guy went 10-0 and 17, an absolute beast performance from him. But he overperforms in mid, allowing him to make several rotations bottom to catch the Magnus, which you wouldn't really have expected.
Yeah, that first solo kill on the Void Spirit really changed how that mid lane was going, and he really capitalized on it. Like, sometimes you get the first blood, don't really do much, but like you said, got the first blood, got another kill on Magnus, got another kill later, right? He was just like, started going all over the place on that Mars, which was absolutely what his team needed that game, because it did stay close. They had some trouble closing it out, as Heroic was just cutting waves, dragging it out, but ultimately they do finish things up with that Aegis into a final push. Think it looked good. Repeat that type of play compared to game 1, which got a little too cute. So I think if you can get the gyrocopter again, they're going to go back for it. It's just been 3 games today that they have won with the gyrocopter. Going for game 4 would be great for them. And I feel like as Heroic, you just mess it up. Just ban it out. Don't give it to them.
I 100% agree. I think you just don't want to give them
Seconds
gyrocopter.
remaining.
Like, take them out of their comfort that they have been winning on and force them to do something else.
Heroics
Force them to
turn
do
to
a
ban.
Batrider carry like they did earlier, right?
Dire
Like that, you just
team ban.
outdrafted them in game 1. There it is. Literal first overall ban, the gyrocopter.
Dire
Damn.
team ban. Heroics
I think
turn to ban.
it's well earned. It's not always a hero that we see in the first phase bans right now, but
Dire team
when a team
ban.
bounces back like that from game 1 to game 2, you just gotta give some respect over, you know. So we see the gyro,
10
the continued
seconds
respect. That
remaining.
armlet Terrorblade terrified them.
Dire
take
team
that one out.
ban.
Same time, the Beastmaster continuing to be respect banned for Heroic themselves. Do you leave in that
10
Magnus
seconds
again?
remaining. Turn to ban.
I wonder what their response will be this time.
Yeah,
10
I feel like
seconds
with the
remaining.
gyro being banned, I feel like they're going to be way more confident
5
to go for the
seconds
Magnus
remaining.
and ban out.
Heroics
Gosh,
turn to
ooh,
pick.
Dawnbreaker.
Dire
Okay,
team
I like that. Dawnbreaker's a really good counter to Magnus. Also a really good counter to the Enigma. Okay, that's cool.
Naga? Song is kind of good for this, but at the same time, you're
10
not that great in the
seconds
lane
remaining.
versus the Enigma. What else can you do? Silencer just got
5
nerfed,
seconds
but
remaining.
as a way to deal with the black hole might be okay. If you're really confident in your TA, you could try that, but that matchup can easily go the Enigma's way if you get the right supports behind you.
Heroics turn to battle.
Naga Siren.
And you would be correct. So, the Enigma versus the Naga Siren. You always have the ability to just build BKB on the Enigma, and that's like your, that's your way of dealing with the Naga Siren. But
10
until then, it's
seconds remaining.
a little bit difficult. The other option is to just build auras
5
and
seconds
pretty much never
remaining.
use BKB or use the black hole until the Song of the Siren comes out. If you have like a
Turn to
second
ban.
initiator of some kind, they will ban out the Mars. After last game's performance by alone, I'm not entirely surprised.
Not at all. That flex, we weren't sure on it. I thought the Slardar
10
mid was
seconds
looking a little
remaining.
better to me at first, but kind of saw some of the value
5
of that Mars
seconds
going mid
remaining.
once they did it, and then they really proved why that was worth it. Though I don't know if you can plan for being able to get a solo kill like that. Like that's a bit tricky, and
Team
Analog maybe
back.
kicking himself for giving that over, but. Still, don't let someone get a repeat performance like that. Something that can knock you down, especially into that lower bracket.
Yeah, I don't think that happens twice. I'll be honest. I just really don't think that happens twice. So there's a pretty good
10
chance that
seconds
like even
remaining.
if they gave him that matchup, it would be more even.
5 seconds
I think so.
remaining.
But with the way this
But
is
why
looking
risk
now, yeah, exactly. Why risk it?
Last time versus the song, they had some cool ideas like the Nature's Prophet Ags as a way to cancel that, which we never actually saw come online because they fell behind pretty quickly. But I do think it's nice to pick something to deal with the song and not just allow the teleport outs, which I think Remnant was also the Aether Remnant from Void Spirit was supposed to be part of that. Trying to think what else you can do. Ringmaster could have been one way to deal with that. Still is, but he just got nerfed. Muerta with a dead shot is another way we've seen that addressed in the past.
Man, I
Spending
forgot
a lot
about
of time here,
Muerta.
actually.
Yeah. It's been a while since we have seen it kind of used in that way, but
Dire team pick.
Morphling ban. Who are you worried about him copying into? Or is
they
it the
banned this
offlaner
last
they're
game
about to
too.
pick?
I think this is just a
10
Yuma ban.
seconds
Like
remaining.
they banned the Morphling last game.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think as well, like what the main reason behind it is. Like it's actually good into the
Heroics,
Mars, which I
turn to
thought
pick.
that was why, but ended up being mid Mars.
Oh, Terrorize
Mars
actually
is
would have been
bad.
another way to deal with the Naga
Yeah.
song TP. So that's a good pick to secure for themselves. Self combo with the song, but also Terrorize to potentially cancel
10
black holes from
seconds
afar,
remaining.
at least in the early game before the BKBs come out.
5 seconds remaining.
Like dispels aren't bad. Dealing with ensnare and all of Dark Willow stuff could potentially see the return of the Oracle.
I don't mind the Tusk either with something like an Enigma, but I'm curious like what they want to pick to actually maybe punish this Naga Siren. There's also just the
Heroics,
Shadow Shaman in the
turn to
pool.
pick.
If they want to go Shadow Shaman, well, that didn't take long. Probably Schofield's, but not guaranteed.
Round 2 on that Nature's Prophet, perhaps.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it felt kind of weak into that into the support duo last
5
game, but I think
seconds
again part of it
remaining.
was
Dire
also just
team
the
pick.
team fight felt stronger. That's a King Jungles hero right there, baby. The Chen. We have not been seeing this much, but I don't know if we were talking about it off stream or during the stream earlier, because there's been a lot of stuff that we've been talking about. I think it was off stream.
10 seconds
It
remaining.
might have been on stream. Either way, we can repeat it for anyone who wasn't there for
5
that.
seconds remaining.
This Chen has made a bit of a comeback since Helmet Dominator became more popular, but you and I just hadn't gotten to see it, so we were hoping to see it. And KJ, King Jungles, very proficient Chen player, pushing a fast tempo here versus these supports that have been revealed so far. Naga and Dark Willow don't really deal with the creeps very well, and in fact, a lot of Dark Willow stuff, the Brambles, the Bedlam, right, you just have a bunch of creeps, absorb the Brambles, get the magic resistance, eat the Bedlam, split the damage. Not the easiest to deal with. They're going to grab Pango, who's a very good core at dealing with the Chen because of the swashbuckle, the roll, gets through a lot of these creeps. You're going to need a little bit more than that, though.
10 seconds remaining.
That's kind of like a
5
good
seconds
counter
remaining.
to this Chen hero, right? You pick yourself like a hero with good cleave, good team fight. Rolling Thunder's always solid at trying to get to the Enigma. So I think this does actually answer a
Heroics,
lot of the
turn
draft so
to
far
pick
from Heroic, but they
Templar
do, I would say, they
Assassin.
do need actual cleave, and they will get it in the form of the Templar Assassin.
You got to flex Pango off lane or mid, though I actually think mid would be better. I think the off lane is a little too weak into
10
the Chen.
seconds remaining.
I
Though
agree.
if you
I think it's
absolutely
good for
have
mid right
to,
now.
yeah, if you had to
5
flex, you
seconds
do have the last
remaining.
pick on a Starbacks. What do you pick here? I feel like with Enigma Chen, you're pretty committed to a pretty fast-paced lineup. So even if you don't have the greatest catch, that's okay, because you're kind of just like A-clicking down towers with everything you have here. Never hate a little bit more catch, though. Someone
Heroics
like-
turn to battle.
Ooh, they do get the Abaddon this time.
Okay, I was saying the Dispels could be good. I was thinking from a support perspective, the Oracle, but this is looking to be a carry Abaddon who will still have the shield for himself, for his teammates, to
10
use
seconds remaining.
versus those supports. Can't be burst by the TA
5 seconds
without doing at least a bit of
remaining.
damage. The Radiant's quite good versus the TA, but also the
Dire team
Naga.
ban.
Kill off those illusions nice and easy. Comes online early with the push lineup that they've got going here. So what do you need now? A mid hero for Heroic.
I think you need to ban Tidehunter on Heroic. Like you ban the Darkseer. I think Tide is also a pretty big issue for
10
you.
seconds
I
remaining.
actually haven't. I don't think you ever killed the Tidehunter with this lineup.
Dire team ban.
Here to Dragon Knight. I do. I'm trying to think what mid matchups you could go for.
Dragonite would have been good. Very stable
10
mid pick
seconds
since you're
remaining.
not last pick. And also the corrosive form is strong
5 seconds
for
remaining.
the fast-paced gameplay.
Heroics turn to battle.
If you got some catch, I think that would also be good. Right now, it's heavily on Shadow Shaman's shoulders, which is a lot. You can maybe do something like the Void Spirit again. The scary thing is that a Starbacks has the last pick. So if they wanted to move
10
Pango to the off
seconds
lane and
remaining.
then hard counter your mid, it is an option
5
for them.
seconds remaining.
I like your idea of the Tidehunter if it stays open. Maybe something like Underlord. Like just something to slow them down from pushing, right? Something good at these team fights that can deal with Eidolons and Chen creeps running at buildings. The Crimson Guard is going to be super value this game if you can get anyone who builds that.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, Underlord would be another really good option. I think either is fine. I think Tidehunter's just generally better because Ravage is pretty reliable this game and gives you some good team fight. Also, the
I like the
minus
idea of
armor
Doom.
pairs with it. Doom is cool. I am with you, though, on the heroic side. I think they very desperately need catch. Probably playing into the Pango. Okay, hear me out. You either play for catch or you pick a sniper.
Ooh.
Heroics
I kind of like that.
turn to
Dire
pick.
team pick.
They banned Puck, so
Yeah,
okay,
if
they
they're
go for the
banning
catch
Puck-
route then.
Yeah, I was like, if they're banning Puck, it's not the sniper.
I do like that sniper idea, but Storm will be the standard catch. Pretty safe matchup into Pango. And with these bans, I mean, I guess you could go
10
sniper on a
seconds
Starbacks if you wanted to, but I think there's not much left in the
5
pool
seconds
to
remaining.
absolutely shut down a Storm. So I think you just put Pango there and grab an off lane here to help you slow down the momentum that is going to be coming out from Heroic.
It's such a good Tide game, man. I feel like it has to be the Tide Hunter. You have a ton of minus armor. It gives you an unstoppable object you can put in the front. Man,
Choose your
okay.
hero.
I was thinking the other option is Slardar because it's even more minus armor, but I didn't think it was necessary.
Never have enough negative armor. Yeah, I would have been up for the Tide. Like I said, I was with you on that. But maybe a little bit more playmaking potential from a Slardar. Pretty low cooldown stun that they played around very well last game compared to Tide, which is a little bit slower. It is a little worrisome, though, that if Heroic has a better start to the lanes and they start just running at you, that Slardar... Well, I suppose with the Shard, your wave clear is actually better than it used to be, but it does take time to get to that, right? You got to wait till 15 minutes, and it's usually like Blink into Shard, depending how good of a game you have. It's usually a little later than when it's first available, and that could easily be all your tier 1s, possibly some tier 2s down if Heroic is having a strong start.
Yeah, this is really cool. I like the draft from both teams. I feel like they might have answered the Enigma in a good enough way, right? There's a lot of damage that they're bringing, and I don't know if Whisper can afford to go BKB or at an early time if they want to play around the Chen. And the TA's lane should be good as well. I don't know, man. I think Starbucks might have cooked them in this draft. I feel like giving Lumiere one of his absolute best heroes of all time, the Templar Assassin, in a pretty good TA game, that's spooky.
Prepare for battle.
You're also giving some signature heroes over to Heroic too, right? The Enigma, the Chen. So game 3, the comfort heroes come out. Who can simply outplay the enemies, perhaps, here? That's always an exciting way to go for the game number 3.
He's opted for Void Blades on the Templar Assassin, actually.
I mean, if you're worried about being run down by creeps, that could actually help you a lot in terms of clearing things out. Especially when dealing with an Enigma in the lane. If you can line up a Meld Strike on the Eidolons, especially with Deluge, right? You got some AoE from the support as well. I might actually be able to kill the Eidolons, farm up.
30 seconds to battle.
Late smoke up from a Starbacks. See if they can find a first blood. Get them off to a strong start.
I mean, they have a pretty decent level 1. Well, I say that, but the Naga Siren's not going with them, and she's a big part of that level 1, so... Just gonna use it to get some vision out, maybe, or just use the smoke to get an idea of where the enemy team is.
Interesting. I guess they were just worried about being invaded in their own way. That was like a very defensive smoke as opposed to an aggressive smoke. Though with that said, TA gonna sit in the lane with the meld, and the supports are still here smoked up. Actually, if they'd waited even longer, it might be even easier. But you might ensnare into Brambles. Could be a lot of lockdown. Oh, don't worry. There's no one here. Nah, he ain't buying it. Whisper's seen this before, but Schofield buys it.
Yeah, Schofield might be in a little bit of trouble here. First blood, who are they going to give it to? They give it to the Templar Assassin, of course. First blood for Lumiere. Oh boy, you could not ask for a better start once again.
Now, with that said, that sacrifice from Schofield, intentional or not, don't know, but does mean the lane comes out because the heroes are chasing for the kill.
Oh, they clear up all the Eidolons. They were one attack away from splitting there.
Lie. That was unexpected.
Good heads-up play there from Prada and Lumiere. Oh my gosh, Monty nearly dies bottom. What kind of what creep does Chen have?
He has the Satyr Convert
Satyr,
facet,
yeah.
Pretty common one.
That's the lane dominator. It's so good. The mana burn and the aura, super annoying to deal with.
Coming in for round 2 here. You know, as you get a couple levels, it is pretty scary. The Penitence with an Abaddon is going to be a lot of attack damage onto a Slardar who usually wins these kind of one-on-ones with melee heroes.
That's kind of hype,
Top lane,
actually.
it's the
thinking about
Naga
it.
dropping into the Eidolons. Mid, no solo kill so far, so already a better start than last time. They have detection here. They do. This is a kill on TA. Steps up a little too far while the Naga is out of here.
That's huge.
That's why it's always so scary to give Enigma to Whisper.
We'll see if you can get the split off on these again before they go down. Which it looks like they've already got enough attacks off, so he should be able to. Schofield getting blocked off here. Gonna go for the channel, and now with Lumiere being pretty far forward, they're gonna turn a lot of damage back around onto him, and even Prada body blocked up here, just getting beat down from these, and one more series of attacks from the Eidolons, one more from Schofield, they get the kill.
Eidolons are so scary at the start of the game, man. They're so powerful.
The second that split comes out on the Eidolons, you have to run. You cannot fight them.
Big meld strike on the Eidolons there, though. Why they're such a scary thing, right? They're worth a lot, so you can get a lot done, but you might also feed a lot of gold. So, like, what was that? A little less than 100 gold going over to TA in that one meld strike.
Yep. As for the Naga Siren, she's going to have to make the long walk back to the lane, which means Lumiere can't really walk up to contest anything. He just has to be patient, which is not an easy thing to do for carry players. They're like, come on, I just want to hit creeps, man.
If we go stack, based on those last few exchanges, send an illusion over. With the Void Blades, you can farm pretty quickly, like the ancient stacks. There you go. Reload.
He gets the swashbuckle. It's a bait, man. KJ with this rotation mid trying to make space for Analog, but it's not enough. Trying to like body block up Monty there or something, but does not work, and that will be a kill in the mid lane. Alone once again. Coming out ahead mid. This time a little bit more help. Now, this isn't a solo kill this time around. Dude, shackle him, do it.
Bottom lane, diving for the Slardar. Penitence and Abaddon. A whole bunch of damage here on the Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead. The second that Aphotic Shield comes out, he can't survive. Very nice kill.
As you say.
Trying to get the kill on the creep. Yeah, good use of the creep for that tower dive.
I aim to win with you.
Punishing that mid-rotation from the supports.
Oh, he has a Harpy. Oh,
Harpy
gosh.
creep. It's over. It's over.
Monty's like, bro, we need to kill that thing, please.
There's no kill in this thing. Thing's invincible.
I feel like the Harpy should make like a screeching noise every time it casts Chain Lightning.
I'm so on board for that, actually. That's sick.
It needs to be more mind, like, numbing damage, right? It has to be more painful to have it happen. Top side, they're going to get a TP out of Monty here as Whisper was rotating some Eidolons back through the tower to try and maybe punish Prada, but KJ's coming up here as well on the Chen. Prada not willing to challenge this at all. 6-minute power rune about to spawn, so Schofield coming to the top rune. We'll see who wins a 50-50. It will be Heroic, so Storm Spirit grabs a shield.
Middle tower is under attack.
That will be bottled up, ready to go for him. Overall, Heroic having a much better lane stage this time around.
Let's see who finds the first rotation, right? You have level 6 on both mid laners. Might not even need any rotation. Nope, Brambles actually didn't connect. Turning around with the drums on Enigma.
Oh, that's a really early drums, but with this rolling thunder coming through from Alone, he's able to get himself a kill onto one. Now looking for more, cleaning up the Eidolons, and
Dire's middle tower
beautifully done from Alone. Yuma actually came through the Twin Gate as well. KJ, one swashbuckle, another 3 dead on Heroic. Dude, Alone has just been dominating them in this game. Hold on, there's a Storm Spirit. Blood Grenade is out. Storm Spirit coming through. He's going to be set up for a freebie here onto Analog as Schofield actually takes the kill. And Prada steals the Wisdom Shrine. That's hype.
The Wisdom Shrine, that was kind of back and forth. So first, very good for a Starbacks, but a kill from Beyond the Grave with an Eidolon onto Dark Willow plus the Storm getting the TA kill kind of saved that for Heroic. But now losing your shrines. At least you have a Chen who's so good at jungling, he can catch up that way. But 2 level dependent supports on a Starbacks. Now, nice speed boost on their way to level 6 themselves.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, I think it gives space to Schofield to catch up, because last game, his level 6 was also quite late, based on how the game was going. And now losing your shrine, it's going to be the same way unless you give him a lane.
Well, they found the Dark Willow here. She's going to try and wrap back around the other way, but KJ will block him up.
Hurricane back?
He's just going to... Yeah, he doesn't have the levels for it. He drops the Cyclone instead, though, which works, so... I also thought it was Hurricane back, but yeah, it doesn't have the levels for the Wild Winged Ripper yet. Schofield's coming down here. They want to try and find this Slardar. They have a slight movement speed bonus. Oh yeah, there's the long range shackle into the Hex. The Chicken Fingers connects. Do they have the body blocks? In comes Storm Spirit. That's how you secure the kill. And now with the Shadow Realm, it's protecting her for the moment, but zip on in. One more Vortex out from Analog, and a long duration Shackles there secures both of these kills. That's basically back-to-back deaths for this Dark Willow, so not coming back to this lane anytime soon. That should be the tier 1 tower bottom thanks to the Chen.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Plays like
attack.
that are very necessary. That's so funny. Analog trying to be efficient, stack the enemy jungle before farming it, but actually his own team has blocked that stack.
He's like, haha, yes.
Oops.
Dire's bottom
Why are we
tower
so good,
has
guys? But a very necessary play, since you did lose the Wisdom Shrines. By getting the supports involved, you're kind of saving their levels. So Shadow Shaman should now hit 6, still at an okay time, a little bit late, while also preventing the really early 6s from a Starback supports.
Yeah.
One mid tower left. Enigma seems to be on his way over. Hasn't used the black hole quite yet.
Schofield. Get pulled by the reel in. Whisper nearby. Hex does catch the Pango, but the black hole doesn't get him. He's going to be able to get the Rolling Thunder off. The stun. No! What mini stunned him?
That's what I'm wondering.
Dire's
Did he
middle
cancel
tower
Black Hole to
is under
Maleficent? Or was that like Chicken Fingers?
Might have been?
Hold up. He was going to get the Rolling Thunder off. I have to hit the Death Summary. What hit him? It was Chicken Fingers, dude. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's see.
Here.
It might have been Maleficent. Hold on. Let's see. I think he canceled Black Hole. I literally don't know. Did you notice? Could you figure out what it was?
My brain's fried. I have no idea. Was he Malthus from earlier and it was just like a delayed tick?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe he got
Horrible
Malefus
time.
before. I don't know.
It would have had to be like Malefus into Black Hole immediately for it to still be going at the end
Yeah.
of Black Hole. But it's possible.
last
It could have been
Maleficus
the
tick.
last Maleficus tick, yeah.
Either way, big win there for Heroic. They put the Black Hole on cooldown, so a little bit of a sigh of relief for a Starbucks maybe for a few moments, but they get something out of it, right? They get a couple kills, they get the mid tower. Right now, none of their lanes are under pressure, and they are definitely out farming this side of a Starbucks. With Shadow
this
Shaman
is-
having a pretty good game and a Chen who can continue to accelerate as well.
This is where, going back to that last pick, they grab the Slardar. And if lanes are going better, like, it will work out. But now he's got the Midas and the Blink queued up. A Shard will be later, and then you'll be able to deal with some of this stuff. But you've already lost all your Tier 1 towers. Compared to something like Tide or Underlord, you'd already be willing to sit in front of these lanes that are being pressured. Might have been able to drag it out a little further. But we'll have to see if that... This is the downside of the Slardar pick. The benefits are going to come later on, maybe a little later than they would like because of the lanes, but we'll have to hope it comes back around for them, because otherwise it's just going to get out of control for Heroic.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. Monty on the run from the Yuma here. Will not catch him. Yeah, I completely agree. Oh, never mind. I thought there was like a Storm Spirit going for the Naga Siren, but no.
I thought you
Tail
were
end
about
of
to
his
stop.
amplified damage about to expire.
My thrift
You're about
reward.
to stop agreeing. You were like, oh, I totally agree. Wait, new thought. I hate you.
No.
Not
Oh my
agreeing.
god. Brutal. No, I think
Are scanning.
they're starting to get some net worth accrued onto Lumiere, which is really important. But the TA can't do this alone. Like, you're gonna need this Slardar to get active and soon. And because he's gone Midas, going back for a blink, it's gonna be a while. Like, to point out the state of the game, Schofield is serpent warding his ancients in the triangle because he wants to farm on the Shadow Shaman. There's no objectives for him to take. He's like, yeah, I'll just, I guess, farm more towards my Blink Dagger while stacking at the same time. That's huge.
Efficiency. Yeah, this is where Heroic in the last game was very good, although they ultimately lost, about dragging things out, avoiding the enemy, farming the map very efficiently as they lose different heroes in different places. That's something a Starback is going to have to try to work into this game, though maybe a little harder. No Nature's Prophet on their team to teleport in, plus it's a Chen who's farming up his own jungle anyways. You try to go invade, he actually just solo kills you with the creeps he's got.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I think Heroic in like 10 minutes is going to have like a almost 15,000 gold lead. I think it's going to snowball really fast for them because they have great farming heroes. You have the Radiance Abaddon. Both your supports are going to be huge. You'll be able to potentially get things like Tormentor or Roshan, because I don't know if a Starbox is going to be willing to fight you for them. Even though they have the minus armor lineup and they're way better at securing those types of objectives, I think your team is going to just be way stronger in a 5v5. And I don't know how you stop that.
Yeah, I would actually love to see them go for Roche soon when you have Serpent Wards. Just to... Not that you're strictly planning to end the game with that first Aegis here at 15 minutes, but just one of the ways you could come back on a Starbacks is TA and Slardar sniping Roche, buying themselves 5 minutes, then sniping Tormentor if that's up, right? Heroic just has to prevent that from happening, and any actual fight around the map, they should be favored thanks to the 6k lead they've built up. It's these objectives that Starback still has the strength to steal thanks to their lineup.
They are smoked up looking at Yuma bottom, but I think they realize, like, he's just not the go. There's still a tier 1 tower standing, and they're about to smoke it right into the side of Heroic, who just finished a Kaya Sange and a Blink Dagger. Your off-lane Slardar has a Blink Dagger at the same time as the position for Shadow Shaman.
With that said, I'm glad he went Blink, because I do think you need someone to initiate. He was thinking about that Midas. Oh, is he gonna...
I think... Ooh, it's going to be close. Okay. The smoke pops. So what they don't realize is that they went right through the Twin Gate. And they're going to go through it now. Leading the charge will be the Abaddon, which He's not really threatened, but the Slardar gets the zip away. Analog tries to go in and find something, but without your like the Shadow Shaman took way too long to come through the gate.
Yeah, a little unlucky on that smoke break. You step up just as the teleport finishes, but don't see it. So they get confused, they zip around, and that's actually part of why he doesn't have enough mana to catch the Slardar. Buy time for his team. Do see Pango.
Analog? He had a big Lotus, but he's alone completely and dies. There's the black hole, but instantly canceled from the song. We talked about that early on, and now Whisper just gets one shot. Schofield's dead as well. Heroic, what are you doing? You're gonna lose 4.
Is under attack.
There's no outs here for Yuma on the Sabaton, as they will just reel him back into the enemy team.
Radiant's middle
Your
tower
entire gold lead is gone. Lumiere is going to take your mid tower. Probably Roshan if they want. You even lose KJ. That's a full team wipe.
What a disaster. They felt, I guess, too much pressure to make a play happen, or they thought they were more ahead than they were. He just zips in way too far ahead of his team. Everyone tries to go in. The black hole easily canceled by the song. That was why they picked the Naga after they saw the Enigma. And at that point, everyone who tried to come in, you're just outnumbered, can't run away in time.
Yeah, that is. We were talking about how like this is they're stronger in the 5v5, but they just walked in and died one at a time instead. So, I mean, that is the best thing that could have happened to Starbucks. You get free charges for your Desolator, so you're up to 6 stacks now. He finishes up his Dragon Lance, and he is now firmly in the highest net worth position now. You still have the gold advantage on Heroic, but it's all the supports. The supports are all of your gold.
Oh,
He's stuck in the
I
bramble.
thought he was out, but they catch him with the roll.
Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Ryu. If he had kept chasing, that was probably a kill.
Yeah, on different pages there, but maybe it pushes him enough away to finish Roche. That was happening while we were watching the replay, but they got pushed off by Heroic. Maybe you head back in there knowing Storm had to go home. Black Hole is still on cooldown. They're thinking about it, but they want to play it safe.
They will find Monty. Very nicely done.
is under attack.
Terrorize is a big spell for them in terms of the team fight. I was like, they need to get a sentry down and start clearing up these TA traps. These things are everywhere. They're going to try and threaten Roche. We did mention, like, this team has the ability to do it. They need to try and force it, and we'll see if they can finish it in time. Song of the Siren not up, but it might be soon. Blink, Crush, Shadow Shaman, dead to start, and now Ryu in some trouble as well. They've got a lot of damage. There's the Song to try and bail him out. Radiance is burning him, but he will survive. Salved up on the high ground, Terrorize to follow, connects onto the Storm. They're going to try and buy him some space. Whisper has no black hole. Storm Spirit's dead.
Chasing for more.
They have Rolling Thunder. They're going to get more. Whisper is going to join his team. Up on the high ground into the triangle. Chase for KJ. The crush is there. Yuma has the ultimate, but does he actually get back to base in time? I don't think so. They're going to buy back on the Chen. Schofield comes in. They need to get something, but it's a disaster for Heroic. They lose another set of heroes.
This is a tier 3 dive at 20 minutes. Pango's taking a lot of damage, but still going to make it out. Like you said, a disaster. Yeah, look at that graph. Oh no, that's pretty painful. 2 mistakes in a row has now completely thrown the game back over to a Starbucks.
Oh.
And although the gold lead's not too crazy, you know, 2K, but Heroic drafted for the early game. In terms of the late game scaling, TA is going to be a lot better than an Abaddon. You do have the black hole, so that is something they've got going for them. Not going to completely count out Heroic, but Chen is going to really drop off compared to the supports of a Starbucks. And with the gold lead you have, even if you win, you made the game a lot harder than it needed to be for Heroic.
I 100% agree. I think the whole idea is your Chen, and I mean, the Shadow Shaman was more farmed than he should have been, But the Chen was supposed to walk into these team fights with, you know, a couple auras to help bail out your team. You're playing into this much physical damage. You don't have like a Vanguard or a Crimson Guard builder. You don't have any like Yule Scepters or Ghost Scepters to try and buy time. And as a result, like Lumiere just like
Radiant's
3
bottom
shots
tower
heroes.
is under attack.
And if the Slardar finds you, you can
Dire's
consider your game just
tower
over.
is
And
under attack.
that's exactly what's going to happen
It'll
to
look like
Schofield
this.
here. Another stack for Lumiere, and they find Whisper again! Heroic crumbling right now.
With that, you finish up the tier 1. I think you head through the Twin Gate. You just need Slard RTA. Get a Tormentor for one of your supports. Pretty good for either of them, though I think the Song reset could be really good. The heal, even if you can't cancel Black Hole, 'cause maybe he has BKB, could still heal up your team, get through that. That's exactly what they get. So the team's reset is now much stronger, potentially matching the healing from Hand of God as well. That was one of your advantages you had in these early team
Radiant
fights.
are scanning.
Which, going back to it, some of the mistake was trying to find the fight rather than just walk at an objective. If you had just gone at a tier 2, it forces the Starbacks to come to you, and it becomes much easier to land the Black Hole for the Chen army to be there. This all started because Storm zipping in too far, everyone following in, right? Then that's how you get scattered, and it's easier for a Starbacks to take those types of fights. Roche maybe finally going to be completed here. We're positioning around it on a Starbacks. They were behind, and now I wonder if they realized how much it's swapped. They probably know they've made a big recovery, but things were quite scary for a moment there. So I don't know if they have the confidence yet, you know, of knowing like, oh, we are now up 5K. We're in a really good spot.
I mean, they have to know they're ahead after those couple of plays. You needed to take this first Aegis away from a Starbucks. This is going to hurt massively. We saw what they did in the previous games with an Aegis, and right now you have a 6,000 gold lead, 23 minutes into the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Tier
attack.
1's going to fall. I think you just pressure Tier 2 bottom. You have your Slardar looking to push, your team kind of roaming through the jungle. You just need to start taking these objectives. Like, crumble these towers on the side of Heroic.
Yeah, they've put a deep ward in the Radiant jungle, so I think that sets you up to take both these tier 2s. And then you can leave the area, go take the top towers, and you might lose your vision here, but you've finished all the objectives, so it's not a huge deal.
Yeah. They're going to protect their ward for now, but this bottom creep wave pushing in.
All right, so we were actually talking about the Starbacks being the ones who need to drag the game out. But I guess it's swapped. It now feels like Heroic gonna go back to their old strats. You know, you can use the Chen army and the Eidolons to cut waves. You got a couple mobile heroes in the Storm who can do it. The Abaddon almost done with the Manta. Oh, it is done. It's being delivered. So you'll have those illusions. We saw Schofield doing it last game with the Shadow Shaman. Storm.
Do you have the chain stun damage for this? Terrorize is there. The damage from the Slardar, not close enough. All right, so they actually just waste quite a bit. That being said, Whisper just dies solo to Lumiere on the other side of this. Now, the Shadow Shaman did rat the top tier 2 during all of this. He just ward dropped it and killed the tier 2. But you just lost your Enigma.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to make use of that. Head to that mid tier 2 tower. TA's finishing the bottom tier 2 tower. I forgot they didn't quite get to that because the fight broke out. So that's done. Now you can make your way to the mid 2 tier 2 tower.
Dude, Lumiere's like initial rise into the pro scene came off the back of his Templar Assassin. He was like widely considered the best TA player in South America for years. So for him to be able to get another hero, like to get this hero in like a game 3 when this hero is considered pretty meta is surprising.
He made enough of a impact with the gyro today that they opted to ban that one instead. And I mean, at the same time, it was kind of working. You know, they beat the TA in the lane, often one of the strongest parts for the TA with the Enigma. and they were setting themselves up to be in a great spot to really just win the game before the TA comes online, but that series of mistakes, TA's just completely back on track, cleaning up. Is this, at this rate, is this going to be 6 towers in the Aegis? It's like every outer tower falling.
I mean, I think he can, honestly. Smoke's gonna get popped. They do manage to find the Pangolier, but a great crush comes through alone. No Rolling Thunder, denied at the last second by Analog. Now Lumiere, he's gonna try and clean up the Shadow Shaman. Not enough damage though, thanks to the Solar Crest. A Black Hole though, wait a minute. Can they actually get Lumiere twice is the question. It's a long fight here. Lumiere will have that Aegis spent. Shackles onto the Slardar. Analog starting to run low on resources, but they held down Ryu long enough. Prada, no Song of the Siren to bail him out. The Fear also doesn't really connect, and Yuma continuing the chase. They've done it. Heroic actually take a huge fight against the Aegis.
Are they back? So back? Question mark? They were trying to disengage off of the Pango being killed. They decided, okay, just BKB TP out. But the Black Hole was in range this time. Couldn't cancel that. Song was so close to being up. I think it had like 10 seconds before it was up towards the end of this fight. How's that surviving off foul play make you feel right there?
Yeah, very good. Great ability. Glad that they have that in the game. I mean, this is where like the BKB Black Hole that we mentioned in the draft matters. Like the Song of the Siren is great for a while, and then the BKBs come out, and then suddenly you have this like 6, 7, 8 second duration to just kill people, even if you have Song of the Siren going. And yeah, really good fight there from the side of Heroic. They actually bring back a lot of the net worth advantage that Starbox was building. They did get a lot of towers, but we're starting to see the threat of that Enigma can offer as this game goes on.
The BKB is pretty necessary for him. This game, Bash can cancel it, but I mean, that one's pretty hard to get close enough to do. But the Pango Swashbuckle with the Basher can also cancel it. And if they had never thrown some initial fights, that Basher still wouldn't be done. But because they got such a grace period to catch back up and even get ahead, now you do have the Basher online. Just he was dead in the last case. And that's kind of what has to happen going forward. You have to kill the Pango, take him out before the Black Hole can come online. All right, the real question.
Okay, hit me.
When's Divine Rapier going to be queued up by Lumiere?
TA is not much of a Rapier builder is the problem, right? Like, this hero wants, like, Deso, Daedalus, like, Hurricane Pike, Blink. Like, there's too many items that this hero needs. If it had one more slot, I could see Divine Rapier. But I think
players with one more slot. Oh my god. No, I need another item.
Do you remember that like being floated for a long time? We're like, oh, just let us buy slots. And that was like people's suggestion for a long time. We're like, no, please God, no.
We get the backpack. That's all.
We'll just be stuck in hour-long games forever.
Drive me crazy. I gotta unlock the 9 item slots on my backpack. I'd be willing to allow that on like the 5th Roche or something. If the 5th Roche or whatever,
like
however late you want to get, yeah. Or like we have Block of Cheese now, so it's like, oh, you got to get 5th Roche plus Block of Cheese, combine those with like some other thing, right? Unlock a slot. I'd be maybe willing to let that in. It has to be objective based, not money based.
That would be... I would like that. I'm down for that. Just call it like Roshan's jockstrap and it just gives you a free slot. That'd be huge.
Oh, quite. Yeah, definitely huge. Smoke play. Gotta find Enigma.
Ooh,
the
actually
initial
off
stun
the mark with
misses.
the crush, but that is an optimistic TP. Whisper will be found topside here. Very quickly killed off.
Now a counter smoke. This would certainly catch a Starbucks off guard if you can find them as they scatter. They just miss sight of all these heroes, though.
Yeah.
Things are getting pretty deep now.
We're gonna find the Slardar. He does have BKB. Shackles. He's dead. Nowhere to go. No help coming his way.
I was watching Yuma there. So he has Malignant Mist. We actually didn't talk about that. It's part of the reason that Core Abaddon has come back.
Dire's middle tower
The
is
anti-heal
under
you can apply with... well, I mean, it's in your innate, the anti-heal, but now being able to apply with Mist Coil easily to targets could help versus the Naga. But it also does damage, which now that it's maxed out is 100%. He also has the Gunpowder Gauntlet. I saw him Q Dark Willow and she almost died.
Oh, God.
It was a lot of damage. Maybe he'll buy the Divine Rapier on the,
I like that.
the Abaddon. The Tormentor is up. Stealing that away could be nice. Not that it's amazing on these two supports. I guess you can get an Ancient creep on the Chen. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, Granite Golem is never bad, right? Well,
Too bad.
unlucky. What can you do?
You can now use items while in foul play.
Cluck, cluck.
Go Scepter your chicken out of here.
Dire are scanning.
Ooh, that's a really good scan. They might bait this. The smoke's popping. Ryu's in a good spot. Goes in. Plane Crush finds Schofield, but he will turn around with a very quick Hex. There comes Prada, but the wards! The wards! It's so close! The wards! Ryu! Oh my goodness, he gets out.
That is Song, a big commitment to get him out. Song and roll while you still have Black Hole. So you can maybe, you know, push a little bit, make use of this time, especially with Roche being about to spawn. That might be huge for securing it for yourself. We'll see if it ends up being a... how long of a window they get here. It doesn't look like it's too far off, and you got a Chen creep sitting in there. So they should secure this on Heroic now. Though you probably would have secured it as well if you had killed Slardar there, so still feels a little bad not to actually finish that kill. That's where we're talking about RNG. If the Shard had gone to Dark Willow earlier, there would not be enough healing from the Naga Siren to finish that, or to save the Slardar.
Double damage.
Well, here we go. Roshan number 2. Should be pretty quickly taken, thanks to the drums, just the damage from the Abaddon. As they're not going to start scanning with the, or searching rather, with the summons here from Whisper and the Chen. Okay, this Roche actually taking longer than I thought. They need to hurry this one up. If they blink saw on this, they could just take the Aegis right from under their nose, as Yuma and friends, I think, realizing they're not getting this.
There's no song for 30, but on Heroic, how well have they been keeping track of that exact timing? So they're scared of it.
Well, they jump in. Black Hole just, okay, finds the Pangolier. They get the Naga Siren as well, but the Shackle's going to get interrupted there by the Slardar. Looking for Monty on the Dark Willow. Terrorize does connect. Going to give him a lot of space, and the Rolling Thunder coming through here, doing a lot of work as Yuma forced to ult as the turnaround damage from Lumiere. Quite scary. He just blinks on over. Shaman is still alive thanks to foul play from earlier. And that, well, okay, not alive anymore, but Lumiere, he's the big kill, and Yuma will secure it.
Great find on the Pango, taking that roll out. We were saying you might have to deal with him, but if you just black hole him, right, then you don't have to worry about the bash coming from the Skull Basher. And at the same time, Shadow Shaman jumping onto the Naga, making sure she can't use Song to save her team. Lumiere does join, you know, gets a support kill at the end, but it's just a little bit too late. There's the Pango kill right off the bat. He even buys back right away, but that's a TP to the tier 2. It's a little late. A lot of his team gets too low before he even shows up.
Yeah, tell me Shadow Shaman's foul play is balanced. That's crazy. like the fact that during the shard, because he has the shard now, he's able to pop a Lotus and get like 40% of his HP back immediately, so he doesn't die to the Rolling Thunder, and then it sets up for the kill on Lumir. That hero is insane.
I can't disagree on that part. It's pretty good in those kind of situations. It's just nice to potentially get that second life, right? That's why foul play has been so good. Even though many times you do just die,
Yeah.
right? But just the one game-changing moment, you get to live, you get another shackle off, you get a huge kill on the enemy TA who has been top of the net worth, and then you've got 3 heroes from Heroic. So she is so much of the fight. The fact that you kill her, no one else can do the job that she can.
Dude, I would honestly argue that foul play saves your life like 40% of the death. I feel like Shaman would actually have like 30 to 40% more deaths per game if it wasn't for foul play. I feel like it's so
I'll compromise
often.
at 20%.
Okay, that's fair. Level 24 on the Abaddon as he finishes up his Bloodthorn and an Aghanim Scepter there for the Enigma. That's a big one. You are now 6,000 ahead. You have the Aegis into the hands of the Storm Spirit and an Ags on the Enigma. This is going to be a scary black hole now.
Where do they want to go with this? You want to finish all the tier 2s? As long as you find a pickoff, you can go high ground on Heroic. I mean, you've got so many summons, Serpent Wards, Abaddon, right? Like, towers will fall, but you gotta respect the TA on the high ground. Gotta respect the roll, terrorize, song. There's a lot of good AoE spells for the high ground defense. You can find any kind of pickoff. Pango, no buyback. He'd probably be the best.
Yuma's gonna go
TA's
cut
not
the
gonna want to
wave.
buy back,
Ooh,
though.
Hold up. With your Abaddon not here, they use this to just delete Whisper on this Enigma. Now looking for the Chen as well. Silenced up quickly. Taken down by Monty. That ward paying dividends right there, revealing everybody on the side of Heroic.
Have a gem on Storm, but I think he just hadn't walked by that area yet. So, kind of revealing where the team is split up as Abaddon pushes bottom. Usually you wouldn't know if they're also bottom with him, but great find there.
That might
I'm
walk
looking
into
for
a ward
even
here.
more.
They did see him for a second. Rolling Thunder's coming through. They know he's ready to fight, but the question is, who's going to find who? Analog taking a decent chunk of damage, but under his protection of his BKB, Monty will survive as well. Need to be a little bit careful. See if they can get away here. Schofield, under the guise of a Glimmer Cape, will survive. Yuma very quickly kills off alone on the Pangolier. Hurricane Pike getting a lot of damage out, but he has a blink in. He's going to use it to go aggressively. Lumir's going to be forced to BKB, and Yuma is just dead. Ryu is there in raiding.
BKB used on Ryu, but the fast blink out from Shaman keeping him alive. Abaddon almost got killed through, like, without the ultimate proccing. There was such a big hit at the end. If you die well above the threshold, it never even activates passively. I don't know if you should be up that far as Heroic. I think you just wait for your teammates to respawn.
I mean, you need your Enigma Black Hole, and I just don't... It doesn't look like they can secure a fight without it.
Yeah, Abaddon is doing a good amount of damage when he's allowed to hit, but there's a lot of heroes who are kiting him out. And like you said, that's where the Enigma helps. Shadow Shaman can do it, but they have ways to stop the Shadow Shaman. So it kind of needs to be Shadow Shaman jumps in, Abaddon jumps in, which baits the response, which then allows Enigma to get the black hole. But there was a key piece missing there, being the black hole. So they only get a couple kills. I guess you don't lose the Aegis at least, but yeah, only got 30 seconds now. By the time Abaddon's up, you don't get to go. Which kind of brings me back to the original point. I think you just wait for Enigma and Chen to respawn, and then you'll have about a minute with that Aegis. Is Dez and Bloodright worth it on Storm? I haven't seen this before.
I was just wondering that. I
Not a lot of
actually don't
self-damage.
understand. I mean, if he's going Aghanim Scepter, which he is, it's kind of sick.
That's true.
So,
Bigger Ags.
really big AoE stun that can come out from him. Which, I mean, he basically has the money for it if he wants to buy it out.
I was about to say it could be a little scary going no buyback, but absolutely just spends the money. No fears on this guy.
What's the AoE on that with the Dez and Bloodright?
It's 475 typically, and then yeah, you're gonna boost it by 12%. I can't do that math for you. I've got
Dire
US
are
education.
scanning.
Need a calculator.
I mean, that's going to make it like 520 something, I think.
The mystery deepens.
Come on.
That's at least 10% larger than usual.
I can't see. 532. Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
That's
That's
what
a
Enigma
pretty
needed
big,
for Black
yeah,
Hole.
that's a pretty big AoE. Dude, what if Enigma found the... I mean, he actually goes the monocle, of course, for the cast range. It's actually insanely strong on this hero to have that little bit of extra reach on the Black Hole. As this smoke gonna get popped mid lane here. Neither team wanting to commit, though. Both afraid.
You need to be so careful. The Wombo combo potential is immense from both teams. Mainly the Black Hole threat from Heroic, but the Song as a combo breaker, but also setup if you group up too soon into all of Dark Willow and Pango's AoE, the Slardar Crush, right? Both teams have to be very careful. This is where having the Chen army does help. It's pretty easy to split push another lane, bait a response from a Starbucks to split them up, or at least to force them around the map.
Look at the Naga Siren's net worth, man. He's just taken over. He's like, don't worry, guys, I got it.
That's true. I mean, this is the late game scaling of Naga support. Do you actually pivot back to being a carry here, though?
I mean, she's just sending mirror images and cutting waves, and she's got 5,000 gold in the bank.
He's saving for Hex could be good. Wind Waker as a save for Black Hole is kind of nifty, but nullifiers are... Oh, wait. Actually, they don't have a nullifier yet. Who has the nullifier? Oh, Slardar's got the nullifier, but no nullifier for Heroic. Though, disassembling the Radiance, it'll be out real quick if you need it.
That's true. Yuma has gone for the Refresher for now, so he is going to play around the double ult, which very reliable. It gives him a lot of mobility and just the ability to kind of just bait fights for a long time. Of course, takes the attack speed talent, has a monocle himself, so has extra attack speed or extra attack range.
Has fallen.
I really want to see the AoE Mist Coil talent. I mean, I know exactly why he's going to go attack speed, right? It's way better,
Radiant
but...
are scanning.
All right, well, we'll buckle in for level 30 Abaddon. AoE Mist Coil, just destroy the Naga illusions upon spawn.
That would be funny.
Insta-kill creep waves with the Q.
Do you think if you built Battle Fury and then, like, miscoiled them, it would kill her the second she presses it?
Dire
Now
are
we're
scanning.
cooking. Let's go. I have no idea if that works, but boy, do I want to see it.
I feel like it would. But, I mean,
Swashbuckle applies Battle Fury if you use it that way.
yeah, but Swashbuckle doesn't, you know, apply a full attack damage, like attack, right? It's
When
just...
it first came out, there was a
yeah.
percentage.
Yeah, it used to, right? With the percentage damage.
I kind of want that to come back.
No,
it'd be
please
cool
no.
to
I'm
see
so
Battle
sick of
Fury.
Pangolier, man. This hero has been...
That's true.
Oh, this hero has been meta since the day he was released. They cannot take him out of the street, out of the meta game.
Roche beginning his journey across the pit. Heroic's already set up here. Starback's actually a little split up. Dark Willow's away from the team. If they can find anyone,
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yuma almost gets one shot there. Nearly dies. Goes in pretty deep here. Has the BKB. Might have to pop the refresher if he's not careful. As Lumiere doing a lot of damage. Zip in. Analog looks for the Vortex. Only finds some creeps and gets stunned instead. He's dead. Whisper in some trouble. Nullifier out. Going to be there. Caught with the BKB. Protecting him at the moment. But they're going to chase for more. The black hole. It's managed to catch the big hero, which is Lumiere. But can they kill him? The song is out. Everybody on Heroic, resident sleeper at the moment, as they will just try to disengage. Yuma blinks in here once again.
Storm's gonna be back.
He does have his ult, as Analog just zips in very aggressively, pops the BKB. He's gonna survive BKB and the ultimate once again force here from Yuma. Back onto the high ground, hold up. Slardar's coming back, they got him, he's dead. You gotta get out of here. Ryu doing so much damage on this Slardar. If he finds his target, Lumiere just taking a quick kill onto the Shadow Shaman. They will find the Chen as well. They hold the high ground. Lumiere on a killing spree.
Okay, so Chen creeps did rat the bottom barracks in that time. So they got that going for them on Heroic. But this initial Zip Vortex not catching the TA and then gets, I think it was bashed by the Meld Strike.
Meld Strike, yeah.
Into the rest of the chain stun. Pretty much won them the fight. There is a black hole onto TA here, but they just can't get the Abaddon over to her because the song comes out and Storm was still making his way back after buying back. So despite catching her, they just reset, get her out. At that point, you've got a winning fight. Heroic feels pressure to get more, but they end up over-committing without really getting more. Another Vortex that only catches one. Doesn't Blood Right. Not quite increasing the AoE enough.
I mean, that was also a refresher just for the second BKB on the Enigma without getting two black holes, right? So that really hurts when you're like, you try to make this play and then you only get this. You just don't really find the targets that you're looking for, and a lot of it is just our Starbucks playing really clean and playing really safe on their positioning. So they're going to look for the high ground here. Wards are going to be dropped, try and clean up this creep wave. They will stop the push after grabbing that. Their team be back. Everyone, do they find Storm Spirit?
Storm's taking their outpost. All right, he's walking out. He's catching the Lotuses. This is a little scary. Okay, he had a regen rune going, actually. I didn't notice. So he will now zip TP out.
Haste!
Okay, if things settle down long enough, and by settle down, I mean you gotta wait 3 minutes and 40 seconds through this Aegis on the TA. But after that, because Chen ratted the bottom lane, right, you actually do have the barracks advantage. The lanes will push in your favor. I think in this Aegis, you have to try to get your own lane. It doesn't matter which lane, but without your own lane, it's just going to be a slow rat throughout the rest of the game. Chen creeps always pushing in, Eidolons, Abaddon illusions. I guess Naga's reaching the point where she might be able to deal with that.
Yeah.
She has a refresher. I don't know if she had that in the last fight and I wasn't paying attention, but that means 2 songs. Pango has the refresh from the Roche. Storm!
Oh, that's a lot of damage. The Terrorize catches him as well. They're trying to bail him out, but they can't. There's the black hole out from the Enigma, but there's no follow-up damage. He gets the refresher. He's songed right now. He might be able to BKB and get out of this one, and he will be able to, but your Storm Spirit's dead for 2 minutes as your base. And it's actually going to be just fine because they don't have any creeps.
Didn't expect that, actually. Okay, they will be back before he respawns. They're at least going to take the tier 2 off of this. And I think you have time to make your way back
Radiant's
top.
middle tower is under attack.
No storm, only 1 black hole.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This is getting real difficult to defend against this Templar Assassin. Jumps on the high ground, Meld Strike into the Ghost Scepter. Will buy him some time, but there's the Nullifier. The ward drops are out. They need to stop this Shadow Shaman. Gets the foul play, proc. The attacks just rain on through. Lumiere gets the kill, but Lumiere's also lost a lot of HP here. They're going to jump in, look to try and hold this Enigma back. Lumiere has that Aegis. When's it going to expire, actually? It's got to be soon. There's the Black Hole. They get the Aegis. They get the Slardar Song and the Siren to cancel. Do they get the turnaround? Slardar's going to go in. There's the Bash. The Nullifier is out. Enigma is low. He's dead. Has buyback, but no ult available. And Yuma in some trouble. Instead, they'll turn around onto the Pango. They get the kill, a 2 for 2 with a buyback. Looking, oh, wait a minute. They actually find Lumiere to jump in. They get on top of him. Yuma with the BKB takes the kill. Ryu will finish off the Shadow Shaman, so that will be a dieback, but he's in no man's land.
What is happening?
Dire's middle tower
Heroic just held 4v5
Was that a
with buybacks on both teams. Yuma is he is online on this Abaddon. He is doing the damage, and the constant catches from this Shadow Shaman, the Hex and the Shackle, is doing so much work.
They need to escort this creep wave straight to the base. They need to get the buyback out of this Templar Assassin.
Storm is up, getting the launcher, or the outpost. Pango's heading top already to get ready to push out this lane and cut that. But Abaddon's working on your mid tower. I think this is at least a mid barracks, unless you're willing to buy back on the TA, which okay, they
looks
are.
like they are. Rolling Thunder's in, trying to make some space here. Hex is out. But they need to find this kill. He does get the ult off for now. Terrorize does come through. He doesn't have a refresher, so you have one ult on Yuma. He gets the blink at the last second. That Rolling Thunder, like, barely missed because of the Manta dodge. Otherwise, I don't think he gets the blink out.
With that blink out, though, that makes it worth it. It might have been worth it even if he died to get TA's buyback, but surviving for sure puts all the pressure onto a Starbucks now.
Absolutely.
Where TA, no buyback. Pango, no buyback. Slardar, no buyback. All you have is the buyback on Naga, which, I mean, hers is pretty good for the song reset, but that is not a place of comfort as another Roche is going to spawn in 2 minutes. Going back to the fight earlier, Serpent Ward did a lot of damage this fight.
It really did. Lumiere's like half his HP was lost in Serpent Wards.
And then here they get him out for a while, but Yuma just making the slow, steady charge in there.
This first black hole getting canceled was pretty huge. It allowed Ryu to get out and Lumiere, and I thought for sure that this was like going to be a full escape, but Yuma is just like patiently waiting on the high ground, and he just, yeah, him and Shadow Shaman end up just cleaning up this whole fight.
Got a smoke from Heroic, trying to find a pick off. Any kill is huge. No one's got buyback, so any kill pretty much guarantees that if Roche spawns, you can go for that. Or
we got
for
it.
Mid-bear.
It's finally here. Divine Rapier.
Another game. Let's go. Dude, this is a hype game, back and forth. Now, I was somewhat joking, but if Abaddon actually steals that Divine Rapier with the AoE miscoil talent, that is pretty terrifying for a Starbucks. At the same time, the TA, of course, the original owner of the Divine Rapier, very scary. And there's already been several moments where she has almost killed Abaddon through his ultimate by just bursting him before the threshold activates. So he might just have to manually activate, and if he slips up once, that's him out of the fight. Doesn't get to use his refresher at all in those situations. You got to be very careful.
Speaking of refresher, Shadow Shaman. So double Serpent Wards are available. And we've seen year after year, time after time, Serpent Wards pretty dang good at taking the high ground.
Chen creeps also pretty good, keeping them alive right now. They'll be one-shotted by TA, but if she's preoccupied in a fight, that's where you can start whittling down these towers. Naga is gonna be rich. I mean, she's already rich, but at this point, her illusions are one of the safest tools they have to push out lanes, so she's gonna be taking a lot of farm here. She did get a Hex.
Net worth.
She's got Refresher Hex. I feel like you might start going back to being an actual core, the way the game's going. Like, what other support item could you possibly get? Ags, I guess.
Yeah, Ags, but is that
worth
good?
it?
Like, yeah, like I actually don't know if that's even good.
I think with the Dispel from Abaddon, it's not so worth it.
Dyer's
Though, I
middle
mean, you could get
barracks
Storm, right? Lately, he's been
Dyer's
zipping into
top
fights
tower
with
is under
relative
attack.
immunity. It's not easy to swashbuckle him or bash him. But we did see what happens if you do get the one stun that sets up all the other stuns on the Storm.
Radiant are scared.
All right, Roshan being taken here. It's a lot of Eidolons too.
At this point, TA and Pango still no buyback for 2 minutes on the Pango, 3 minutes on the TA. Everyone else does have theirs. So you can find one of those two heroes. That's probably just the game. I mean, at this stage, 56 minutes in, if you're allowed to hit the base for even 30 seconds, it's gone.
I honestly feel like Heroic should try and force them to the top racks, and Shadow Shaman should just like Glimmer Cape and like double ward drop the tier 4.
And then that's when the black hole comes in.
Right? And it's like, then they have to address it, and then, yeah, like, you just, I don't know. But maybe that's too, like, YOLO of a play.
Dyer's middle barracks
Chen
are under
creeps,
attack.
way safer. Troll.
Yeah.
Troll creeps and the boys onto that mid racks. For now, they're doing a sweep across the map as a team, using the gem to just remove as much vision as possible.
Very smart.
There's some traps they still got to get rid of. Abaddon, level 29. I'm so excited to see this AoE Miscoil.
I think
He's buying an Ag Synth first.
he's got so much money. Yeah. Well, he's buying the accent. He'll have buyback as well. Plus, he has the Aegis now.
I don't know this. If you have the Miscoil talent and then you have this Aghanims and it shoots to an ally, does it AoE damage the enemies that are there?
Dude, I don't think so, but this is just not an interaction we've ever seen because Abaddon just never gets to level 30.
This is what all the pub players know, because
you?
Abaddon has always popped off of the Ags.
Oh, the smoke gets popped. He blinks in aggressively. Schofield drops the wards on tier 4s. They get the black hole. The vortex onto everybody. A star box. They lose 3. The double buyback right
He's got
away.
the divine.
Refreshers are out. Nullifier onto Whisper. Can they bail him out? There's the Song of the Siren. Oh boy, Whisper, he's got another one ready to go. 2 more dead. Second Song of the Siren for what? The wards just beating down the throne. That is it. An explosive ending to game number 3 as they finally seal the deal. Heroic will take the series 2-1 at 59 minutes.
You were joking / serious about the Serpent Ward drop in the base, and they took it a step further. They said, why don't we all just go straight to the throne?
Yeah.
Double drop Serpent Wards, black hole to protect the Serpent Wards, and it actually catches everybody. The key one being TA, who had no buyback, and I didn't even get a chance to see what the damage was, but so much damage came in instantly, killing her. She didn't even get to use the Divine Rapier on any heroes, man.
No, they all died within a second, right? That's like AoE Vortex with the Overload bounce on top of an Aghanim Scepter Enigma. Like, you're dead. Like, there's just so much AoE damage in there. And they get the win. Took them a while, but they do manage to get it. They secure themselves the next step in the bracket. So let's take a look and see how today has settled. This is day 1 of the South American qualifiers, and as we can see, Heroic, they had the first round bye. They win 2-1 here over Starbucks. They are already into that semifinals, so one step closer to qualifying to the Esports World Cup. And then as for the lower brackets, Veritas versus OG Latam still going on. Or I'm sorry, not lower bracket, but in the other series that's still going on. As for the lower bracket, Team Den has a first round bye. They will be playing against the loser of that other lower bracket game, whereas Edge versus Sin Compromiso, those guys will be playing tomorrow morning, and then the Starbucks will be playing against the winner of that series.
I'm still reeling from that game. That was so back and forth, and we have so many more games to go looking at that bracket. And I'm sure we're going to get a lot of exciting ones, just like the one we had, because that's this region, man. You know, this is what brings exciting Dota. It's not just perfect play, but also when you do make some mistakes and you're like, you know, they shouldn't have done that. But at the same time, that is what makes the games very fun, very back and forth, and leads to these absolute hype moments.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to end it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for tomorrow before we call it a night. As the schedule for us will be, first thing, Edge versus Sin Compromiso. We will then be watching Team Den versus the TBD series, obviously, as we have to wait for that series to finish up. And then we have Heroic once again in that upper bracket semifinal versus the winner of Veritas versus OG Latam, which is happening right now, I believe, on the B stream. So some fun games tomorrow.
Draft, actually.
Yeah, they're really far behind. They got a long day.
Yeah, which means all of you guys, make sure you guys go check in. You got a full game of Dota over there.
I can't believe that. I mean, they had to remake a game or something. That's kind of wild. Pretty wild day one of the EWC quals, right? Like, this was one of those things where we kind of expect this out of South America. The region is super hype, so I'm glad it's living up to the expectations.
Yeah, I guess in the end, the teams I expected to move on did, but not in the path I thought. They really had to earn it here, and it does show. I don't think they can sit comfortably up there, right? A lower bracket run for many of these teams could certainly surprise whoever makes it to the end. We'll see if it is Heroic or whoever ends up winning the game going on the other stream right now.
Yeah, well, we'll see, as that will bring tonight to a close for us. Remember, you can go head on over to the other stream to watch the final series happening over there. My name's Cryptic, been here with ZQuixotics. We will be seeing you back here tomorrow, bright and early, with more South American Dota action. So, as always, have a wonderful evening, everybody. We'll see you then.